quite a busy day today. So.
You got a lot of other video appointments. A lot of other video appointments.
A few other video appointments, and me just trying to get a lot of writing done on the book in this morning, and then household chores and errands and keeping up with that stuff.
Mm-hmm. How's the book?
I really like it.
How far along are you?
What's that?
How far along are you?
It's all there. The whole thing is written. It's making it as fun and good to read as possible, and making sure that the way I wrote it is better maybe now understood through this analogy that some writers define themselves as a gardener, some as an architect. The architect has the blueprints before, understands exactly where he's going, and then just fills it in. The gardener plants a seed, and he lets it grow, and then he prunes, and he waters, and it's a much more organic process. For me, I've been a gardener, so that means when I would be writing some of the stuff, I would start to veer off into a tangent or another relevant topic. And so now at this point where I'm editing all the time, I take those divergencies and realize that doesn't fit there. It actually needs to go here. And so that the flow of information is almost addictive in that it doesn't ever get you to stop and trip over your own feet or the words on the page.
Mm-hmm. Nice. I saw your I saw your interview with Evermind.
Right.
That was good.
Thank you.
That was good. I think you were even you posted it on Instagram, and it's kind of a preview of sorts into the book.
Yeah, it's a little. I'm a little. It's a strange thing talking about it more publicly now. Like it's been kind of under the hood for a while now. I know. Has its own personality. It's like a child. I know who it is now. Mm-hmm. Talking about it is just different and odd.
Are you self-publishing it, or are you having it published by a publisher, or?
Right now, the plan is self-publish, and then once I show that it sells, then I might approach a publisher for a larger audience.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm open to it changing. We'll see.
Is this going to be both print and ebook and okay?
Yeah, and I might even do
audiobook.
My own reading of the book for an audible. I don't know if I'd be able to do it for Audible, but I might do it in a podcast type format where maybe I read a few pages or a chapter and then I expand on it, or I don't know, some sort of audio format available for people who want it.
I think, if I remember right, you did something like that on your movement vitamins. I think there was an audible read of sorts that you did.
One time, yeah I had Aaron do a movement lesson that way, or a body scan. But I just know there's, in my group of people, there's more people that listen to audiobooks and podcasts than they do read books. So I think it would be useful for me to provide that as an option for people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm leaning that way, especially with the isolation, because as much as I can, I'm trying to get outside in between appointments.
You're trying to what?
I'm trying to get outside and just walk in between appointments instead of being inside in front of a screen all day long. Or
I totally get it.
Yeah. So try to maintain some, healthy wellness practices amidst all this.
I have a few friends who do, for lack of a better term, life coaching, and they talk to me about their body and whatnot, and they ask you like, hey, how do I survive like this many hours in front of a computer? And like, don't, don't be in front of a computer, or you need to move around a lot. And the main thing is like they're trying to have a certain presence with their client, and they think it'll look bad if they're on the floor like you are, or moving around. And I've challenged them like, if you're telling them and advocating movement in their lives, it's a little hypocritical for you to then not take that own medicine. And they, like, for me, I would want a client who understands and is like, yeah, good, you should be moving. I want you to feel good for my appointment. And in fact, you might have a better productivity because you're moving throughout the day instead of just sitting at your computer.
Yeah. No, I have a friend who she's a LCSW and an MFT, and she feels, or I think she's probably changing it up, but for a while she was just going to her office and having a Zoom, let's just say, a therapy session. And I was suggesting, like, well, how about if you just have a call in and you're outside walking, and maybe even suggest that the other person do the same.
Yeah.
I think we just have to be literally think outside the box, beyond our four walls.
Agreed.
Because we're just in them way too much nowadays.
So what do you want to do today?
Well, I mean, I'm open to it all. It sounds like you have a number of people that you're working with already when it comes to this sort of thing. I've been following you for a few years vicariously, just through all the snippets that you can get through social media, and I mean, I would say this is that it's very refreshing. I've been in this community since the 90s, and I'm in some ways, or maybe a lot of ways, I've been a little frustrated and just tired of it, because it's so much just rote and linear and myopic. Not to say that we haven't been improving and making some progress and with good forward steps, but I feel it's just a slow process. And I mean, you even said so within your latest interview, is that I mean, this is how I heard it, is that it's not that you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater as far as the science goes, but it's a nice balance of art and science. And so art kind of being synonymous with play and discovery and what is it? Self-organization. The list goes on. So those are some of the things that I have in my head, and to answer your question, if that's an answer. So
yeah, you gave me some information of where I think to go. What I'll be talking about more is, one of my challenges is, what do I really want to share on Instagram, and what do I think would be a disservice to share on Instagram? So sometimes I don't get into as much detail in my principles or my choices or why I'm doing certain things. And so that's what I think we should start with today, is what's the underlying philosophy that I'm working on. And I'm still, it's really an odd process. I've externalized this movement evolution philosophy that I think is pretty revolutionary. And I have it, yet the work for me is still transitioning normal thought patterns and decisions from how I used to do it to my new philosophy. And so that's part of what I learned within these sessions, is trying to teach you that same new philosophy and ways to think about. So what I'll start with is
now, Austin. Now, do you mean new within the past 6 months or a few years? Or go ahead.
Yeah, it had it for about 2 years.
Okay.
But it was born, and then I didn't know what it was, and I had to, like, the premise was that I knew movement evolved and devolved on a fluid scale based on the environment, and I was seeing evidence of that. That meant I had to teach myself an entirely new field that nobody was really talking about, and I've communicated with one of the premier comparative anatomicists, and he studies comparative anatomy, and I have several of his textbooks. So I'm asking him questions that he doesn't have the answer to, and nobody is having the answer to.
Who's this guy?
His name is Rui Diogo.
Is he in a university, or where is he?
George Washington, I think.
Okay. Now, is this post Microgate? Because I think I came upon you through Donald Trump, maybe late 2016, early 2017, and then I got my 1 meter system, and then he referred me to you because he's East Coast, you're West Coast, we're both West Coast, and so you've kind of gone past the Microgate system, for instance, and going more sensory and evolutionary.
Yeah, I still use it every now and then, and I still like the opto gate, opto jump systems. But having distance and learned a lot more on my own from what Microgate was espousing, their president is a wonderful character, but he makes a lot of assumptions of what is true and is not true about science, movement, and performance. And I was going by his word because he's extremely successful and sounds smart. But then once I started applying the things, I couldn't help but see that he was wrong.
Is that Gorman?
What's that?
Is that Gorman, Dr. Gorman out of the East Coast?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And so that's why I started doing my own research after, confirming that I was doing the processes correctly. I just wasn't getting the results that I wanted. Maybe they work in a therapeutic standpoint where they get people to feel good enough to continue walking their dog without knee pain, but maybe that knee pain comes back in 10 years. But the population that I'm working with, I think, finds a lot of loopholes in a lot of these philosophies because they have to work at a really, really high level so much throughout the year. So within these last 2 years, I discovered this movement evolution philosophy, and then I had to teach it to myself. And so that's what I've been working on in the last 2 years, and that's also what slows down the book, is I had to teach myself something that doesn't exist, which is exciting but challenging. Nice. So how movement evolves is that it's a means to accomplish a task in a certain environment. It's extremely environment dependent. We developed to be upright bipeds because the environment asked it of us, and that for whatever reason we started to succeed being no longer like monkeys, but more like upright monkeys. And so that meant for about the last 2.5 million years that the Homo species has been around, we've been dependent on a certain type of an environment, which has to do with lots of walking, running, squatting, hip hinging or uprighting the spine, hanging, climbing, and swinging. So when we don't have the environmental stimuli that asks those movements to come about, they have no reason to stay. So what will happen is that it will devolve to likely the next in command, which is a quadrupedal movement pattern. And it's pretty well studied also of what do these skeletal positions look like in quadrupeds, and what do they look like then even in aquatic animals. What the gap that I'm feeling is like, no. Humans can transition back to a quadrupedal strategy or even aquatic strategies. So then I've had to just define what those are. One of the biggest challenges, like fish don't have legs. That's but the strategy for their limb against the water is very similar. So some of the main, just stop me if you need to stop me at any point. There's evolutionary milestones at each transition. So from biped to quadruped to aquatic, and we could also talk about avian patterns too. They do somewhat show up in humans every now and then, but it muddies the waters a little bit. So we'll get into those maybe later. So the squat is something very interesting. The squat first emerged as soon as life came on land and needed to move. The squat is just any sort of simultaneous folding of the ankle, knee, and hip. The fitness community has kind of bastardized it as this like purely elevator style motion of straight up and straight down. And I don't even think they understand that very well. How evolution designed the squat is to change direction, meaning that those three joints compress as a spring to then either accelerate forward, decelerate, go left, go right, or go up or go down. Those are kind of the main vectors. And so while squatting straight up and down is important, it almost never happens in nature, or even in sport. It only happens when we go from a resting position in the deep squat to standing. It happens once. And we don't even really lock out the joints that much, but the fitness community thinks we need to lock out the knees and squeeze the glutes because it fires EMG. What I would assume is because it makes the EMG scores go up with muscle contractile properties. But again, that's
gotta feel the burn.
Something important. What's that?
Gotta feel the burn.
Yeah, it gives people a sense of comfort that they're doing something very well or that they're accomplishing something. So they're making something important because they can measure it, and not measuring it because it's important.
Yeah.
So when someone can't squat well or can't hip hinge, what they will do is then revert back to an aquatic style pattern, which means what happens in an aquatic animal is their fin has a whale's fin, pectoral fin, has the same skeleton as our arm. Let me pull up a picture and I'll show you.
It's interesting. What I'm thinking about is people who might not have the best running mechanics. I'm thinking like triathletes, for instance. And after a while, after beating themselves up, after so many years and miles, they go to the bicycle, and they end up in the same scenario once again, and then they go further back, and they become they leave the road running for the bicycle, and then they leave the bicycle for swimming. They're running away from gravity. And it's kind of, I see a parallel as far as this evolution.
They go from towards more gravity, right? It goes swim, bike, run.
Or no, they're going like I see like an older triathlete, for instance. They'll or like let's just say or a marathon runner. They'll go. I'm gonna give up their marathoning for more road biking. And they do that for a while, and then we'll give up the road biking because they're just tweaked still, and like okay, I'm just gonna pick up swimming only.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of people's decision tree because they lose the ability to move with gravity, and largely because they've lost some variability, and that's why what this time offers is not as much. Maybe repetitive loaded motions for some sort of physiological change. It allows for a lot of creativity of just body movement, which is what you've seen me do on Instagram recently. So let me pull this up.
Yeah, with the variability, you have greater. What is it? They've even shown within exercise science that random random training is better than block training.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So this would be an example of what I would say an aquatic pattern, where upon ground contact, they remove the middle joint and they operate mainly at the point of contact in their hip. And so they're simplifying this for their brain by locking out the limb, but at a cost of more stress tissue.
Now, how much of that do you feel is just the bias of the coach, of the sport? I remember you mentioning dance. I mean, dance is a particular culture, and so they're striving for an aesthetic. And then you have the old saying of, "Oh, we've always done it that way."
It depends. So one of my heuristics is syntax, not semantics.
Mm-hmm.
So, or syntax over semantics, meaning the order of events or what we're actually seeing versus why we're seeing it. Why we're seeing it could be because of a coach, could be because of the environment, could be because dance asks it of it, which is important to understand, but primarily I want to know like what is actually happening, what is the movement that they're doing, and how do we correct that for long term.
And now, Austin, are you seeing this predicament that you're pointing out here, and we're talking about? Are you seeing this across the board? It's not just within the United States, for instance.
It's not even just within human species; it's within all animals.
Well, no, but like as far as some of these movement faults that you're seeing, some of the humans.
Yeah. Sure.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the country. Doesn't matter the demographic.
You cut out a little bit there. What's that?
Like it doesn't matter like which country of origin that you're observing this from, or demographic.
It does. It totally does. Because so much of these problems are cultural problems. While injury does happen on an individual level, it's usually caused by the culture. Mm-hmm. So if I pull up, I'll tell you a story. There's in Southeast Asia, there's kind of these last sea nomads where they don't like living on land. They live on huts on the water, and most of their time is spent in the water. Like 60% of their workday is spent underwater. And they've been doing this for so long that they've created genetic adaptations within their tribes, within their communities, where like their spleen will oxygenate their blood better than anybody else on the planet. And they can, some reports say they can hold their breath underwater for about 13 minutes, and they can see as well as a dolphin underwater. And so, because even though they spend so much time in the water, they're always moving, and when they are on land, they're not on a comfortable couch. They're on wooden slats in a shanty built on top of the shallow part of the ocean. So they're moving all the time, having these little movement snacks. And when you watch them walk, whether they do briefly go on land or walk around, their gait is better than most modern first world Americans. So because they have an active environment and somewhat of a human environment, they still move like humans.
Is this the Philippines, by the way?
They're all over, so they go by different names. In some places, they are the Moken. Some places it's the Bajau, and other is the sea nomads, gypsies.
It's that part of the world, though. It's near the Philippines.
Yeah, in Indonesia area, Philippines area.
Interesting.
Yeah, if you watch, who else have I looked at? There's these little moments in movies and documentaries where they show like a brief snippet of some tribal person walking around, and their gait is fantastic. And gait is a very good marker for me, and within this, not just the quality of their joints, but from a more basic level of how do they deal with gravity.
Yeah.
With gait being, the technical term is a spring-loaded pendulum model, the knee being the spring. Does their spring absorb load when their heel hits the ground? For a lot of people, it doesn't. We have a big homeless population here in Santa Cruz, and I watch them walk because they don't have cars. And they walk great. And I doubt they're complaining of any, plantar fasciitis, because they walk a lot and they move a lot. Unfortunate their circumstances, but they still do. In China, when I spend some time there, there's also these somewhat, I think, cultural biases of unconsciously seeing how somebody else walks and then imitating it. And in Asian cultures, there's this trend of hips thrust forward, walking, leaning back, knees locked out, very sloppy movement in upper, middle class Asian areas is what I've seen, and it happens here as well. It's just this, what's the French term, like laissez-faire, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the NBA as well, there's a certain swagger that they would call it, where it's this side-to-side gait, and they lock their knee out, and that's just a very quadrupedal style movement. And so movement gets affected by so many different aspects.
Yes.
And for me, my goal is to prevent it and cure it. And part of it is education. People need to take responsibility of their movement and know that gait and walking is actually extremely important and not just some stylistic affair.
So what I'm hearing so far is that in some ways you're in the process of decoding movement, and then through your own inquiry and play and discovery, you've kind of have found some solutions to the modern predicament of us humans, or some of us humans, especially humans in the modern environment.
I think so. I mean, there's also this current belief that's been around for a while, since maybe the agricultural revolution, of like, humans, they just have back pain. They're born with some flaw that it's their hips and the weak glute medius that results in back pain. And if you study just a little bit of history of human culture, humankind, we've been around for about 2.5 million years, Homo sapiens, for about 250 to 400,000 years. But still, we conquered the globe by walking. For God's sakes, people walked from Africa to New York. That wouldn't be possible if our frame was as fragile as we assume today. It's that they had better environments that matched the design of our organism. And so, based on those kind of facts, I think there's a really good chance that every injury can not only be prevented, but healed, non-contact.
You bring up a good point in that what you hear, unfortunately, a lot, or at least I hear it, that people just kind of give in to their pain. They give their pain too much power. A lot of times, sometimes, unfortunately, when they have an appointment because of the pain, and they'll tell their doctor about it, and then doctor will just say to them, in some cases, "Oh, well, you're 40. Oh, you're getting old," and just people just accept it. And then another thing, it's interesting that one of the things that I've heard, and maybe you've heard this too, that 1/3 of our nation's citizens are in chronic pain.
Sorry, what's the number?
I heard something along the lines that 1/3 of the nation's population in the U.S. is in chronic pain, and if you look at the world, it's about 20%. So it's interesting why we have at least a 10%. We're higher 10% than the rest of the world when it comes to chronic pain. And then if you're familiar with, say, Lorimer Moseley out of Australia and his work as far as explain pain, one of his takes on a lot of people's chronic pain is it is mostly between our ears. It's not so much, it's more mental, emotional than it is actually physical and a legitimate threat to the survivability of the organism.
Yeah.
So
that's the other thing is like because we're able to have a different relationship with pain than a tiger. That complicates things, And I don't know if we have experienced enough of Darwinian evolution to have weeded or improved that circuitry. There's no impact to your reproductive qualities if you're in chronic pain.
Yeah, and that pain doesn't always mean damage or damage to bony, skeletal, or muscle. Yeah, the skeletal muscular systems necessarily. So, what are some of the low hanging fruits? What have been some of the discoveries as far as the solutions to some of these predicaments? Would you say?
The lowest hanging fruit is, if I had to give people only 3 things, one would be walk long distances.
What would be, in your sense, what's a long distance for most people, would you say?
I would say people should be able to walk anywhere from 3 to 5 miles comfortably without any pain or without any lingering soreness afterwards. That's my expectation. That's not everybody. What I would say walking long is relative to each, where walking a long distance for me might be 10 miles, 14 miles, whatever.
Now, are you looking at a particular speed, and then do you have...
No.
Okay.
Just go walk. The lowest hanging fruit is just do it. Just walk. And if you're walking on variable terrain, which is kind of the terrain we're designed for, not only will speed be regulated and varied, so will the gait pattern will improve. The part of the problem is most people walk on paved flat surfaces, and that simplicity is it doesn't demand our gait to improve very much until we walk a very long distance. But if we walk on varied terrain, the gait will improve, and you'll get into funkier positions or different foot positions that you normally wouldn't get into.
Now, every day, is this right?
I don't even think you need to do it every day. I would like it to be every day, but you don't need to walk long distances every day. Just 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes throughout the day. Occasional walking. It doesn't even... Today was a day where I got a 30 to 40 minute walk out in the morning, and then most of my activity has been cleaning up my house, where I was vacuuming and getting all the pollen from the outside that was blown into my apartment and giving me allergies off of everything, and getting in tiny little corners and dusting random places.
Yeah. Now, I like what you just said, because one of the I don't know, things that I've been batting around in my head is that one of the things I've heard years ago, and maybe you've heard this too, and I don't know how accurate this is, but supposedly they believe that most hunter-gatherers, nomadic hunter-gatherers, traveled on foot anywhere from 6 to 10 miles a day.
Potentially, yeah. I've seen big numbers, and it depends on the time because there was points once we started learning how to smoke and preserve food, and we didn't need to travel as much, so we weren't walking maybe as much. So there'd be random spikes rather than linear. This is part of humans, like kind of default mental tendencies is, oh, it's a really clean number to say, yeah, we walked 6 to 10 miles a day. But what's more likely is like we walked 2 miles one day and then 20 miles another day, or 14 miles, and much more randomly distributed.
Yeah. So I guess the bottom line is like whenever you have an opportunity to walk. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
The number 2 low hanging fruit is people should be in deep squat positions. They should be able at least to rest in a deep squat for 2 minutes pretty comfortably. And that deep squat position, again, should be varied. One can just sit there and rest and be monotonous and just go through Instagram, which is what I basically assign to the kids that I'm on with. So for instance, I was doing some construction on the gym this weekend, and a large portion of the construction required, well, I chose to be in this position, be in a deep squat for a long time. But moving around, walking around in a deep squat, getting into different positions, or being in a wide deep squat versus a narrow deep squat, and that's the kind of activity that I would expect or desire from the deep squat movement vitamin or the low-hanging fruit. The second one would be hanging. Those 3 things should be enough to do a lot of good, but not nearly what I think would be possible. To me, I have a list of what I would call the 9 normal movements of what I think everyone should be able to do.
Is that within your? Is that within your movement vitamin? Is that within your movement vitamins as well? The 9?
It's in the book.
Oh, okay. Now, what if you have some people, due to their pelvic and hip, their particular body, and maybe their ankle, whether it's the actual joint or maybe there's some tendon, and maybe they have some injury history that doesn't allow them this deep flexion. Would heel elevation still be okay then to help support them in that position, or would you have them do an alternative position other than the squat?
I would have them go as low as possible and own it in all the different varieties as you can. I have a few people who have had degenerative joint changes where they, like a knee that can't bend more than 90 degrees or more than 100 degrees,
mm-hmm.
and they're still playing at a very high level. So if one knee can't bend all the way, fine. We take that as one of the few constants in the body of, like, hey, we do everything we can around that, and also mentally I ensure that this athlete has a good relationship with that knee, because it's very easy to get frustrated and sad and depressed. Oh, just can't bend my knee. What if I could bend my knee? And that could be a very toxic relationship. So as much as I like to observe the movement, I also like to observe their emotional relationship with movement and with their body and the words that they use with it. Yes. And I will call them out on it pretty quickly. So the other leg can bend all the way down. So I demand that in our exercises and in our movements. And so because these structural changes will force them onto their the bending leg, that leg better be extremely robust, because it's going to receive more brunt force than the leg that can't bend or doesn't bend as easily.
You ever work with people with artificial joints? And what?
Not in a long time. Not since I was an aide in a physical therapy clinic.
Okay, because sometimes they design those joints to just function within a certain range, degrees. And then I've also experienced this, is that, the people who I work with who have artificial hips and artificial knees, they'll mention that, like, oh, my knee hurts. And I'm thinking to myself, your knee's titanium. I don't quite understand that. What's your take? And then what would you say about, artificial joints in general?
People who feel limbs that are gone.
Yeah. Yeah, this is true. This is true.
Like, so with some of the athletes that I've worked with that have had chronic pain, the relationship with pain gets awfully skewed. And so me and or the therapist in my facility, Aaron, will, after a while, we might say, I think we need to reshape how you're experiencing pain, and that you feel it. It's true, it's there, but it might not be causing any damage. So maybe we don't need to inhibit the movement as much as we do. That's one avenue that we've taken, where the threshold for the pain alarm to go on is more of like a hairpin trigger, where it's, oh, I have pain. Well, we didn't do anything. So that doesn't make sense. If we zoom out and we detach ourselves from that moment and realize, oh yeah, that doesn't make sense that I have pain. Like, I just did this other thing with my focus elsewhere outside of my body, and I didn't have pain. Mm-hmm. So sometimes it's the exercise or where their focus is that changes their perception of pain. Then on the other hand, so for instance, one of the most frustrating things for myself is I've had this stubborn left knee tendonitis re-arise after decades of hibernation, and I couldn't figure it out for the longest time. And so I went through myself with this same process of, you're not causing any damage to your knee. You're fine. You're just walking downhill. There's no reason to feel pain. Yet pain would still rise. So after trying numerous strategies, one of the characters that has really inspired my philosophy with movement and healing is actually Sherlock Holmes, particularly the Benedict Cumberbatch iteration from BBC.
Yeah.
Where there's no crime that he doesn't feel he can solve. That every crime, it was committed by somebody and it has to be solved. He just has to figure it out. And so me, it's the same thing with kind of pain and injury. And while I'm not a therapist, I do tell my athletes, like, hey, I'm not going to try to fix anything or diagnose anything like a therapist, but I think this will help. And that's maybe the most honest thing that we could say is, I think it's going to reduce your probabilities. Are you willing to try it? So with myself, it was continuing to explore the crime scene and figure out, what clue am I not seeing?
Okay.
And I would look at the big picture items of, how does my squat look? What's the range that I'm hitting? What is the shape of my obliques and my abdominal wall? Is there anything going on in the arms that might be affecting this knee? And starting to dissect or disassemble each joint to see what range properties I have, what strength properties I have, all these motions. And I couldn't find anything. And then I was just looking at the skin on the bottom of my feet, and I finally found the clue. And that the skin on the left pinky ball of my big toe, that left fifth met, was a lot thicker than it was on my right. And then I started trying to find evidence to give more weight to this clue of, oh, I'm supinating a lot on this left side, putting a lot more weight on that. And so once I started getting some more pronation in my heel, and particularly my heel, the knee pain just disappeared like that.
Nice.
So for me, that's my long rant on those kinds of pain issues.
So you're going from micro to macro, And then I imagine you're also, for some people, looking not just at skeletal musculature, but you're also looking at, autonomic nervous system. And I recall you looking into breathing a while back, and you also mentioned earlier today mental emotional states. And so what's the state of their nervous system, and the totality of their being, and essentially what it comes down to is their resilience and how adaptive they are.
Yeah. There's a young female athlete that I've worked with in the past, and she had some very stubborn back pain, and I was pulling my hair out over it. From the micro to the macro, there was nothing that seemed to be causing it. She was passing all the tests. And so I have no problem doubting my own philosophies and thinking, there's something that I'm missing here. Even though I think my movement evolution philosophy is great, I'm still missing something. Yeah. So I started looking in different lenses and different perspectives, and we started talking about her stress in particular, any sort of guilt associated with her sport or not performing well enough. And every time she her stress peaked, or she got an emotional stress about her sport, her performance, her back pain arose. And so once we brought this to the surface and got her to realize, her stubborn back pain is very much related to her stress, it started to go away.
Nice. Now, you've mentioned those big three rocks when it comes to movement in the skeletal muscular system. Do you have any big rocks when it comes to breathing, mental skills, and getting people in a better mental, emotional, and nervous system state for the to set them up to get the most out of their training and rehab and recovery?
Yeah. Let me just take a note on that and make sure that we come. I want to get to I want to just list off the 9 normal movements.
Gotcha.
Real quick.
And I remember talking with you a while back that I guess you were looking at some lighting within your facility, and I think it was this bio light lumin. I forget the term, illumination. Are you still working on that, or is that something later on you'll tackle?
I don't think the investment and effort is going to be worth the squeeze. The juice won't be worth the squeeze. While I do really like red light therapy and a lot of the science and research behind it, in my past, I've learned that I have no problem and we'll do this, and we'll add this, and we'll add this, and I've started to switch to a much more simplistic approach. And while I'll be an advocate for that, or any breathing type stuff, I will often tell them, if you would like to do the red light therapy and that kind of stuff, you should do it at home. I am a big advocate for everybody having red light bulbs for the evening for sleep purposes. One of the conversations I have with a lot of my beginning athletes is, listen, I don't make you better, I actually make you worse. I'm very, very good at making people worse in very specific ways. Your responsibility is to heal from those damages. And if you're not sleeping and eating well, this isn't going to work out, because you're just not going to get better as you want. That's really how you make the most out of me, is that taking care of your health and your sleep. So therefore, this work actually matters.
Do you give them, or do you have in mind what percentage of that makes up of people's success as far as sleep and nutrition, for instance, and maybe even mental, emotional, mental health practices, stress management?
The ones that I've had the pleasure of working with that have lasted the longest and have had the longest careers and more successful careers have all made that a priority. There's the anomalies, though. There's Michael Phelps and Usain Bolt, and plenty of, I could list off other names that ate pizza the night before their race and Phelps was thinking like the only way to get calories and justifying it was like I can eat 100 McDonald's chicken nuggets because they're caloric dense. And
wow.
I just, so from a cellular perspective, I'm starting to learn a lot more, and that
those are outliers, those people you mentioned.
they're the outliers. Like, you're not going to recover. You're going to have more inflammation if you're eating like shit. And to the next level, I mean, we have the technology and lab testing to see if what's the dashboard or the internal workings of your own body. A lot of people eat what is labeled as healthy food, broccoli or pistachios or eggs, but if they eat them all the time, or for whatever reason their body creates some sort of antibody or inflammatory reaction to that, them eating labeled healthy food is actually one of the worst things that they could do. They're creating more inflammation for their body to fight, and then they're not healing. And so every dollar spent on healing your gut or healing other things that can't go towards healing connective tissue and muscles and bone is not going to help somebody's performance. People shouldn't have to think their body ideally doesn't have to spend any stress or any movement money on recovering from diet and sleep issues that they should be spending on repairing movement and neurons and neuronal growth from learning new skills.
Yeah.
Okay, 9 normal movements. Sprint 100 meters.
Sprint 100 meters. Okay.
Doesn't matter the speed. It's just a max intensity. So you could take 15 minutes to do it, but if you tell me you gave it your all, we're calling it a sprint. Jog a mile. Walk 3 to 5 miles in a minimalist shoe. Rest in the bottom of a deep squat for 2 minutes or more. Be able to upright the spine from the hips, or hip hinge the hips. And I defined that quite specifically in the book. We can get into that later. Be able to jump on both legs 10 times in any direction. Do the same thing for a single leg, any direction, 10 times, for all directions. You should be able to hang from both arms for 10 seconds and one arm for 20 seconds. Rock climb at a gradient of V1, just because it's an easy way to standardize climbing distance. And be able to swing on bars or rings 5 to 10 times on both arms or one hand.
Okay. So hanging for 10 seconds, both arms? Or how much?
60 seconds with both arms and 20 seconds with one arm.
Okay. Now, I think I've seen you with a few videos hanging, and then I remember this one woman from Japan. I think she was an Olympian judoka, and I remember in the video it was with you, and I think it was Jeff Moreno and her, and then you would have you would demonstrate and then have her do it, and then you basically had you guys in a like a 3-month position but hanging, so you have that flexion of the hips as if you're squatting and trying to maintain a level pelvis and somewhat parallel rib cage, and you had the balancing of this foam roller to kind of really have that be a focal point. So when you're hanging from the one arm, do you want to is that the ideal one arm hang, or is it okay to kind of let the body and the pelvis kind of bow to the one side, or yes,
yeah, I mean,
yes and yes?
I really I dance around the word ideal.
Okay.
Yes and no. The thing is, that initially is a lot harder for people to do because they lack for lack of a better term, core strength. But what that does is it demands a better stability about the abdominal wall, which allows for the lat and the serratus, and a lot of the other connections to the torso to have a better anchor point.
Mm-hmm.
When see this intrinsically with babies. Babies can hang from a very early age, but they will never ever do it with their legs dangling. They always pull their legs up. Second reason why is when the knees start getting above the hips, they start to get into more lumbar spine flexion, or more of a straight line of a spine. I like that because when people hang, they can very often extend through their thoracolumbar junction. So then it's not really, it's kind of a hang, but then it starts becoming this like row deal, so they have a better mechanical advantage. So once they bring the knees up, that also is a way where I don't have to ask for their ribs to get pulled down to be congruent with their abdominal wall. It happens automatically.
Yeah. So I imagine just the ability to do both. I think you meant, it sounds like with the jumping in multiple directions and planes, I guess you'd want to be able to hang in a multiple manner of ways as well. It's where you can be dangled or you can be very stable.
Yeah, exactly. You should be able to own it. Wherever you go, you shouldn't feel too vulnerable or dangerous, whether you're hanging with your shoulder blade down or completely slack, or with your legs dangling or neutral. In the past, the fitness industry and myself has made the mistake of trying to fit everything into these boxes of controlled, precise movement so that you avoid injury. But that is actually what creates injury, is not having the you're probably familiar with this term, but the anti-fragility of being able to handle anything that comes your way. So, for instance, you know Lauren, she posted it, or the Olympics reposted a squat of hers when she was looking, well, not like a perfect squat. She had a sandbag on one shoulder and a big old water jug on the other, and she was a little awkwardly situated, and someone commented, "That's how you get hurt." And I'm like, no, not doing that is exactly how you get hurt, because you can't handle the one time you get a sneeze blown on you and you go in a different direction that you haven't been in. It's these degrees of freedom that are unique to humans that we have more than almost any other animal, and that's really what we need to be able to own.
It reminds me of being, I mean, they talk about plasticity when it comes to the brain and the neurons, but having movement plasticity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in some sense, that's so. For instance, today with Lauren's session, I gave her because we've been doing so many deltoid dominant movements with her body weight styled push-ups and bear variations that we've been doing. Her deltoids just aren't strong enough, and so I was like, maybe I should just give her some deltoid raises, just some bodybuilder type stuff. And to me, that's also variability, because she hasn't done that in a long time. That's going to be a novel stimulus, and we actually might get a nice spike of growth because it's so new for her. And so although that's not the main entree, I'm fine sprinkling or garnishing those type of simplistic movements every now and then, especially if it potentiates or improves the following activity that's more variable.
You know, she's very impressive because I don't know for sure, but it seems like she's a master's athlete.
She's 38, competing at the level of 20-year-olds, or with 20-year-olds,
and having, I guess she's somewhat of a new mother. It looks like her child's probably no more than a year or so, and so that's
all 11 months.
So that's pretty damn impressive.
She's extremely impressive, and she doesn't even really know it.
Yeah, I mean, you and I, probably many others, see that and see a lot of the people that she's competing with, and I mean, not just anybody could do that. And another guy who's really impressive is Wes. He's a big guy, and he's doing some pretty impressive body weight stuff. Most people his size, huh? What's that?
He is one quarantine.
Yeah. I mean, not too many people his size, his weight would be able to pull off the things that he does.
I don't know if any of them in the NFL could. I mean, he's doing pull-ups with just fingertips at 320 pounds. He did a pistol squat at 300. I mean, if you think of the load on just one leg doing a pistol squat, that's probably 250 pounds, 270 pounds that he's one-legged squatting. Handstand for 10 seconds.
Yeah. How is he on the field? I don't really watch or know, but is there really good care?
Top 10. Statistically, he's in the top 5, top 10.
And I imagine he has a pretty good health history and has a lot of plays and isn't on the bench due to injuries so much. Is that right?
He has been healthy since starting to see me. He had a few herniated discs before, some knee issues, a nerve issue in his left arm. I think that's it. And those have all gone away.
And he's a 5-year veteran, right?
No, 4. He just finished his 4th year, and he's starting his 5th year.
Okay. So, there's a running joke, unfortunately, you're probably aware of it, that the NFL stands for not for long, and I think that's the average playing time is 3 years.
Yeah, it's I think just under 3 years, and what's really cool about him is how easy it is for him to get an MRI and how often he gets an MRI, and the doctors this last year commented like, "What the fuck are you doing? Really? You look like you're an 18-year-old kid with these joints. Like, they look perfect. Everyone else comes in, they're all fucked up, and like yours look like you've never played football before. What's going on?"
Now, do they have record of his joints prior to seeing you as well? And are they seeing, I guess, the regeneration then?
Probably. I haven't actually asked. I just took that as like, that's awesome, and then we got back to work. He just commented on that. And for me, my understanding is when the load gets distributed to the muscles more than the connective tissue stays in a better shape. I mean, it's pretty simple. Muscles designed for load. That's why it adapts so damn quickly. You tear your hamstring, you're back in a few weeks. You tear your ACL, you're back in a year.
And when you say muscles, I imagine it's also inclusive with the fascia.
Yeah.
The whole fascia system.
The fascia stuff is still emerging. So I've tried various fascia techniques without seeing the success that others claiming. And so I know it gets affected. I don't know exactly how, and I don't know if people really know how yet to truly change fascia.
One of the things that I've been working with as far as fascia is that basically you're tapping more into it's a big sensory organ. It's supposedly 10 times the sensory properties of, say, so it's a 10-to-1 ratio. We have 10 sensory aspects of the fascia than we do to the motor, and then it's a huge, and it also plays a role. There's biotensegrity, and it has this auxetic property to it. So when you have this lift, there's also an expansion, and so with that, the skeletal system is basically being floated by way of the fascia. And so imagine this biointegrity model, how everything just kind of has this global absorption and distribution of forces, and imagine the joints are going to be very happy then.
Kind of. How I would understand it is it's kind of a multi-dimensional tensegrity, and tensegrity being tension. It's tensional integrity, as Buckminster Fuller defined it. and strings, or bones and muscles. The fascia would be more about pressure gradients, and that's pushing outwards in a cylinder from the bone outwards, and the fascia then compresses it. And so that's how I would understand some of its properties, while it does also go along the lines of certain muscles and the whole different fascial lines. It's still a diffusing and emerging topic.
Well, you do, I mean, from the looks of it, from the videos, you do incorporate a lot of rotation and spirals in your movement. So I see that being very pleasing to the fascial system. And then I think I might have seen you do it at some point. It's been a while ago. Do you incorporate, or have you incorporated the Eldoa method?
Yeah, I tried that for a long time. Didn't see enough results.
Okay, no. Well,
part of my philosophy is I'll go all in on something, but if it doesn't show me results within a few months, then I will drop it like a bad habit. The thing with looking through a lens of fascia or connective tissue or muscle, I think it does have its place, but I'm looking more in the position of bones. What's happening with bones, and somewhat of a tensegrity of the bones in connective tissue within each joint. That's more of how I'm operating rather than trying to affect. I used to try to affect the fascia. I was like convinced, this line is causing this issue, so we need to stretch this. And that sort of thought process I didn't find to bear any fruit. I found enough different Eldoa positions and enough resources to try to apply it somewhat intelligently, and while it felt great, it didn't change people's movement.
So when you mention lines, I imagine you're referring to Thomas Myers, perhaps?
He's anatomy trains.
Right, or Lemming or Fleming, I forget, one of the two. He talks about the slings.
What's that?
Yeah, there's I think his name's Lemming, that like the slings theory, something like that.
Yeah, I've looked at the slings as well as whatever anatomy trains and anatomy links does, and then also the Eldoa. And for me, I mean, a lot of my goal is, does it change how they move day to day? Does it change how they move on the field? And is it supported by evolution? Well, the stuff that they might say is true, I just didn't see it hold up in the pressure cooker of sports.
It sounds like you're accessing people's bodies and nervous system, not so much through any one system of the body or method. It's basically the environment in motor behavior.
Yeah.
And giving them tasks to interact with their environment.
Yeah, and then occasionally I will throw in strength and conditioning principles to really start overloading a certain pattern. And sometimes I want them to be so sore the next day that they are walking a little bit differently. I'm destabilizing the system or throwing a wrench in the system. I also know, I used to think, oh God, I can't have them do that because that's not perfect movement, or it's not going to make them move better. It's so much harder than that to affect somebody's movement long term, that we can diverge a little bit, and it's not going to mess up the whole process.
Are you considering training load and recovery? I know you're friends with Jeff, and are you having some of your athletes use some device in order to track through that one system? Was it Power Lab?
Yeah, if I was training runners, I would have him use this system. I've been trying to talk him into getting his team to make stuff for other than runners. Right now, the challenge with tracking load is that it needs an intrinsically motivated and very disciplined athlete. It needs someone who's mindful enough to put in their data every single day. So with Lauren, I do it because she likes the data, she likes the structure, she loves that kind of stuff. Where Wes is much more free flowing, and Wes will be, yeah, I'll just go with how I feel. I don't need any load tracking stuff. Whatever. I'll just do what the day offers. And so with Lauren, we do the acute chronic workload ratio from Tim Gabbett.
Okay, what's that look like?
So what this is, they found just studying subjective scores on workload over the last month compared to the last week was extremely indicative to injury. So if people, and this is what a lot of Jeff's stuff is written on, is this program or this mathematical equation. And so what it is every day Lauren puts in her survey how many minutes she was training or moving or playing volleyball and what intensity did she feel it at. So maybe we trained today for 2 hours, so 120 minutes, and it was like a 6 or 7 intensity. So if we multiply those, then we get a rate of perceived exertion. So 7 times 120 is going to be 840, I think. Whatever, it's a big number. And so that then gives us a score for the day. Maybe I should just show you.
Can you email me or text me a link to that? I imagine there's a PDF questionnaire I can find of that. Is that right?
No.
Oh, no.
There's research, but I've just made an equation.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I can share this with you, though.
Thank you.
All right, so we've started changing or adding in different categories here. So we've just been doing her movement, these are minutes, and then her intensity. And this equation here takes in all her walking, her volleyball, and her training, and gives us the score for the day, which is that. You follow me?
Right. So you created this on your Excel based off, I guess, the numbers within the research. Is that correct?
Yeah. I basically took the math from the research and then made an Excel spreadsheet for it. So this is the important number, the acute chronic work rest ratio. The key thing is to understand here is if she's below 0.8, she's not working hard enough or long enough. She's got too little load. If she's above 1.5, she's got too much load. And that's based on what she's done in the last month. So it's relative. It's always a relative number. So her acute is her average of the last 7 days. So right now her average of the last 7 days is 480 stress points. Her average for the last month is 448. And this is, well, we're still reaccumulating data as we stopped this for a while and now come back to it. So now that we see her score is at 1.07, so we're starting to get up there, and I'm trying to spike her actually quite high before quarantine ends to get her prepared in case a tournament starts. So I'm trying to get her to a 1.5 pretty quickly or soon. She adds any relevant notes to training or any other stuff that I get to look at, and that's that. That's our load management.
Nice. Is there anything like this anywhere else that's on the internet that you know of?
Very little. Not anything that I've found that's
Yeah, this is awesome.
just simple and easy. Yeah.
It's awesome, Austin. Very good. Nice. Now, how... Yo, go ahead.
Hold on. For an aesthetics point of view, I did this for to try to make it look like an app. I gave everybody their own hidden web page on the website. So she would go here and then just fill out a Google survey. This was before. We're doing a new system right now, where she just filled it out every day. What time do you go to sleep? What time do you wake up? Just relevant questions. And it would autofill an Excel spreadsheet. Now we don't do this anymore. She wanted to do something simpler, and she doesn't need this, but this is how it started. And this is she just goes to this sheet now and fills it in.
Nice. How does this compare with some of the other things out there that people use or may use when it comes to monitoring load and recovery and readiness? I mean, I have a Whoop band, for instance. Does she use anything else in addition to, and so we can kind of compare and contrast, or have you yourself, anybody else?
She and I both have an Aura ring.
Okay.
That doesn't. It kind of influences our decisions with training, but not too much. The ACWR stuff is the most well-researched thing out there right now. This is the most accurate predictor of injury on the market. There's no product using this except for Jeff's system. The Whoop band, I'm not familiar enough with it to really have a good comment on it. One of my athletes right now is trying the Aura Ring and the Whoop, and they both give him wildly different data, which is fascinating.
Well, I think the problem with these band instruments, even the Apple Watch, is that from what I've seen in the literature, that you can't get too accurate when it comes to your wrist. It's either your finger or your chest.
Yeah.
So, anyhow, this is awesome. I imagine you got to wrap up here in a bit. Any closing? You have anything for closing?
Yeah, I'll share with you the last kind of pillar of my movement evolution theory. Let me make sure that I have all these things because I'm still memorizing them. So, because we have degrees of freedom and we're just awesome at inventing things, humans have invented 7 movements that have never been seen before in the history of movement. So I call these the 7 sins of movement.
Oh, wow. That's good. I like that.
All right. 1 is sucked in stomach. 2 is pinched shoulder blades. So shoulder blades towards the spine. 3 is a lack of foot preparation before ground contact. So a dorsiflexion and toe extension before ground contact, where we will just if you've seen somebody with a neurological drop foot, a lot of people will just flop their foot onto the ground without an active pre-tension. And this is also a well-researched thing for vertical stiffness, which is good for combating gravity. Excessively pointed toes during moments of force production. So when I see certain people jump, they will maybe make up for a lack of hip or knee propulsion by getting excessive amounts of plantar flexion, where their foot is parallel with their shin or even beyond parallel, where they're hypermobile in the plantar flexion moment of their ankle. That doesn't happen if anything that lives on land. It only happens with amphibians, and it only happens with amphibians when they're underwater. Why is then it reduces drag. So an alligator, if you imagine, will push off an underwater mound and then pull it'll max out that plantar flexion because it reduces drag for the ensuing swim.
So
Does that make sense?
yeah, so you remember hearing the term, triple flexion, triple extension, right?
Yeah.
And so let's just say you do have, for however many milliseconds, you have you have that upon like the final, like what do they say that a lot of times you want your big toe, the ability to, as far as the range, so you can toe off the ground. But once you leave the ground, you want to basically recoil and prep the system for landing and push off again. You just don't want it hanging there in space. Is that right?
Yeah, I'd say it doesn't hang there in space, but it might be just a momentary, like, max range kind of thing. I've watched a lot of jumping things jump, and it doesn't happen. So if I can just show you an example real quick.
It reminds me of the pogo exercises. When you do pogoing, you have like a very slight moment of plantar flexion, but you're keeping the ankle basically cocked.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. And so this will happen in humans if we see like this older generation where they're not fully plantar flexed, maybe one or two is, but it's just kind of this floating position. And then before they come to the ground, they'd likely dorsiflex again because they're playing in Converse. And if they land just on a small surface area, it's going to hurt. Where this guy sprained his ankle, and we see why, and he sprained it again because he does this. This doesn't happen in normal things on land. This only happens with amphibians like this.
And when you have the excessive plantar flexion, you have a less stable ankle joint.
Extremely, yeah, much less stable. It's also for me one of my laws is or principles is the law of conservation of energy, law of conservation of movement. We have, only it's a closed system of movement in the human, and if he's moving more excessively in his ankle, it's because he's not moving somewhere else. And if movement has been robbed from somewhere and it stiffens, it's made up for somewhere else. So there's always this yin and yang and give and take of movement when normal range is changed, someplace that's obvious, then it's taking it from somewhere else or giving it to somewhere else.
Yeah. Is this from a presentation? Are the slides from the presentation that you gave at Altus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a good presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, those are just. I have photos for the book, but those are much more easily organized in the presentation, so I use them for reference. Mm-hmm. Then bringing the knee under the center of mass instead of the center of mass up and over the knee.
I'm trying. You have a picture of that? I'm trying to think of that right now in my head.
Yeah. So let's see. If you saw.
Oh, is this maybe one example? So.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So the knee underneath the pelvis would be like in an exercise would maybe be a rear foot elevated single leg squat versus this a walking lunge, perhaps.
Yeah, like a Bulgarian split squat happens all the time with back leg stuck on a bench. People just straighten the knee out without really getting much hip extension.
Right.
That doesn't happen in nature. Like, it just doesn't.
No, it's basically it's very like the squat that you mentioned. It's not, we don't do these elevator like movements.
No, it just comes from like a really bad understanding of what movement should be. Where is my example for this? Here we go. This is what happens when people squat a million times in a row with without much variability and just going straight up and down. So we see that her knees have locked out. She hasn't gotten full hip extension. Because she's not getting motion here, she's getting extra motion at her lumbar or thoracolumbar junction, and we see it also happen at the ankles.
Yeah. Now, for some people, what you've been sharing, and not just today, but for some time, have you gotten any pushback from anyone in the community, whether it's strength and conditioning, rehab, or anyone else for that matter? Have you had any pushback?
Not yet. I mean, okay. The more I start to share this to people are like, "Oh, that makes sense."
Good.
I'm waiting and expecting that there will be pushback.
Yeah,
there's always going to be pushback.
Yeah, what's the old saying?
You've sent me plenty of quotes about like pushback with big changes.
Yeah. Well, what's the old saying that unfortunately a lot of times they killed the messenger?
Yeah, like Copernicus.
Yeah, exactly.
Number 6 is a stiff rib cage.
Stiff rib cage. Now, go ahead.
This was very exciting. This led to some very exciting questions that didn't have answers, and so and then answers that I found or created for this. Why does a rib cage exist, and why is it conserved through so many species? Almost everything on land has a rib cage, and there's no information that I have found about the evolution of the rib cage or why it even exists. It can't be just to protect the lungs, because there's also some species that don't have ribs but have lungs. And so what I found is that if you don't have a rib cage and you live on land, you're either really small or you have 2 or 4 extra legs to make up for it.
What are the land mammals without rib cages?
Salamanders and frogs. There's no mammals without rib cages.
Okay, so land creatures.
I'm looking at anything that lives on land.
So salamanders and frogs, you said?
Some salamanders, some frogs. But okay. Some frogs also have ribs that I've found. Almost everything else.
Interesting.
Has a rib cage.
So what do you see as far as the contrast with those on land without a rib cage?
They're small.
Okay, small. Okay.
Or they're an insect or a spider. So why bones exist is to produce force or receive force. Initially, we had these aquatic things that had no bones that were just pushing about in the water and not moving very fast. Like a jellyfish. And then as soon as an organism developed some sort of hard object in its center, it had something to push into, which led to much faster movement. And then we got exoskeletons after that. But then once the skeleton went inside, that allowed for more dexterous and varied movement, as well as sensory organs to appear. Proprioception being one, hearing being another, smell. So it's a force organ first and foremost. So why the rib cage instead of a pelvis? Like, why don't we just have another pelvis for our arms like we do for our legs? Part of it is we have a spine that is supposed to move, and if we had a pelvis just in the middle of our spine, that would not yield any sort of balanced or sequential movement. So the pelvis is broken up into, in our case, 12 different linear segments, and it's allowed and desirous for all these little perturbations for accordion-like movements. And so that means that when we are side bent and pushing or throwing into things, we can transfer force evenly throughout our body. And does that make sense?
Well, I'm thinking of Bucky Fuller and this distribution of forces and the tensegrity once
Go
again.
on.
It's the tensegrity.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
It's part of the framework. It's part of the framework.
What's that?
It's part of the framework. The bones and the ribs.
Yeah. And so things that can't move or don't have rib cages have extra legs to make up for those degrees of freedom.
Mm-hmm. Right. So it's almost as if these extra appendages are their substitution for the lack of ribs. Yeah. It's all. So are you seeing, or are you saying that, I guess for a lot of people, unfortunately, their ribs aren't as mobile? And what would be some of the reasons, and what are some of the solutions, would you say?
Not stretching. Stretching is an invention. Stretching for me is much lower on the totem pole.
Okay.
It's more movement. It's asking for muscles to contract. That is what muscles are designed to do. They're designed for force. That's how they adapt. That's how they change. So various crawling activities and hanging and climbing. Crawling and climbing are the two main things that allowed our rib cage to proliferate and be what it is, because crawling demands these side bending and rotational movements, and same thing with climbing. And so by then having a fixed position and then having to climb over it or reach or do all these things, you demand a lot of the intercostals and then the things within the rib cage, or that move the rib cage, which is a lot of different things.
Well, supposedly we were tree dwellers for however long prior to spending more of our time on the land, too.
Well, I still think is going to change. Initially, the theory was, we grew up in Great Plains and we were walking, but there's a big bias in that research. Because of that kind of land is easily dug up and studied, because there's no forests and trees there. But as more trees burn down or get cut down in these places in Africa and Brazil, particularly Africa and Madagascar, we're finding these ancient human remains in these arboreal areas. So it's starting to reshape the story of humankind, where we started in trees, and because we could walk and run long distances, we went into more open areas after the fact. So as our archaeologists get better and uncover more of the globe, we will find, I think, more evidence that supports this hypothesis. To me, it's if you just look at the form of the skeleton and the muscles that are there, you can make a pretty good idea of where we started. The problem with archaeologists is that they're not, they don't study comparative anatomy, or maybe they do, but they don't understand movement maybe as much as I'd like them to.
So you feel that we started with most of our time being arboreal rather than terrestrial?
No, I think it was a little bit of both. Like, humans aren't the greatest climbers. Our arms are not that long. Like, there's a certain monkey who stands up and their knuckles are dragging on the ground. And the longer the arms and the longer the fingers, the better climbers they are.
Right.
So compared to that, we're not designed to climb extremely well, but still climb enough. Be able to grab the apple and the orange or the fig up on the tree, get the coconut, whatever. And not only trees, but rock, climb up over things. We're designed to have no obstacles.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a specialization for trees, but the ability to do it and then some.
Right. Okay. Nice. So I imagine if we want more mobility of our rib cage, and a lot of people do, unfortunately, you might not want them to do sit-ups, let's just say.
No, I mean, it's just so boring too.
I think it probably helps to lock down one's rib cage more so than not too.
it depends how they're doing the sit-up. Some people end up doing it well where it locks down the ribs. Other people do a sit-up where it's like a scissor opening and closing a scissor where they go down and their ribs flare, and then they come back up and they go down and they go up, and the ribs just seesaw up and down instead of actually staying part of the abdominal wall.
Yes.
So I've given sit-ups, but with technical cueing.
So keep the mobility of the ribs by way of movement.
Yes.
And not just stretching.
I can only put my feet behind my head, and I haven't stretched in years.
Okay.
Not that more flexibility is better, but it's just like I think I have very normal and maybe even great range of motion in my joints. I haven't stretched in years.
Now, I have heard this, and you probably have heard this too, that some people who, when they say, if you were to do a stretch, they say you have to at least hold it for 60 seconds in order for there to be some, I forget what it is, plastic change of the tissue.
Oh, I've heard that number be upwards of like 4 minutes.
Yeah. So.
And then I've also heard things like you can't even stretch the quad by some other people. Like, it's impossible to stretch it.
And so maybe we're not so much stretching the tissue as much as we're stretching the nervous system and motor abilities. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. The chicken or the egg.
For me, I have a funny joke in the book, is it's not the chicken or the egg, it's poultry, and we don't want poultry, we want human. Yeah, very good. Number 7 is the inability to deep squat, which we already kind of went over.
So you got you have the 9. What did you call the 9? I forget.
This is how it ascends. I have the 7 sins of movement. I have the 8 skills of sport, which we haven't got into.
Okay.
And then the 9 normal movements.
Okay. And then I think the movement vitamins, there was 12 or so. Are those still pretty much going to remain in place, or have you changed them, or are they part of these 9 essential movements, or anyhow?
Yeah, the movement vitamin series was something that I thought I would continue for a longer period of time, and it's not like that these are the essential movement vitamins. It was just going to be an ongoing series of like things that I think are considered movement vitamins or things that I prescribe to people. What's out there, I think, is still very good as far as movement vitamins go. These are how I define normal movement, is with movement. These are the 9 that I think are normal for humans. Instead of saying like 45 degrees of internal rotation and external rotation of the hip is normal. If you can do these things, you probably have pretty normal movement.
Yeah. No, I like the way I feel, and I think in an interview you said that basically just about anybody could understand it, and because when we start to get all technical and sciencey for some people and throw out these numbers, sometimes, or a lot of times, you kind of have people look at you with a head cock that, like a puppy dog, and saying, like, what the hell does that mean? When you just basically speak to them in everyday language. Like, yeah, sit down and squat.
Yeah.
There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah. Very good, very good. Awesome. Well,
all right.
This has been great, and thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course, you're welcome. I'll reach out for next week, and if you have any questions in the meantime, don't hesitate to ask.
Okay. What's the best way? Email, text, or let me know?
Text, probably text. Email, I get to email more sporadically than text.
Okay. So how do you want me to settle up for today? I mean, do you have some...
Oh, right. I can take that information down now. If you'd like,
or yeah, do you have a link I could go to and then just submit, I guess?
No, I store it.
Okay.
And then I log in and use my own mobile checkout kind of thing. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Wait. And you said like 100 a week or so, you said?
Yeah, 100 a week.
Okay. So how many other people are you working with, and how many weeks of this do you have in mind for people, or do you?
The way I like to flow with it is it's very organic, where sometimes with some people it's been weekly, ongoing for a few months or several months. Some of my more permanent local kind of intern students, it's been going on years, a little bit more sporadically as they're at the gym and we talk during free time, or my free time. And some it's like, okay, you've learned a lot. Let's see you put it to use for a little bit, and then we'll pick things back up in a month or 2 months and really let you digest the information and come up with some rich questions.
Right.
I'm not a big fan of the traditional schooling style with strict schedules that are predetermined ahead of time and predetermined assignments and stuff. I like to I'll start most sessions with, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to do? You're the student rather than a teacher or me dictating everything. It's much more of a cooperative or collaborative process.
Do you have any do you have anything in mind that you'd like to share over, however, the period of time is, though? Do you have like I don't know, do you have anything in mind that you definitely want to get across to everybody when they're engaged with you like this, or you just have it?
I want to be able to listen to them as clearly and deeply as possible, and then provide whatever information that I can as accurately as possible. I want this to be, I think the movement evolution piece is something I definitely want to share, and I think it's ready to be shared and even tested more on other people. So that's one thing, as well as for you to try it out with others and develop your own questions about it as well.
Okay. So those are some of your universals, for instance. Okay. Cool. Very good. Yeah. I was gonna say I could text you this, or I'll just tell you right now. Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah. Sorry, you cut out again.
How are you? How are you?
I figured it was some sort of that. Good. It's a nice Wednesday.
Good.
Productive.
Nice.
How about yourself?
A lot of zooming.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. I mean, I like working with people, but if I had a vision of this going into this years ago, and I mean, knock on wood, hopefully that this won't be the new normal as far as training people. Because I'm more of a hands-on person. I like the environment. I just like the environment and the body to speak to itself than me doing a lot of this, Anyhow.
Yeah, I completely agree. Although it did also open up some opportunities. I started seeing one new client who's distant, and I wasn't sure. He was a different kind of person. Not an athlete, and I do like that. There's an increased confidence in, like, oh yeah, is still doable through the screen. Not ideal, but in the future, when screen is less than in person, then it's maybe more feasible of an option.
Yeah. Now, with a new person, how did you? I imagine you have some, starting process for people. Yeah.
That's what you'd think,
No?
especially from your text messages. I'm not. I've been very fluttery with certain protocols. I haven't found one that's stuck yet. Typically, what I end up doing is that I can get a good idea of where to start with them just from seeing them do a handful of things, just walking being one of them. And then once I kind of get to know them, look under the hood, then that's when I start getting much more specific. For me, when I've tried certain protocols, it ends up just being kind of wasted time for me, that I don't collect as much valuable information as it's more of, I'm going to give a lot of the new people very similar stuff to begin with, because a lot of people, regardless of being an athlete or not, all suck at a lot of the same things, which is the things that this modern environment doesn't give. So there's a high repetitiveness of what I'm like, okay, you're just starting to see me, you're going to get this, this, and this. Then once we peel back those first layers of the onion, I feel like I'm starting to get something unique and getting to know more of who they are as a mover. And then I can get much more specific. But I've strayed away from kind of a normal evaluation process. That being said, I'm still trying to develop my own protocol, or one that will really stick and challenge previous beliefs of mine.
So it's a work in progress, but it sounds like you have, most people do a handful of things or so just to, like you were saying, get an idea as far as what's under the hood. What are those typical things then currently?
Yeah, so those are coming through from evolution. What are some of the movement milestones? One of the biggest ones is walk. I just want to see them walk. And even though when I ask them to walk, it's very different than their candid walking, it's still enough for me to pick up on some movement inefficiencies. So that'll be one. I want to see them squat. One, just be able to descend up and down. Almost everybody that I start out with favors one side fairly dramatically. Dramatically being I would say 10% or more shift is an estimate. So a lot of people will avoid one side. That's typically how I word it or view it. Is recently with one sister of a current client, I asked her to squat, and she was 10% onto her left leg, avoiding a lot of her right leg, and that then gives me, by the way they move, my protocol formulates on the fly. Then I'm like, well, why would she be avoiding that side? Since I seem almost omniscient to some of these clients, and I'm like, so, and I'm getting fairly good at this point. Like, when did you sprain your ankle? Being able to notice how that squat is shifted based on certain injuries, or what injury did you have on your right leg or right knee? The unfortunate part is that sometimes the movement shift happens before an injury. So before all this corona and stuff, I was seeing this new girl. She's 14. She's also like 6'1", phenomenal young athlete. And I did the same thing. Like, what did you do to your right leg? And she's like, nothing. What are you talking about? I'm like, oh. And then I only saw her once because she was so busy with volleyball and school and just your generic overscheduled 14-year-old. And then I got a text message from her just the other day, like, so glad to start seeing you again once Corona is over. By the way, I hurt my knee. And I'm just like,
What did she do? How did she do it? She said.
What's that?
What did she do to her knee, and what was it? Yeah, how'd she do it?
I don't remember. Nothing like a tear or anything, but like some sort of light strain or some sort of light injury that's like, the appetizer to the bigger knee injury, because her pattern represents of like similar to an ACL tear mechanism. And so then at that point, it's like I throw out a lot of the rest of. I don't throw it out, but I like skip through the rest of the eval, which is like, okay, let me see you hang, let me see you jump on one leg, let me see you jump on both legs, let me see you crawl with your hands and knees and in bear. Okay, great. There's nothing else more obvious than what I need to do with this right leg, and that then becomes the main triage point, and that's then where I focus a lot of my effort and energy. Hanging is one. I'm trying to start collecting some data on hang times on one leg, one arm, and both arms. And then when I watch them jump, I will see what kind of pattern that they exhibit. Typically, when they've either had an injury or are likely to have an injury, there's an excessive amount of plantar flexion and not as much hip extension, and it's that aquatic pattern that I saw. So if you see my hand here, it's like they jump and they swipe or like paw at the ground, and they try to get a lot of effort or energy distally instead of proximally. And that's been a big sign for me. Let me show you one example.
Like when I see people do burpees, I feel that there's a lot more knee action than there is hip action, and the elevation gain of their pelvis over the ground too.
Well, that's part of. I don't think we got into the evolution of the squat last time, did we?
No, and then we didn't get into your 7 deadly sins either.
Okay. I don't think we got into detail, but I might have mentioned it.
Wait. That's correct.
Did I mention that before?
No, you mentioned the 7 deadly sins. Just stating the 7 deadly sins, and then I remember I think you went more into detail as far as the Evermind interview, if I recall. But
we can go over those as well.
Okay.
Before I forget, let me just show you an example. So part of the reason why you see it so much with CrossFitters and burpees and squats is the pattern of the squat. It's not designed to just go up and down infinitely. It's designed to change direction. And so this is, I have this secret, like, guilty pleasure of watching CrossFit. It's so fascinating to me in so many different ways.
Yes.
So I'm a little bit of a fanboy, but not for the normal reasons. So this is Noah Olson that I just sent you.
Okay.
And if you just look at his standing posture, there's a lot of evolutionary things that we can see.
Okay.
We start seeing his left arm drift away from center more.
Oh, wow. I look at his side bend, too.
Yeah, he's scoliotic, and then we see his oblique on that left side drastically different than the right. And so based on that and how he jumps in the next video, I would guess that he either has some hip injury or a spine injury in the past that has resulted in this drastic muscle change. Maybe he was a baseball player and there was this scoliosis. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it. But so that's part of my evaluation is then I look through their Instagram and I look through other things that just give me information. So his left side is starting to be more quadrupedal. It's metastasized. And if you look at the video that I sent you, you can see that if you slow it down enough where you just watch you'll see that left foot and knee plantar flips. He just extends and inverts that left side more than the right. There's a little fluttering and passiveness of that left foot in the air that you just see for just a moment. And so while he is right now, he's got a very big movement bank account, so he's able to be very robust and be the second CrossFitter in the world or whatever. But he's withdrawing movement money at a high interest rate. Even when he's squatting, he's shifting away from that left side. And I would bet that in his mobility work, he's chronically numbing something on that left side to give him the illusion of recovery and pain-freeness. And he just thinks, if I just don't roll out or stretch my rectus femoris on the left side, it hurts. But that's a very poor logical structure of, well, if you don't do anything, then, if you just go walk and you're still slightly active, that shouldn't increase the pain, especially if you just don't stretch or don't roll out. Then if anything, you're probably just showing what's truly there instead of masking it and hiding it.
How old is this athlete too? Do you know?
Google does. Let's see.
Because I imagine if he does not get this, if he's not aware of it and if he's not managing it, that he's basically going to injure himself just due to his strength. He's strengthening his imbalances.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's invincible now at the ripe age of 29. Well, he's only 29. I thought he was younger. He looks very young.
Yeah.
When he gets older, he is going to develop some sort of bigger injury. There's going to be some sort of catastrophic blowout. I would highly predict, and that's really where I've gotten to with this stuff. Is I'm not guaranteeing it. He might live a pain-free life for the rest of his life. There's just a high probability that there's something brewing under the surface.
Right. Yeah, I would not be surprised. Interesting. Because supposedly, CrossFit often likes to pride themselves as being, the leader in performance and fitness and, fill in the blank. It's just... But they're not doing these fundamental things really well in most cases. They just go from zero to hero, or in their eyes, and they're their own worst enemy then.
That's partly the fault of the fitness and performance industry is that they've defined success of a movement by moving the weight or the implement from A to B, where my shift is not about where the weight goes, it's about how your body moves. So, for instance, most of the time when somebody picks a weight up off the ground, they call it a deadlift. Mm-hmm. For me, the deadlift or a hip hinge is defined by how you move, not the weight. The weight should be anywhere. And then based on where the weight is or your intention, that defines how you should move. And so that's part of the problem is they have to have standards that they try to meet to make CrossFit competitive. And instead of judging purely the movement, they judge, did the weight get overhead and did the elbows straight? Even though some people might have a straight spine versus a very lordotic spine.
Right. They're just, counting numbers to count numbers in some ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Does that kind of answer your questions on how my intake process a little bit?
I guess you're looking at gross general patterns, the resting squat, for instance, and probably how they get up from that, some crawling, some hanging, and walking. Those sound to be like your big ones.
Yeah.
Now, with walking, do you have them with shoes, no shoes, or both at times?
Either one. I mean, again, like in the beginning, it's I haven't found success or as much logic in getting extremely specific at first. I want to start out with what are the big ticket items, the most obvious things that show up. Like they can just walk in the door and I already see a good chunk of what I need to do. I need to. It's almost like I need my brain or my eyes to have to go to the next microscope level to zoom in a little bit more before I start getting and match that specificness. If I'm zoomed out all the way and there's some obvious stuff to clean up in their sport or in their just movement about the gym, that's what I'm going to attack first. If they run in their sport, I want to see how they run as well, and we'll go over that.
Okay. So it seems like there's, I don't know, 3 or 4 big ones. You know, the hanging, I imagine you're looking at spine, ribs, shoulders, as far as their mobility, their symmetry. You know, is their torso, their ribs, are they somewhat parallel with each other, or is one more asymmetrical with the other side, and perhaps trunk stability? And then the resting and squat position, that's hip mobility. And then walking and crawling, I would say those are just, you know, whole body, integrative, just, you know, this whole body linkage, you know, this whole summation of things that you see.
With overhead stuff or when they're hanging. Another one I will see, you know, what do they look like when they reach overhead. One of the evolutionary milestones for humans is being able to straighten your elbow overhead.
Okay.
Other quadrupeds or other animals can't do that. They stay bent, but that's extremely taxing on the elbow if we're supposed to be hanging. So a surprising amount of people can't straighten their elbow overhead. Secondly, they might do something like this, where one is straight up overhead and they perceive this one to be in the same spot. So then I might explore, why is this one not going to that same spot as the other side? I will also look at humeral depression, and I'm trying to find a good example for you. I look at some maybe odd markers with humeral depression. Is I actually look at the armpit quite a bit.
Yeah.
Where I want to see a cavernous armpit.
Yes.
So that tells me somewhat of the integrity of the rotator cuff, or one half of the coin. People who have loose rotator cuffs, a lot of the overhead athletes that I see, their humeral head is just like swimming out here. And so then I don't see good muscle definition. I don't see that humerus being sucked into the glenohumeral joint via the rotator cuff. And then on the back side, I will look at how the deltoid folds over the acromion. So when you raise your arm over your head, that deltoid should bunch up or almost fold over its insertion point. Mm-hmm. And that's can be in excess or not enough. And then that also tells me the state of their shoulder health or overhead mobility. And even people who climb can hide this quite well. I know I have it somewhere. Let me just track it down.
Are you familiar with Philip Beach?
You know, I've heard the name, but I don't know why.
He is an osteopath and an acupuncturist out of New Zealand. And he's written this book called, I want to say it's Muscles and Meridians. And I'm pretty sure that's the name of it. Anyhow, he goes quite a bit into these resting postures, sitting on the ground. And he says, as far as the upper body goes, that these overhead positions, resting posture, and he refers to the armpits like you just did, and he says that he likes to see deep pits.
Yeah.
And
I've never heard of anybody else mention this before.
So deep pits for him, the things that he brings up, that I recall a lot of the times, not so much the joint integrity, but he brings up the circulation and the lymphatic circulation when you have good, I guess, mobility of your limbs and deep pits as far as the arms as well as the hips. He's referring to the lymphatic system.
That I follow.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Yeah, he's talking about the lymphatic system quite a bit.
Awesome. I just pulled up his website, so I'll look at this later. A lot of the rock climbers I follow have fantastic armpits, and for me, that's a good sign of shoulder health.
Yeah.
All right, so now in the images that I just sent you, there's one of my friends and clients' shoulders with no humeral depression. There's no folding or crease of the deltoid. And he also struggles to get his arm over his head.
So that is this that one he has a difficulty?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Okay. And then I see the guy with the hat. Is that a better example?
Yeah, you'll see a big crease there. You'll see two folds, but one big one, especially at the top of the tattoo, where that shadow is.
Ah, yeah, that's a deep one. And then the guy above him,
non-existent.
Yeah. And then the guy above him, he's a rock climber?
Above me?
No, yeah, the guy, the very, very first photo before the guy with the hat.
Yeah. We climb together. He's my climbing partner.
Huh.
But he doesn't, he prefers to do big wall climbing where you can get away with not needing to reach overhead all the time. So he can stay, here and climb really well. He also, what's fascinating to me is he's self-organized he prefers a style that needs his feet to be much more active. He likes to be on technical walls that require a lot of foot accuracy and foot placement, not relying on his arms, where I actually prefer to just reach as high as I can and pull myself up.
Okay. Interesting. Do you work with all these athletes in these pictures, or some of them?
Just some of them. So with this one, the guy in the quadruped.
Oh yeah, wow.
He's a hurdler, and so this is, from the simplicity of just getting somebody to go on their hands and knees, I can then make a good idea of how do they deal with gravity. And so he's got a quite aquatic patterned upper extremity there. For me, that's as good of a fin and more than an arm.
Now it's very evident, especially his right side arm. I'm not quite sure what his left's doing or not, but is this also metastasizing throughout the rest of the body as well?
Kind of. We start to see his spine go into more flexion than a neutral position, so it might be metastasizing. He's a hurdler. He's a very good track and field hurdler. So this is where I start to differ from some track and field people, where they'd be like, he's a hurdler. Why does the arms really matter? Like, it's okay. We don't need to deal with this. Let's work on his power on the ground. And for me, it's too myopic of a view. For me, it's about No, his ability to put power into the ground is dependent on how the entire system is positioned. Where his arms are make a big impact for me, and into how well his legs flex and extend into the ground or even over the hurdles.
No, I agree. I'd be right there with you if I was working with this person. I mean, what the things that are constantly in my mind is that even though that we're bipeds today, if you go back, basically we're upright quadrupeds.
We're vertical crawlers.
Yeah. And so if all four aren't working, then that's going to impact the two on the ground.
And I've seen people with from shoulder not having arms from shoulders down, and they try to jump or do stuff, and it's not working out too well for them. Mm-hmm. You know, the arms matter. So this second more artistic photo, this one, I get information just based on his shoulder blade. That it's become vertical like it is in a dog's, where the backside of his posterior cuff of his shoulder has become extremely rigid, and so he's lost some of this horizontal adduction moment in his shoulder.
Now, with some of these things, this picture and the hurdler and your climbing partner, what would you say are the common causes to some of this stuff?
I mean, my buddy only started climbing last year, you know, and he, before that, he's been a traveling salesman where he's driving a lot. I want to say he would hit 100,000 miles in a year.
Holy. Wow.
He's driving a lot, and just this whole Corona thing and him not being able to work it's finally showed him what his life can be like, or how his health can feel not being in the car all the time. And so he's like, I can't go back to this anymore. I'm like, finally, you get it. And so even though he's extremely active, I would say that part of his cause is that not diverse enough and not frequent enough.
Yeah. How old is he?
31.
So
31.
Was he not pretty active as a kid? I mean, I'm curious about his earlier development.
Extremely active. Grew up in the Midwest. Didn't come home until the dinner bell rang. Played college lacrosse. Very active, very coordinated. I go mountain biking. He's a jack of all trades. I can call him to go mountain biking, can call him to kick the soccer ball around, to go climbing. He surfs all the time. But I would say that he hasn't moved diversely enough in his later years. And since we've become friends and I've started training him a little bit, his body's also been feeling a lot better as I expose him to just some more, for him, novel stimuli.
What's some of his pain, if he has any?
He's had a lot of, in the past, very fragile injuries, mostly due to him being sedentary all the time and then trying to go be a hero on the surfboard or climb a mountain. And so he's somewhat compensated from his sedentary work to going to trying to be an extreme athlete in his free time, where he'll go mountaineering, he'll try to go do all these outdoorsy things, but then he'll just break like he's fine china. And now that COVID has happened, he's felt much more robust and hasn't had any little things interfere, as well as we've picked up our training together. I'm quarantining with him, and he's one of my closest friends. And so, sorry, back here, he's got some wrist issue where the surgeons and doctors have been like, we're not really sure what's causing pain. I don't think you can make it any worse. And so we've been working on that, although it seems to only improve when we work on his shoulder blades and his ribcage area and do those kinds of activities. And then he had throat cancer or thyroid cancer at 28, 27, and he got that removed. So then there was a big surgery on the left side of his neck that has been affecting things, in my opinion. And then he broke a part of his left elbow. And then he got a plate and some screws put in there. And he recently tried to get them removed, and he got the plate removed, but some of the screws broke off during their removal, so they're in there forever.
Interesting. So both his shoulders are kind of similar to that one shoulder.
Yeah, that shoulder is very similar to the left side.
Interesting. Okay.
And then the girl in the last photo, there.
Wow, I see a lot of my seniors, women in their 70s, 80s like that. And I'm guessing maybe she's a teenager or in her 20s.
She will be 18 in 2 weeks. I've been seeing her since she was 13 or 14. And this is just, for me, a telltale sign of her quadruped style movement. And her shoulder blades have improved a lot. Her shoulder blades used to be much more vertical and winging. Since we started doing much more overhead and climbing stuff, that's gone better. Her hands, however, this has been somewhat of a pet peeve of mine. There's certain things that she just hasn't gotten better at, and I'm at the point where I actually want her to get her hormones tested and see what else is going on, because she's just not adapting to a lot of the physical stressors that we are inviting into her training. And based on what I know about her and her body composition, I think she's got really high cortisol. Yet I don't think she, I've tried to bring up meditation and these kinds of things that can de-stress her, but, her brain's still developing and she's still a teenager, and it's really hard to get those kinds of individuals to start I'm anxious right now. I should do some deep breathing or meditate to decrease my stress. And so I'm wondering if there's some sort of lifestyle or supplement change that we can make to help lower her cortisol, balance out some of her hormones.
Interesting. Now, from this picture, she's not extending her wrist. Can she extend her wrist, though?
Totally. I remind her about this all the time. She knows better. She just isn't conscious enough. And I've tried every sort of, movement alteration thing possible, where we've done intense amounts of volume without much change, and all sorts of other things that, she's got the range, she's got the ability, but her brain is not adapting, her body's not adapting to these things yet.
Do you know how her development was in the first year or so of her life, leading up to walking? Do you know?
Fairly normal. She was active. She played a lot of tennis, but then she went through puberty basically overnight, similar to me, and was a 6'1", 12-year-old.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, yeah.
And she was homeschooled, and her mom has high stress, high anxiety, and so...
it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting you say this, because I work with some youth and the young girls that I've worked with, a few of them have had fibromyalgia. 9 times out of 10 there was some trauma, and so there was some mental, emotional history.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, she's been doing... A lot of her shoulders have improved, but with this hand stuff with her has just taken a while. It's also might just be that she's a kid, you know. A lot of these kinds of changes that I'm asking for either require, I think, full immersion in a completely different environment and not school and specialized sports, or they need to be mature enough to start having the awareness and choice to not put their hands down like that. All the adult pros and adult college athletes and people that I've worked with, they recognize, I shouldn't be putting my hand down like this because long term that's going to be bad for me. Where these kids are like, I don't fucking care. I'm invincible. I just want to play sports and have fun with my friends, and I guess I kind of hang out and have fun with this Austin guy and whatever.
Right. I guess there's not so much mindfulness. How's her feet and everything else as far as her body goes?
Pretty good. She's been fairly injury-free since seeing me. She's had some stubborn back pain recently, but again, so that I don't stay firmly held on anything of mine for too long, where her back pain wasn't getting better, and I believed that what we were doing should improve it. So I started looking for other things, and that's what led me to start thinking that maybe her hormones are a little bit imbalanced. But then also I got her to start paying attention to her stress level and her back pain, and that's once she started noticing that, then it was like, and her back pain was so severe that her back pain's gone away. And that's somebody else that she saw was like, I think it's more stress related than movement. And then when you kind of backtrack, like, yeah, well, my coach yelled at me, or I did poorly on a test, or whatever, my back pain did get worse. And because she was homeschooled and like really didn't like homeschool compared to public school because she likes seeing her friends, once isolation at home started, her back pain skyrocketed again.
Oh, wow.
And we didn't put two and two together until I was pulling my hair out.
Wow. That's awesome.
So these are an example of like why I have such simple big picture tests initially is there's a lot of detail to be taken from what do you look like on your hands and knees? How do they go to the ground? What do they look like on a bar when they put their arms over their head? What are their shoulders doing? Where are their shoulder blades? Is one upwardly rotating a lot more than the other? Are their ribs flaring? And then when they grab the bar, are their fingers pointing straight downwards like this? Or are they curving like that, most likely? And you see this a lot in females where they have this ulnar deviation, or their fingers start curling in like that, or typically like that on a bar. You'll see calluses more on the pinky and ring finger on these types of people, rather than an even skin toughening across the knuckles. It's similar if they like make a fist. You know, this is a very common, I think, dysfunctional fist. You see this in a lot of females. Typically, just because they don't. I think it's just a gender role thing. Like, what I've seen is more guys that punch things, and they have somehow self-organized to this fist versus this fist.
So you're thinking they just choose that type of grip just due to lack of exposure, let's just say, and experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that it's not as common now, but I think guys are still much more active and playful outside than most girls these days.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So I imagine at some point some of these girls do start to recognize and sense that there's more efficiency holding it this way versus that way, and they just self-correct. They self-correct then.
Or I get them to hang like this. I ask them to only hang like this, or only hang like that.
Okay. So you're biasing them. You're biasing a few fingers to get them. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Nice.
Do you want to get into 7 sins now?
Sure. Well, I imagine the 7 sins kind of go into some of these core positions, movements that you have people do upon, say, their initial.
What do you mean? Can you say that again?
Well, I imagine some of these 7 sins come up that you just observe within their intake. Let's just say, maybe they come to you with some other training experience, and you kind of see some of the fruits of their labor then.
Yeah, these things pop out usually pretty quickly. All right, so first one, number 1, is a sucked-in stomach. This happens a lot with girls more than guys, especially with Instagram. And I get it. Like, I don't want to poo-poo the aesthetic desire to look a certain way. I'd like them to relate to that well. Just frame it in a way like, look, if you want to look a certain way for a photo, I'm not to judge you or tell you otherwise, but for your performance and for your health, it's very important that you don't do that long term, that it's like a conscious light switch. And then I might start inviting or trying to plant some seeds of, why aren't you comfortable with your body?
Yeah, I think that's very powerful.
Explore that kind of thing. A lot of then the environmental factors are waistbands. Basically from the moment we're born till we die, we're wearing a waistband. And so I tell them my philosophy of, if I need to look good for an event or something that boosts some sort of social status within the culture that humans have created for themselves, okay, I get it. I'm going to wear something that might be a little bit more constricting. For my own comfort, when I sit down, I'm going to unbutton my pants and then secretly button them back up. And no one has noticed. No one has ever said anything about it, but I can breathe. My stomach can relax and go in and out. But then a majority of the other time, I'm in very loose fitting clothing that moves with me and never restricts me. So I do make them aware of that. And most of the athletes that I'm working with, they're in stretchy clothes a lot of the time anyways. But I still want them to be aware of it. The pros have taken it to a very good level where, like, there's nothing that's constricting on their body a majority of the day until these social events arise.
Yeah.
Excessively sitting and starting to slouch will start to fold in the stomach a bit more, so that tidal volume can't be had in the stomach, and it goes elsewhere.
Excessive sitting. Is that what you just said? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and you can see that's one of the things that I might look at. If I have a chance to look at their stomach, just to see, do they sit so much that they've developed a wrinkle in their stomach of where it is consistently folding over? And sometimes if they have back pain, that wrinkle is directly adjacent to the back pain, the area that hurts.
So they're hinging from their lumbar rather than their hips?
Or just not sequentially through their lumbar. The lumbar is the whole spine should flex and extend, but it should do it sequentially from each vertebrae to each vertebrae to each vertebrae. problems tend to arise when all of it happens at one area.
Yeah. Interesting. So you actually see some people have a crease because of the excess sitting. Wow.
And like if you watch a kid in a chair type of environment, they're always moving. And also relatively to them, the chair is gigantic, so they can move around on the chair and still be at the table. But as we get older, chairs relatively shrink, and we stop having the room to move about. The chair that I'm in is like the biggest lazy boy office chair that I could find, where I can sit in a multitude of ways that allows me to be comfortable here while I'm most of the time writing or zooming.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, good.
Number 2 is pinched shoulder blades. So shoulder blades that come towards the spine. Mm-hmm. Once primates started going overhead, shoulder blades went from being on the side of the body and parallel with the humerus to around the back. And what this allowed for was greater range of motion, but also greater speed, so that we could climb on more varied surfaces, not just trees, but rocks and whatever else lied between us and a safe escape, between us and prey, or us and food, or us and an enemy tribe or mate, whatever. And so that invites the chance for them to pinch together, because there's nothing really blocking them. The things that prevent that are the normal activities that our upper bodies should experience, that creates a suspension bridge-like moment between the shoulder blade and the upper spine. That if these are the vertebrae here, they get pulled up and into some integrity if the shoulder blades are going wider apart. But they can go too wide. It's this nice middle position that they should be in a majority of times, and then they should have the freedom to rotate, shrug, go, sometimes pinch towards the shoulder blade and go down. It's just, they should be able to move in all these different directions.
Okay.
Pinching isn't necessarily bad, but when it's habitual, problems tend to arise. One of the ways I can see this is also with the sternoclavicular joint, that the sternoclavicular joint will start to protrude because the clavicle has started to go backwards here at the AC joint. So like any teeter-totter, if one end goes backwards, then this end comes forward.
Yeah.
So a lot of information I can see about someone's shoulder blades just by looking at their sternum or their sternoclavicular joints, or just even putting my hand here and feeling how integrated is one clavicle to the sternum versus another. And typically the one that protrudes, so if you look right here, the one that protrudes more has a larger history of issues. My right protrudes more. I've got more issues there.
Interesting. So they should be more flush with the body, you would say, in most cases?
Yeah.
You hear that cue so often, shoulder blades back, shoulder blades back.
Yeah.
And I guess it's excessive.
That's a fault of science and EMG machines. Like, how does that muscle work? Let's stick something on there and raise your arm overhead. Move your leg like this. Oh, pinch your shoulder blade together, and then it skyrockets and it gets a lot of muscle activity. But again, it's kind of besides the point. Who cares if the weight went from bottom to overhead or your muscle got activated? What's the context?
Well, you were mentioning sucking in the belly button. I guess that one researcher out of Australia, Hodges, that was one of his recommendations years ago as well. It was helped to turn on the TVA, I guess.
Yeah, but that doesn't That's just, again, like really bad logic. Why would one muscle be so important more than another? If the others were not so important, they would have been weeded out of evolution. We are the byproducts of a lot of different trial and error between different species. And secondly, if you just look at it from a physics point of view, first a fractal point of view, a lot of the muscles surround the bones in a fractal nature. The spine is cylindrical, and then we use a cylindrical torso around it. We have a cylindrical femur. We have a cylindrical amount of thigh musculature around it. If you look at trees and if you look at branches and all these other things, like nature battles gravity with cylinders. And then and a lot of times if it's not a cylinder, it's a grouping of cylinders like our foot and the metatarsals that create maybe a triangle or a dome. And in some instances, then we get like these blocky type bones. But if the logic were true that to suck in our stomach need to stabilize our lumbar spine, then we should also do that for our neck to stabilize our cervical spine and all the people with neck pain. However, if you're a therapist and you say, okay, we got to suck in your neck, they're going to say, why are you suffocating me? There's a reason why no one would say that. It's because we need to breathe and eat and talk. It's a marvel of our design that we're able to suck in our stomach and still live our life. But again, it's still one last point is it's kind of a myopic view. People who deal with the muscles forget that there's organs in there. What's going to happen to the organs if you just squeeze everything all the time? Then you're going to have some acid reflux, some diaphragm dysfunction, maybe pelvic floor dysfunction. And again, it's not a holistic view. It's a very short-sighted confirmation bias almost type of view.
Yeah, absolutely.
So number 3, and these are in no particular order, a lack of foot preparation for ground impact. So in the air, we don't see a dorsiflexion, a pre-tension before hitting the ground. People who land with their toes first, or I see this most commonly when people go downhill and they avoid their heel contact and they go to the toes first. Every other animal dorsiflexes before they go to the ground. Mm-hmm. Whatever their foot is, it always happens.
Yeah, even the quadrupeds.
Yeah. Even though they're on their metatarsals, for the point of whatever I'm calling the foot of whatever part is in contact with the ground, they dorsiflex before ground contact. So the fact that we don't do that is partly because of shoes, partly because of our environment. Mainly those two.
I've heard from some people that when you dorsiflex more, that you're getting more into your fascial system. So I imagine you're helping to improve biotensegrity because you're tensioning the system.
Yeah, but when you do the dorsiflexion, also you're going to invite flexion at the knee and the hip also, which is going to invite some stabilizing functions of the midsection. It prepares the whole body to absorb force and then produce force.
Yeah, springs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Number 4 is a close cousin, and we saw it with Noah Olson today, is the excessively pointed toes during moments of force production. Even if you see a great jumping primate like a lemur or even a leopard jumping, you never see them hold a maxed out range of plantar flexion. It might be for a nanosecond, and then it recoils back to some form of dorsiflexion in the air, and then before they go to the ground, they'll likely dorsiflex a bit more again.
Mm-hmm.
So that's sin number 4. And again, these are just things that have never really been seen before modern human culture. Related to that is then bringing the knee under the center of mass instead of center of mass up over the knee.
Yeah.
Where they will try to upright or stand up. And instead of getting a double extension, which we fought gravity a long time to earn, they will just straighten their knee. It's a unique thing for humans. They should see their knee and hip double extend at the same time. But we don't see that a lot. Where is it?
So I imagine with some of these things that you perhaps have some exercises that are on your non-recommendation list.
What do you mean?
You probably have a list of exercises that you don't recommend to people then, if they were to pick exercises on their own, from what they see on the internet, let's just say.
Yeah, like a Bulgarian split squat or a lot of single leg squatting activities. A Bulgarian split squat is one of the best examples because their foot is locked to the bench behind them, and they just end up straightening that knee over and over and over again without asking for the hip to be involved. And it's not that that's a bad movement in general, but it's not what I'm going to start off somebody with. It has more of a specific purpose. Mm-hmm. If someone is lacking knee extension, maybe I'd give. I mean, I've never given anybody that. I've found better ways to do it. I do have a list of things in my head of what I don't want people to do.
Yeah.
Let's see. Here's just, do you need a visual example, or do you have a good idea of the knee extension?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's basically they wind up like this, and then this is like, say, the front leg, for instance.
Where they if their back leg is here, they just straighten the knee excessively.
So the majority of the action, as far as degrees of movement, is from the knee, and not so much from the hip or the ankle, and then definitely not the other leg. So yeah, and then like their center of mass is behind, like you were mentioning.
Yeah, it's two branches of the same tree, and if we want one leg to extend, the other one I want to flex. So even if I am doing some sort of single leg work, I almost always ask for them to swing the other leg through in some form or fashion. Whether they just tap the heel of a few inches in the front of their other foot on the ground, whether they march it up into a triple flexion, they bring it into a wall or onto another object. But I always want that reciprocal extension and flexion thing happening. 99% of the time, not always. I don't have very many absolutes, but I really like that action of the pelvis to stabilize the simultaneous flexion and extension.
Well, even though that the other leg is in the air and not weight bearing against the ground, it is serving a role.
Yeah,
it's like a pendulum.
What did you say? You cut out.
It's like a pendulum. This is one of the cues that I mention to people sometimes is that, in walking, each side feeds the other. It's like a self-winding watch of sorts.
Yeah.
So, anyhow.
Exactly. That's part of what keeps it so efficient. Mm-hmm. And it's allowed walking to be the primary form of locomotion to move about the planet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find. Here we go. All right. So then number 6 is a stiff rib cage. And I'm sending you a prime example of one that I saw recently.
Well, I imagine that one athlete, that CrossFitter's probably got a pretty stiff rib cage.
Yeah, or like he probably needs a lot of tensile forces to get it to move. At least it's integrated with its abdominal wall. Like,
it's not flared.
I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
His ribs don't flare like the photo that I just sent to you.
Oh yeah, wow. That's like, wow. Okay. Yeah, I imagine there's some low back pain and whatever else going on, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know this guy in particular. It was just such a good example that I wanted to save that photo. It's a friend of a friend.
Oh, so you know this guy or from a friend?
The girl.
Yeah, wow.
I know the girl. I don't know him.
Yeah. Well, in some ways, what I'm seeing a little bit is perhaps his belly button is a little sucked in as well.
Yeah, that might be purposeful. It might not. I don't know. But it's a sin for me because it's never been seen before.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why, the only things that have stiff ribcage or a stiff thorax have 2 or 4 extra legs to move around, which are spiders and insects.
Okay.
The reason why we have so many different bones there is because partly it's all for force. First of all, it's to transfer force. But because we have a spine, it would make no sense to have a second pelvis there for our arms. So it's like the pelvis has been split up and attached to each vertebrae. And because each vertebrae is supposed to move, so is each rib cage or part of the ribs. What this allows for is then you can imagine maybe the same amount of range or obstacles that could be conquered by an insect or a spider with extra legs we can do with just 2 arms, because we can then side bend and reach and hold on, crawl or climb onto something and transfer force through all these multitudes of positions of this kind of gyroscopic rib cage, that we can have efficient force transfer in all these different permutations.
Yeah. It's almost as if the ribs are some extremities, but internalized.
What do you mean?
It's like rather than having external limbs, it's almost like the ribs act like limbs, but within in an internal manner.
To transfer force?
Yeah.
Or what do you mean?
Yeah, as far as force.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. The only thing is that there's only a few exceptions of land animals that have 4 legs and no rib cage, and they're usually very, very small, like some small frogs or small salamanders. Everything else has conserved a rib cage. Everything else has 4 limbs, has a rib cage. The exceptions are sharks, which have collagenous rib cages, not bones. And that's it. Everything else that I've looked at has a rib cage. Usually the bigger the organism, the bigger the rib cage. Like an elephant's rib cage goes all the way down to the pelvis, pretty much.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So secondary to that, then I think it might do something for maybe some sort of respiratory apparatus, but first and foremost, it's about force transfer.
So some of the snapshots of people looks like they're doing some type of capoeira of sorts. Are these better examples, and then in examples, the transmission of force.
Same guy. He's a Cirque du Soleil performer as well as a world champion breakdancer.
Oh, so this is the same guy as the guy doing the handstand?
No, different guy.
Oh, okay.
This is what it should look like, and it's unconscious. His ribs are like this as a byproduct of his activities. That they have to stabilize him in all these different positions and permutations that he puts himself in,
Yeah.
so that he can, dance about. You also don't ever see him hyperextend his elbow with some of his activities. It's got a slight bend in it.
And I like the armpit positioning too.
He's got a fantastic armpit.
Yeah. And he's Cirque du. You said he's Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah, he's a Cirque du Soleil performer. He lives in Las Vegas.
Yeah. Well, the Cirque du Soleil headquarters, I mean, they basically recruit worldwide, and there's a pretty strict, let's just say, job interview rehearsal, and these people get screened thoroughly, and so they probably, the people who make it are pretty, well-rounded, I'd say.
Yeah. And then the video I just sent you is an impressive feat by one of the world's strongest men. He's the mountain from Game of Thrones, but his gait is really interesting to me, where he's walking what I would call as like a fish, that's a very aquatic pattern. He's got no ability to soften his joints and have a spring in his knee when he walks. This is going to likely be painful for him at some point if it's not already.
I mean, I followed him a little bit. I mean, according to his bio, he's only been, I guess, seriously lifting for maybe less than 10 years, and he's basically ballooned in weight tremendously. And I think within the past 2 to 3 years, he had like some form of stroke. And so one side of his face, if you've noticed.
Really?
Yeah.
I noticed something was up with his face, but I'm not sure. I didn't know about the stroke. I mean, he can't be living that healthy of a life.
No, I'm thinking he's probably on quite the cocktail of PEDs.
That might be what's keeping him pain free. I don't know, and maybe not. It's just, again, one of the things I like to make sure that I get across is I'm really just talking about probabilities. There's no guarantees or like perfect diagnosis here, but it's a high probability versus low probability. And for me, I want to maximize my chances at health, performance, longevity.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm right there. I mean, because the mountain, as far as a person, as far as an athlete goes, I think he's early 30s at best. And if you see, I think I can't pronounce his name, but the mountain, he's only like, Thor. But he's like early 30s or so. And if you see a lot of the strongmen that are retired, or the ones that were at one point at the peak of their sport, a lot of times they die rather early, and a lot of times it's heart attacks.
Yeah, I mean they push their bodies so aggressively. A lot of it from a recovery or rhythm standpoint, where they're rarely hitting true phases of full recovery and growth. I mean, I've looked into some of the recovery time research, and it's so much longer than people think, of fully clearing all the oxidative stress or other activity stress markers, creatine kinase. A lot of research shows with muscle damage, it takes anywhere from 10 days to 21 days to fully recover.
Wow.
It depends on which system you're looking at. With oxidative stress, one soccer game takes 3 days to get back to baseline. And in the performance culture, if you take 3 days off, you're getting fired or you're getting a lecture because you're being lazy. And so, one byproduct that I kind of hope we get out of this time where everyone's getting hurt is people starting to balance their rest and work a lot better, because I think these heart attacks and other effects of life, whether they're emotional stressors or physical stressors, are likely a byproduct of this overworking, not having balance of life.
No, I'm right there with you. And as far as like these 4 diseases, and I think they're cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and Alzheimer's, some people refer to those as the 4 horsemen, and they all have one thing in common: chronic excess inflammation.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's hard to clear that inflammation if you're always creating more.
So what's your ideal work-to-rest ratio as far as, rest days in between, training days?
It's hard because people have different goals, different ways they want to live their life. Exercise is one of the most beneficial things people can do for their mental well-being. And so for myself, it's like I've got 2, and now it's more because it helps with stress. I've got really 3 to 4 hard days of working out, whether that's a really intense mountain bike ride or intense time in the gym. I think it depends on their state of health. How well are they eating? How well are they sleeping? Can they afford to have more inflammation because they have got other things that are taking care of the inflammation? If they're not, then I've seen people recommend training just twice a week and spacing that out, because even if it's you do legs on Monday and then arms on Wednesday, and then you think your legs are recovered again, you systematically haven't gotten rid of that much inflammation in your body between Monday and Wednesday if you work out again on Friday.
Right. Have you ever heard of this strategy, let's just say ratio? And I think I've heard this initially in regards to like mental emotional stress, but like you'll hear recommendations like this sometimes, like for every stressor you'd like to have 2 to 3 things that help offset that. Like
for every stress event you have, to have 2 to 3 things to offset it. Is that what you said?
Yeah, something like that.
It depends on what you think as a recovery strategy. A lot of people use sauna and ice bath today as a recovery strategy, but those are creating stressors too. You're asking for an adaptation from your body, which requires energy, it requires resources, and so it's still not. In some sense, it's a recovery strategy, and it's another withdrawal on your system.
No, I'm seeing a lot of stuff, social media. I feel that there's an excess use of these ice baths.
Excess ice baths?
I feel so.
Yeah, that's how a lot of... If people are willing to get in an ice bath, they're probably more atypical and are willing to do anything to the extreme. The hard part is, for a lot of people, is finding balance to be able to say, no, I'm not going to ice bath today. Like, I'm going to meditate. I'm going to go on a long walk. The things that work are the ones that have been tried and true, I think, for thousands and thousands of years, which is dealing with your own shit through talking with people that are wise and compassionate, journaling, meditation, long walks, time in nature, being alone for certain periods of time. And I think those are some of the more bang for your buck things. They're bang for your buck long term, and we're in a culture that they want the ice bath breath, because then they feel the norepinephrine surge afterwards, and it's an immediate A causes B. When I think some of the things that we should encourage is A causes Z, and Z is what you want, but Z is going to show up on some random Wednesday 3 months from now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm right. It's the journey.
Yeah, and breathing is another one. I know you've brought that up a few times, and for me, I default all information to Brian McKenzie. What I tell all my athletes is you should be nasal breathing all the time. Not all of them want to meditate or have a breath practice. I will encourage and remind them to breathe certain ways during the workouts and educate them why. I might even change the workout so that it's hypoxic for a certain portion. Or the other day I did 1 breath per every six walking lunges. So myself and somebody else had to time. I had to inhale for 3 lunges, and I had to space that out and plan it, which took so much mental capacity at the time. And then be able to all plan out, and the pace of the exhale had to last 3 lunges. And what I did is, if I fucked up the breathing cycle, I was done. And I gave the sandbag to my friend, and I was done, because clearly I didn't have the mental capacity to control my breath. So stress was already up. Okay, I'm done.
Nice. I like that. I like Brian's stuff. I mean, this is the way I go about it, because this is, who I am. I'm not so much a one to keep track of the numbers. I'd rather just go off a feel, and I'm just trying to emphasize the long, slow inhalation and exhalation through the nose, and try to have a longer exhalation and perhaps a pause from time to time. That's how I'm going. That's how I'm going about it. And
that's how I've done it as well. I'm much more of a feel guy. If I want to track something, I might start. I might write it down the number. For one, I think that's very valuable to know is your CO2 tolerance time, your long exhale time. For me, I had a over preventative anxious morning the other day, where I coughed like 5 times in a row, and I was just like, oh my God, I've got COVID. And so I immediately took my temperature and then did my exhale time, and then I was like, it's a lot less than normal, but I had a really hard workout, so it makes sense that it's normal. It's lower than normal. Okay, I'm fine. And then I didn't have a cough for the rest of the day, but that was all right, that's going to be one of my first go-to measurements, because if I'm having some respiratory issue, my CO2 tolerance time should plummet.
Yeah.
I have to be somewhere at 4:30, so I got to get going.
Yeah, this is great, and thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think maybe we went. How much did we go as far as those sins?
What's that?
How many of the sins did we cover?
We missed the last one is what you're doing right now. Inability to deep squat.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I got that one checked off.
Yeah, that'll take care of a lot of things.
Well, Austin, great as always, and thank you. Appreciate you. Have a good rest of your day.
You're welcome. I'll be in touch about next week.
Okay. Have a good week.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey there.
Hey there. How are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. I see you have the COVID haircut.
COVID haircut. It was, one of 2 options.
Mm-hmm.
Let it go indefinitely or cut it all off. And with this heat, it's nice to just cut it all off.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. Are you guys having a heat wave in Santa Cruz?
Yeah, right now it is almost 90 degrees where I'm at.
Oh, wow. Is that a little atypical for this time of year?
I don't know if it's atypical this time of year. I mean, it gets to the 90s every now and then, but it's not frequently this hot.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
It was 90 a few weeks ago before the rain. But we should be getting some rain on Saturday again too, which is most welcome.
Yeah, I saw that for myself too. I'm like I don't. I'm 6 8. I'm about 6 hours from north of the Bay Area, so maybe I'm about 8 hours north of you, give or take.
I thought you were in Mendocino.
I'm in Humboldt County.
Oh, okay.
So Humboldt State University.
Right.
So I don't know. That's 7 to 8 hour drive maybe for you where you are. So I sent you something. So a lot of times I kind of review our conversations, and I've been reviewing some of the 4% podcast, and then the last one that I listened to the other day was the one with Dr. Ted, and so that's why I mentioned the the first principles kind of question, but maybe more in regards to movement.
Sure.
Where he has it from, like, what is it? This
one of the things that Ted has taught me is the skill of having a perspective that can zoom in and zoom out, but also the idea of just Einstein said it best, as everything should be as simple as possible, but not simpler. And so with a lot of my principles, that's what I've tried to do, which means that simple usually means it needs to be true for a multitude of things in different contexts, and as well as at different levels. So like E equals MC squared is a beautifully simple equation that has to do with the entirety of the universe and applies everywhere. So my first principles of movement, recovery, and performance, it's tough to separate movement and recovery because they're two sides of the same coin. For me, it works more in my head as a banking analogy from my book is movement is an expenditure or an investment, a loan. Recovery is making that money back. Growth is then the dividends that come on top of that. If you do nothing at all but stress plus rest equals growth, you'll do fairly well. So understanding just your own body, how things feel. Oh, that's a lot harder today. Like just going up the stairs. Oh, that's a lot harder today than normally is. If I have the option to take it easy, maybe I should take it easy. I do like some of the heart rate stuff that's coming out about resting heart rate and HRV for just a state of recovery. The thing that I don't think a lot of people understand is that the recovery portion might be a few days after the stressful event where you'll see the heart rate change. But the growth portion typically comes more later on. As an adult, it's recovery before growth. Whereas kids is grow at all costs and recover later, like grow. They actually don't have much recovery to do, to be honest. They don't create much damage, so they can afford to just grow and grow and grow.
Because their cells are turning over so much quicker than as we age. For instance, is that right?
Yes and no. Their cells are turning over a lot quicker as they're in a much more plastic state, but also they physically can't create that much damage. Like a good example is I had dinner with Lauren and her husband the other day at their place from several meters across, and their baby was just crawling around on the cement driveway, falling down, dragging her knees and her feet on the cement. Not a scratch, no broken skin at all. So if we just look at skin as the comparative element, if I were to do that, I'd leave bloodied. and she's doing this for a long amount of time. So that the physical amount of force that young kids can produce just cannot damage tissues.
Oh yeah, because I mean, in most cases, I mean they're lighter, and they're not going to be moving as fast, so then you don't have as much force.
Exactly, and they don't have. They're likely, if they're healthy, fairly skinny, and they haven't produced or gained a whole lot of muscle mass. So they just grow and grow and grow. So for me, it's a balance of game of time, really, and it's hard to create a big rule for everybody because there's differences between each.
Well, what's the scale between? You said the scale of time and what else?
I think it depends on each person.
Okay.
Movement, the recovery aspect.
Okay.
But recovery is not. It's not what people are talking about today as recovery tools. Mm-hmm. People are saying sauna and ice bath and foam rolling are all recovery tools, but not really. If you look at what you're recovering is a damaged cell. And so then you need to understand the health of the cell, which is what TED and association has helped me understand. And so people can do all the recovery modalities in the world, but if they don't get very much sun, if they sleep poorly and they eat poorly, it won't really matter because they're not actually enhancing the basic first principles of cellular recovery. So recovery really is about sleep, nutrition, circadian rhythm, hard to sleep again. Those are the big ones. Digestive health. Yeah, I mean, none of my athletes foam roll or do any of the normal like massage type of recovery modalities. A few of them will sauna from time to time or ice bath, but they also know that that's a stress. And so if they're going to sauna or ice bath, they do it on a day that's supposed to be stressful. And then other days is off, like complete off, which is no damaging activities allowed, kind of. Not allowed, I don't put restrictions, but disencouraged, that they just move, they walk, they're active, do chores, whatever. But that they're not doing something that creates more damage, which a lot of times is like what people choose to do on their off day, which is massage and foam roll, which is just, again, you're just damaging more tissue.
Well, these are hormetic stressors, and I feel a lot of times people forget that.
The sauna.
Yeah. I mean...
Yeah, but again, it's only a hormesis if the cells have the basic tools to then grow and build off of that. So arguably you have somebody whose cell is in a healthy state from good nutrition, good sleep, good sun, good rhythms, and somebody who doesn't, and they both sauna, one's going to get a much better bang for his buck.
So they're effective when all things are equal.
Yeah.
But a lot of times that's not the case. A lot of times that's not the case.
And maybe their genetics are different as well. Like maybe they handle heat differently. Maybe their electron exchange is a little different. I'm not too sure about those details. I've kind of defaulted out to other people for those the nitty-gritty stuff.
What about the earthing aspects? I think you talked about this at some point, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of it, even though it seems somewhat woo-woo and the science is still in question. So if we look at the first principles of life, magnetism is one of them. The Earth's magnetism has been around long before life has, and we know it affects things. To then believe that just because we can't see it, it doesn't affect life, I think is actually very irresponsible and foolish. it's very like it's just extremely short-sighted.
Mm-hmm.
I think is the word I'm looking for. So I think spending time in nature, barefoot, great if you can, is useful. I don't know how useful it is, but I encourage it. I don't say go grounding, but I'm just like, yeah, go walk on the grass, be barefoot, be in nature. It's something that I just say as a reminder for a lot of people that I work with.
Yeah, I remember you saying something that like even the smell of grass can help with if I remember right, with the increase of neurotropic growth factor.
BDNF, brain-derived neurotropic growth factor.
Yeah.
I think BDNF is the acronym. Yeah, but that's like, I don't know. That's you start getting into the biohacking community there, where then for me, it's too complex at that point. Where I'm memorizing 100 different things to do through my day to try and get like a little bit more, a 1% return on my body, where I'd rather just take care of the 99% and forget about the hacking.
No, I'm not. This is how I look at that word, and some people, as far as that community goes, is that like there's no shortcuts in nature, and I really feel that when let's just say if there is a shortcut, it's really it's going to be like in any benefit. Let's just say a shortcut benefit. Let's just say often is going to be short to last. It's also going to be short and lasting, and nature is not interested in shortcuts. It's a process.
Yeah, I mean, there's costs. Like you could say that there's popular videos of like lions taking down a giraffe or a giant elephant, which you could say is a shortcut. They all hunt together to get one big thing, and it saves time. But it's incredibly risky. Like they've got a much higher chance of dying rather than going after a smaller little zebra. So I just say like there's always a cost benefit ratio that balances out nature.
Right. You know, and listening to your podcast, I mean, what you named it early on, the 4%, got me thinking is that a lot of times people typically, let's just say their training sessions an hour, in the big picture of that one day, 1 hour equals 4% of the day. So we're just putting all our eggs in that 1 hour basket of training and foregoing the remaining principles. We're not going to be getting as much benefit, perhaps, that we feel that we're going to receive out of that 4%.
Yeah, I mean it's like just the idea of exercise is bothersome for me and a few of my friends. Like it's a oftentimes a very poor replacement for moving through nature and just labor. The idea that, like, I follow the On It page, for instance, more for amusement than education.
Mm-hmm.
It's just funny to me that I see these people like repeat this exact same motion, whatever, repetitively hundreds of times, calling it fitness, when it's not really a natural fitness. It's a new age fitness. It's, I can withstand stress in a certain way, therefore I am healthy. But fitness for movement in the history of time is the ability to accomplish tasks and not get hurt. So it has much more to do with variability and robustness rather than like how high can I get my heart rate, or how much weight can I lift in this one way.
No, I feel that's probably some of what what you're sharing right now. I see it within your work, and it really stood out for me. Is that, I mean, this is how I interpret it, as far as the movements that I see from some of your posts, is that it's not so much that very one-dimensional, repetitive motion that you just highlighted right there. It's more about patterns and tasks.
Yeah, or just that the repetitive thing is something overhead. I don't care how you are suspended from overhead, just be overhead, whether that's various different forms of pulling up or hanging or swinging or climbing. It's all the same thing. It's suspension from overhead. That would be the thing that I'm flexing or repeating more than one certain movement. With athletes, there's a game that we play of like how close to the edge can we dance without going over. As Wes, for instance, him squatting extremely heavy weights repeatedly is very useful for his sport and will help him succeed, last, make more money. So we entertain the poison. For me, any specialized activity or craft is like a poison, and so there's two ways I go about it. One is an antidote for the poison, meaning a soccer player never does anything overhead. They rarely press overhead. They never hang from overhead, and so most research would say they never go overhead in their sport. Therefore, you don't need to train them overhead. For me, it's I get that, but they're a human before that, so they need to. And then also, like, I know they're going to be kicking a lot. I know they're going to be having a lot of flexing patterns. I know they're going to be running a lot. So how can we provide antidotes? Not antidotes, but build up like a tolerance to the poison. Similar like in the Princess Bride, where he's slowly been taking this poison powder over many, many years until he gets an antidote. So an example would be Lionel Messi moves amazingly better than most other athletes, but he's still battling some pubic symphysis issues, which makes sense. He's constantly running, flexing and adducting his legs, and flexing his spine. Is all this tension going to his pubic symphysis. I would wonder how tolerant is he throughout all of his muscles around his hip? Is he starting to compensate and using more of one or two muscles more than all of them? I would bet that he's got some sort of, if we isolating individual muscles as a way to make him tolerant to poison, he's not handling force very well. So almost like a muscle testing approach.
So let me know if I'm hearing you correctly. And so rather than continue to feed into, let's just say, the over-specialization, and I guess with that, there's a bit of, repetitive strain that's occurring, you're trying to balance the scales.
I'm sorry, I lost you after counterbalance.
You're I guess in some ways, yeah, you're providing a bit of a counterbalance, balancing the scales, a contrast. So if they're involving themselves in an activity that has them, let's just say, in a lot of flexion, you're trying to, let's just say, feed the other side of that, more extension.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because you mentioned poison. What came to my mind right away is Paracelsus, the poisons in the dose. All things are poisonous.
Everything is a poison at some
point.
some level.
Yeah.
The only thing is that is not poison is rotation or variability. Change is the only constant, so make change constant.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a similar thing with diet. So what a lot of people are putting forth out there as far as evolutionary diet is that we would eat what is ripe in the summer. By the end of summer, we would have intolerances to those summer foods. And then winter would come along and we'd eat winter foods and we'd slowly lose the intolerances to the summer foods. We'd build up intolerances, inflammatory markers for the winter foods, and then summer comes along again, or spring, whatever, and we start changing the diet. So we have a constant 3 to 4 month rotation of our diet, eating season to season. But now that we can get, bananas from Brazil any time of the year or whatever, we are not forced to have that dietary rotation. We can have any food year round, which creates a lot of problems for people. That might be part of the chronic inflammation stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so what just came to my mind right now, I perhaps by paying attention, being mindful of this, and as far as our food and movement, is in some ways we're de-industrializing fitness, because I think a lot of, like when you demonstrated that one bicep curl, for instance, what came to my mind that is basically it's industrialized, it's modern civilization exercise, because it's a substitution for what we once were and really are at a cellular level, nomadic hunter-gatherers.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of time that we spent as hunter-gatherers versus agriculturalists is monumental. Like, there's arguably there's different lines of evidence that humans have been around, or the Homo species, from 2.5 million years to as recent as 200,000 years ago. Either way, even if it's just 200,000 years, that's still 185,000 years of hunting and gathering.
Yeah.
And everything before that, which was like still all predecessors eating what's around, all predecessors hunting and gathering and having somewhat of a varied diet.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, our bodies are literally wired for this oscillation of the seasons, of rhythms, terrain. I mean, one of my friends, I think I sent you the video, Frank Frenzich, if you've had a chance yet so far.
Which video was it? I've watched a lot of YouTube recently.
I sent you a video over the weekend. It was I guess a podcast video. Let me look it up. I'm just going through our messages. It was, Deschooling Fitness with Frank Frenzich, Deschooling the Fitness Industrial Complex. But maybe I'll send it again. But anyhow.
Right, that one. I have not gotten to that one yet.
I've known Frank for a number of years, and so I've listened to him present a number of times, and often he's said this and that. Basically, our bodies, the environment that we're best suited for is that of a semi-wooded mosaic grassland environment. So essentially, that speaks to me diversity. Diversity.
Yeah, I mean, we conquered the globe on foot, and we're one of the only species that can live in almost any environment. So I don't know if there's a perfect like grassland, Garden of Eden kind of thing for us and our movement, but no matter which climate you go to, there's enough variability in the environment that's going to encourage all the normal movements that a human should go through. Yeah. They're gonna climb on stuff. They're gonna run, sprint, jump. They're gonna walk a shit ton. They're going to carry stuff. They're going to move stuff around.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I guess it's so simple. It's difficult nowadays.
Well, people don't want it to be simple. They refuse to believe that it could be this simple.
No, I mean, the way I'm envisioning it now, we're kind of painting a picture of sorts through our conversation here. It's really elegant when you get down to it. It's elegant.
Thank you. That's actually one of my prime motives with my philosophies is that it should be simple, it should be elegant, should make sense and be true.
Yeah.
Most of it should be true, at least.
But the human body it's a work of art.
Proven, then it's like, well, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the human body is a work of art.
Yeah.
And so, So, I now, I imagine your way of training compared to many, and I would say probably a lot of your clientele. Let's just say it's a little bit extraordinary, and so it might take a little bit of time for them to I don't know, be open to the coaching, and it's a cultural shift of sorts, because maybe they came from a Division I institution where it was all about the 3 big lifts. Let's just say. I mean, so how do you educate? Yeah, how do you communicate? How do you educate? How do you kind of go about buy-in? Or do people come to you already bought in because maybe they've seen you for some? Okay, go ahead.
Some do.
Yeah.
More and more do, because they come to me and be like, I'm here because I'm told you're the guy to go to for X, Y, Z. Mm-hmm. And they're already bought in. They'll do anything that I say. The pros have been more skeptical, as they should be. They get sold a lot of snake oil. They have a lot more on the line than a high school volleyball player. I don't push. I try to be extremely observant in their body language and in their verbal language of where's this boundary of buy-in versus like I'm going to be pushing too much, too weird stuff. So I start to stretch that boundary as we go, seeing what they like pretty immediately with some of the big lifts of squat, deadlift. I'll show them the difference of how I coach it versus them, and they're like, I can't believe I've been doing it the other way for this many years. This just feels so much better and is so much stronger. And for some, then the wall is down. They're like, all right, what else you got? Like, don't hold back.
Now, are you coaching the same lift that they're accustomed to, but are you giving them like your, I don't know, interpretation, your version twist on it?
My version twist on it. So with a lot of the pros, they still have to do what they're told in their weight training room. So we will go over the basic lifts of what a squat is, what a deadlift is, different intricacies of pulling overhead and pressing, the basic things. But the big ticket items that I have a night and day shift on are the squat and the deadlift. The two both, I think, are bastardizing their coaching from whatever EMG studies are like, yeah, the posterior chain has to do everything, so drive through the heels. But again, I want my rules to be true for a tree as much as it is true for you or I. So if we look at the roots, everything that lives and lasts has a maximal surface area with the ground and a balanced integrity. So if we look at the foot, then the foot can tell us a lot about where the body needs to be above it. Where if we're just battling a vertical force, just straight up and down, deadlift, squat, mid-stance walking, the foot is flat and it's balanced front to back, left to right. If not, that's going to change everything up the chain, or something up the chain is going to go down. So for my main rule with that is feet have to be flat and balanced. And when they ask, like, do I need my knees here, my hips here, I actually tell them to go to their feet. Look at your feet. If let's see.
And then do you have them do this shoes, no shoes, or both?
Barefoot.
Okay. Because I imagine in their training room, whether it's a campus or in the NFL, I imagine some policies is like you have to wear your shoes. So
that was some of it, but the other thing about some of the pros that I get, they're like, my fucking career, I'm training barefoot. If I want to train barefoot, like they don't look at it as a risk; they look at it as an asset. And also, I mean, the thing we joke about is like, I'm lifting hundreds of pounds. Some Nike isn't going to protect my shoe or protect my foot. Like,
right, exactly. It's like only like a millimeter or so of material.
Yeah, the only thing I will advocate for shoes is for the grip. If they're on a surface that doesn't allow for grip with their skin, then I say, yeah, put your shoe on, but you need to feel really well. So if you look at my feet here.
Yes.
So if I move my whole body backwards, my toes will want to come up. And to me, it's like they're speaking to me.
Mm-hmm.
They want to come down, and they're trying to pull my knee. They're trying to pull my knee forward back on the ground to create a dorsiflexion moment. But instead of open chain, it's a closed chain moment.
Mm-hmm.
If my pinky starts to come up, that's because my knee has come inwards. And so if I bring my knee outwards,
mm-hmm.
my pinky toe goes down.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Well, yeah. I mean, the skin is the largest organ, and it's, talk about sensory, and it's letting us know our relationship in space and the ground.
Well,
or not.
And there's a huge amount of real estate dedicated to the feet and the hands and the homunculus, so I utilize that.
Yep.
Although I do expect their whole body to have awareness.
Yes.
And then, did we already go over the deadlift, the hip hinge?
You mentioned, I think that's maybe on your list, and I forget if it's the 7, it's a 3, and you got the 9. So.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9. The other one with the deadlift is that, again, in order to keep the foot flat, the shin stays vertical, and it looks like a martini glass, actually.
Okay, so you said in order to keep the foot flat, the shin's got to be vertical. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, so if I'm going to hip hinge, I might need to zoom you back a little bit.
So basically what I'm seeing right there is basically it's the standing version of the 6-month position.
Yeah, so shins are vertical, spine is parallel to the ground, and I'm here. Mm-hmm. And there's some play, with this. I can go flat to the ground here. I can come up, but then to stand, it's just stand up. Mm-hmm. And the knees work as a cantilever as the hip comes up and over. Mm-hmm. And so once that happens, and they lift like that, a lot of buy-in is had. They're like, my back has never felt so good.
So
I feel so much stronger.
Now, these are people from D1. This is people from the NFL, for instance.
Yeah.
And so, how are they coaching them then? Because I mean, for me, what you just demonstrated is like, yeah, of course, that's what you do.
Typically, it's just lift the bar up from the ground, or put all your weight in your heels and lift. the thing is, people don't look at the movement as the actual movement with the spine and the bones. They look at it as where did the weight start and finish. It's like people aren't even looking at the body.
Wow. I mean, to do this at D1 and NFL level, I mean, for me, is mind blasting. That's irresponsible.
Yeah, but that's the other thing to understand. Like, you would think that those roles are filled intelligently with people who know what they're doing, and sometimes they are, but a lot of times teams are just social patterns. They're different. They're new age tribes, which means the medicine man, the leader, is the one who interviews well, who looks good on paper, who is not a liability to the organization because he has X, Y, and Z credentials. And so a lot of the people that I work with end up just saying like, yes, coach, and then they do their own thing. They just are like difficult or a badly coached athlete sometimes, where they're like, yeah, I'm trying to do what you're asking me. Is it not that? Some of them have enough clout to be like, no, I'm not doing that. And they go and do their own thing. But the best scenario is when the strength coach or whatever performance individuals on staff and I have a good relationship and good communication, and then everybody wins. You know, they might change things. They might ask my input on things.
Do you have any butting of heads and resistance sometimes? I'm like.
Yeah, I mean, there's some people that really don't like me.
So like the strength and conditioning staff.
Yeah, like the. One second, I just need to turn on my air conditioning. It's getting warm in here.
How about the athletic trainers? How about the athletic trainers and the PTs? How is your relationship with them sometimes?
I don't know too much about them. I mean, mostly it's the strength coaches that I hear about that really don't like me. I know my stuff has circulated in the Falcons for a long time now, and now has stopped because Wes left and Andy retired, and Brooke stopped. Brooke and I stopped working together, and it just looked very counterculture and weird, and they didn't like it, and they didn't ever really bother to learn about it. But even though it was helpful.
I mean, yeah, like you were saying to me that they were healthier and they had fewer games lost to injury, and they were performing well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so if I was the strength and conditioning coach, if I was the manager owner, and if I started to notice some of this, I mean, it'd be like, that's a no-brainer then.
Yeah, a lot of people don't have any brains.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So they're just chasing numbers, weights in most cases, and not so much looking at the quality and the other biomotor skills and the health and longevity.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And I've let go of that. Like, I'm not trying to convince them anymore of anything. Whatever. But, like, the interesting things is that even after some buy-in, like, there's still, like, it's a long road. Even with a guy like Wes, he recently texted me. He's like, he learned that one of his movements was like just so piss poor, and he's like, why didn't you tell me this sooner? I'm like, you wouldn't have believed me.
Yeah. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready.
Come to it in his own.
I think that's powerful, though, self-realization.
Yeah, that's what I try to encourage as much as possible. So the really hard thing that I'm trying to do right now is when I have an opportunity to coach, to not, and just encourage or guide an exploration where they find the answer themselves.
No, I resonate with that. I mean, a lot of times I'll say this to the people, that the smartest individual in the room is your body.
Yeah, probably. Well,
you know what I'm saying?
It might be that it's a sense instrument for this dimension.
Yeah.
However, the consciousness still needs to learn how to read the signals.
Yeah. It's so, I think some of the things, you have your let's just say wins and losses and challenges, culturally speaking, and this is at a high level, right? And if you look at the remaining populace and the general fitness community, I mean, maybe you don't run into this as much, because I think from the sounds of it, you're working with more of the pros, pro level. But for myself, I run into a lot of, it seems at least, a lot of resistance, because they're seeing, let's just say, their favorite athlete or whoever doing all this stuff, and so that a lot of times they feel like, well, I gotta be, I gotta do my thing just like him, and a lot of times it's probably not the best, because it's not even healthy, because we don't see a lot of the stuff that what we're mentioning here, and you and I here now, as far as all the stuff behind the scenes and in between the lines.
I mean, it's like advertising. They're assuming because someone famous and talented is doing something, therefore it has value. I mean, you see Michael Phelps advertising a McDonald's commercial, you still don't eat McDonald's,
Yeah, I hope you don't.
Yeah, and so it's a similar scenario. As the Michael Jordan's having another resurgence in popularity, so is his trainer Tim Grover, and I've talked with other people, like, is there something that I'm missing with his principles? And him and Tom Brady's trainer, it's more like they succeeded despite having their trainer and not because of it.
Yeah.
Tom Brady is really going to suffer as he gets older if he doesn't change anything, because he's losing so much muscle tone. And I think that's needed. And the challenge for them is they have an emotional connection to the trainer, because their trainers probably do great jobs at building relationships. They probably do a lot of great stuff. And that they've succeeded with that trainer. They're like, well, why should I switch? I've won a lot. I haven't been hurt. And then Austin comes along and just tells me that he doesn't believe in this for whatever reasons or research articles. No, it's okay. I'm going to still train with this guy. Same thing's happening with LeBron. LeBron's trainer has been with him since day one, and LeBron's been very healthy. He's been somewhat successful. I don't think he's been as successful as he could have been, but he doesn't have a big stimulus to switch what he's doing, to change what he's doing.
Yeah.
And so from the fitness industry, people make these assumptions based on window shopping points of view. And what I would tell them is, like, they don't really know what they're talking about, both the person making the comment and the athlete. The athlete knows their sport. They don't know how to train.
No, I feel a lot of athletes and a lot of people as well in most cases. Well, they might. I see it this way: is that it's almost as if they can exercise, like the gym exercises, the lifts or whatever, better than they just can move in their body alone.
Well, because the gym exercises aren't that challenging.
Yeah.
You go to a gym and there's news on the TV, and it's like, if you can watch the news and work out, you're not really challenging yourself that much. Like, you've mentally checked out as you just, like, grind yourself into an oblivion, calling it health because you sweat and you're sore. But
No,
There's a reason why it's really, really hard, and monks spend years separating their mind from their body.
yeah.
You
No.
know, because it's hard to do, and so what I'm trying to say there is that movement should require a little bit more awareness, a little bit more attention, rather than something to do while we're distracted by other things.
No, I agree.
Depending on context.
No, I agree. I mean, the way I view your approach and work with people, and the way I try to see it for myself is that, in my view, I don't feel that there's much of a difference between this, let's just say, art of movement, and say other arts such as the martial arts, for instance.
Yeah, it's pretty similar, you know.
But like, so you don't
remove some of the art of it and then make it a little bit more science based, so that it's more accepted. As I would like to help a greater amount of people, but maybe that's not needed.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I think in your the intro of your podcast, there's something that says, it's more about the journey, but a lot
more about the journey than the end. It's that's John Wooden speaking, but it's a common phrase.
Oh, that's a sound clip from John Wooden, huh?
Yeah.
Nice. John was a great, coach. I don't know if you're familiar with this. It's like, I don't know. I think some university kind of shadowed him for a bit. They wanted to kind of get him, be able to create this code of sorts as far as what was the secret sauce behind his success in coaching. And I guess they had a clipboard and they're making notes. And whenever he said something on a regular basis, I guess they would put a W by it, and they would start to label it and call it a wooden. Oh, that's a wooden. That's another wooden.
I think part of what that group talked about also is that he would always compliment something. He's like, I really like that, and this is where your opportunity lies. Of like, this is what you can also do better.
Yeah, I mean, it was this positive language, positive reinforcement, like, I want you to do this, not this, do this, something like that. So like you're kind of bookending it with a positive.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Great stuff.
I want to get to some of your questions that you wrote.
Yes, sir.
So, you're asking about warm up or general warm up? Is that what that question is? That one's a little clear. What warm up standard?
Oh yeah. Okay. What's the standard warm up for general movement patterns and recovery activities? Do you have people perform? Yeah.
I don't have anybody warm up. I have people start moving and increase intensity.
So, I get. Let's just say, prior to them, doing a lift, doing some more high tension exercise, let's just say, what would be, I mean, so maybe you do this, I don't know, but this is kind of how I do it, and maybe there's some parallels, but like a lot of times I'll have them kind of like really tap in their senses. You mentioned the homunculus. So, the face, the ears, hands, feet, breathing, rib cage. It's almost like they're doing a 3D, sensory rich, tactile body scan of sorts. I want to kind of get them in a more parasympathetic state, and then kind of go from there. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, I understand. It depends. I don't have any standard warm-up procedure. We just start. And if we start with a lift, we start with a lift. Okay. Don't just start with a lighter weight and just go straight into it. It hasn't backfired on me once. No one's gotten hurt from it.
Okay.
No one's complained either. And like then what I love is like they go to practice. Like, why are we warming up? Can't I just go play? Like, they're seeing the futility in a lot of normal warm ups. Currently, what I'm really enjoying in quarantine is I find some novel body weight movement that I will then take a video of and send it to the athlete, and I'd ask them to copy it and imitate it. And so for me, that's the warm up, and I will say you've missed something. Very generic at first, and then I ask them to then try to have an A/B comparison of. They have to then become more aware. I'm trying to sharpen the awareness of what is it that I just did, and how is it different from the video.
What type of pattern movements are you having them focus on? Anything particular?
No, everything under the sun right now. Just novelty.
So basically, play.
What's that?
I mean, to me, it basically sounds like play.
Yeah, when I write it down on my program or my sheet, I say play section.
Yeah.
And I don't really tell them that. It's like, here's the video for today. You can study it for beforehand or not.
What are you seeing as far as some of the things that? Yeah. So you basically, it's almost like Simon Says, it's a challenge. Okay. And then when you send them the video, are you giving them any, verbal instructions? I remember one video you just had basically the visual sense, and that was it.
Yeah, I don't tell them anything.
So you want them to figure it out and feel.
Videos don't have any instructions. I want them to be able to see it,
process it.
And as athletes, it's who's competing against other people. I want them to have a literacy in reading another body, regardless of context. They should be able to read another body and imitate it. Some of the best athletes in the world are also excellent imitators. Novak Djokovic does amazing impressions of almost every other famous tennis athlete. Yeah. And the key thing about imitation, as well as visual effects in movies that I've been learning about, is it's actually the subtle details that sell it. That when there's one scene that I was watching being broken down today where a CGI type body is holding a sign straight out in front of her, and the artist said this is actually the hardest scene in the entire movie because it looks fake if it's just held straight out and completely still, because that's not natural, and we pick up on it on a subconscious level. So I'm learning about movement right now through how people fake movement well through visual effects. Does that make sense? So how do they pass by the subconscious to make them think that it's real?
Okay.
And so what happens in the visual effects, they have to make all these millimeter adjustments to make it look real. And so the observation of detail is a skill that I want all my clients and athletes to have when they're observing another person moving, whether that's somebody on video or an opponent in a game or a teammate or the body language of their dad,
I imagine you're having them exercise. I mean, a lot of this probably is helping to exercise their mirror neurons too.
Yeah, but mirror neurons, from what I've read up on them, it's still not entirely sure what they do. People are still figuring out. Mirror neurons aren't exactly there to mimic behavior precisely, and it doesn't take hold unless there's a meaning behind the action sometimes, from what I've read. So
interesting.
I just avoid that term most of the time.
Now, when you guys are having this back and forth exchange, what information are you giving them? I mean, I imagine you're trying to give them as little as possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them to search.
So what are the things that you say?
I'm trying to get them to search. And what's come back to me initially is, it's no surprise, the better athletes, they watch the video once, and then they do it with almost a 90% accuracy. The younger kids have to come back to it 3 and 4 more times and need prompting from me. My prompting is, less. I try to give just one breadcrumb at a time, and I'll say, something is different with your left leg, or something is different with the legs. There was one that I was really happy with. Wes got stumped for days on how to do a certain movement, and I had to finally tell him the key that he was missing. And it was something that he didn't even realize was important, but it was the doorway for the success of the movement.
So,
see if I can pull it up.
So it sounds like you're not giving them really clear instructions. It's almost like you're just giving them more clues and then leading them to the answer. Is that correct?
Yeah. I'm getting them to search for solutions. One of the main things in the research that really helps learning.
And you're pointing out the things that, like, one of these things is not like the other.
Exactly.
Okay.
If they really need to, and I'm feeling stubborn that day, I'll just video them, and I'll text them the video and say, all right, compare yourself to the other person.
Okay. So they basically have to do some studying then, in some cases.
All right, so here's one of the things that I sent Lauren and Wes. It's graceful fall.
That's Ito.
Yeah. So I wanted them just to learn how to do that.
Yeah, okay.
And the key that everybody missed was actually how important. He hides it really well, but the only way he does it this smoothly is by putting a lot of force through this leg to balance him. Second thing that's important is that he throws a lot of his weight forward, so his center of mass is really here, kind of like a high jumper going over the bar.
Yeah.
So with these two key elements, there and here, he's able to do it gracefully.
Yeah. Nice.
So the chronic pain stuff's interesting. I've been fairly lucky with the people that come to me who are not athletes and have chronic pain, in that they're a little bit more simple to solve.
Mm-hmm.
I don't tell them that I'm going to fix anything, or diagnose anything, because I'm not. I'm just going to try to balance out their movement. Positive side effect might be that their pain goes away, but not only is it more truthful for me to say the other thing, it's also more legally responsible for myself, so I don't wind up in some dirty water.
Right.
So, for instance, I just started seeing this guy who's probably in his 50s. He's had chronic hip pain for a few years. It started on his right side. He tore his left labrum, and then he had pain there. And then that went away the other day, where another practitioner was like, rule number 1 is ignore the pathology. And I say, yes, absolutely. And I kind of, what I'll tell you, but I say differently to them, they're like, I don't really care where the pain is. That typically doesn't matter to me. It's what's mattered most is balancing out the movement. Sometimes it makes complete sense of how imbalanced they're moving and why they have pain in a certain area. But for this guy, it was just like he was avoiding one side completely, putting maybe 60% of his weight on his other side. And then the other thing is, like, his movements that he was doing were just incredibly vanilla. So while he did get very specific with his homework, he definitely benefited from me just giving him new stuff to do. and making him more aware of what he was doing. Like, he had no idea he was 60% to one side.
So what I just heard right there, it sounds like you're broadening his bandwidth as far as his movement literacy, his let's say his movement vocabulary, and then having him feel more interoception, improved interoception.
Now, he might be a lucky case. There's some people who are in chronic pain for reasons that are completely different than movement.
Yeah.
I've got one girl who has chronic back pain that has nothing to do with her movement and everything to do with stress. Anytime her stress goes up, her back hurts. And so, I don't really give her anything for her back anymore. I try to give her strategies to manage stress. She's 17, so she's a little bit reluctant to pick up meditation, but every time she's been stressed out, her back hurts.
Have you ever heard this saying? I think it's from the osteopathy community, is that the muscles are the garbage can of the body. And I think another thing that they say is that life and death begins in the gut. And so with that, I feel, this is it's an integrated, interdependent system of emergence. I mean, our body is the process, outcome of emergence, and so the skeletal muscular system is like on the outer periphery, and it's only possible, and it's animated by way of the viscera and the nervous system. And so, to the point that the digestive system, immune system, hormonal system, nervous system is, in a balanced state, then in most cases the skeletal musculature is going to be happy. But then I think we were talking earlier about something that when all things are equal, the skeletal muscular system will be happy when all things are equal. That's often not the case. So
I think I follow you. Even if their movement is perfect, the pain could show up somewhere else. And so that's one of my core philosophies of my observations is, if we're not seeing progress in a short amount of time, and I'm going to say 4 to 8 weeks, and we're not seeing progress, then I throw the baby out with the bathwater and I try something else. I expect quick results. I have high expectations for that.
So have you experienced anything like that? And then so who are some of your go-tos as far as referrals, your network, your team of people that you might point these people to if you come into a bottleneck, let's just say?
The majority of people I send to a guy named Roland Pankowicz. He learned under Ted for several years, traveled across the world with Ted just to keep learning, and then now he's doing his own thing.
Okay.
So he sees all my pro athletes, I think, almost all of them. He does my health and my gut. His big emphasis is the gut. And he lives in Toronto, but he can see people from anywhere. He's an incredibly intelligent person and understands a lot of nuances that athletes and people living today really need.
What are some of the let's just say the big? I mean, I imagine there's some communication that you guys share, given that you're working with the same person as far as the the client, patient, athlete. what are some of the things that he recognizes through his work, his lens, that are some of the missing pieces, bottlenecks that then he helps with?
Well, I mean, almost every athlete that I've sent has just extremely high levels of oxidative stress because they're overtraining. They're training 4 to 6 days a week, and they're really not getting enough recovery time. So that's one of the main things that he tries to mitigate and help, and give them different supplements for, because there's no way around it for some of these people. They can have some wiggle room with what exercises they choose, but they can't just ditch practice, and some of them don't want to. So it's how do they handle that?
So then, as far as the movement, the training aspect, there's not going to be a change. They just have to, I guess, from what I'm just hearing right there, is that they just have to supplement and add and to assist basically their system at a cellular level, because they're having so much more stress than the everyday person.
Yeah, their cells need to be in a much better state than the normal Joe Schmo, because they need to be. The factory is running around the clock. If you follow my analogy.
Yeah. So they can't.
What's that?
So they can't really, at that point. I mean, because it's their profession, they're in their season. It's not a matter of, because like general population, sometimes it's not so much a matter of adding something to, like add to your life. It's maybe a matter of addition through subtraction, where in their case, no, you can't do that. That's not an option.
Yeah. Some people, it's been a lot of subtraction. One of his tests, the food sensitivity test, and so there might be foods that they're eating that are actually creating more inflammation for them, that then get swiftly removed. I'll voice an opinion on how much unnecessary stress they continue to add to their system through stretching and foam rolling and massage and sauna. And I'm more of a fan of sauna and ice bath than I am of the physical modalities. So that, as a first and foremost, like, foam roll if you absolutely want to and it makes you feel good, but like you'd be better off moving soreness around by going for a walk, by going for a little climb or bike ride, whatever, to flush any lactic acid.
Well, it's very difficult to change tissue. It's a lot easier.
It's hard to change tissue. The people that are like, oh yeah, we can change tissue like that. I'm like, really? No, you can't. It takes a long time to change tissue.
Yeah. And then if we're changing it, it's probably not so much the tissue, it's probably more the nervous system. And as far as recovery modalities, I mean, like you were saying, just go for a walk. I mean, let's just, support circulation. I think that's the lowest hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Is this person that you mentioned, as far as a clinician, is he an ND, naturopath, osteopath? What's his, professional title?
He doesn't have any graduate school experience. He's he's a little bit like me, where he's former athlete and then learned what he needed to learn, and is carving his own path through this field. He's learned a lot from a lot of different people and a lot from Ted. And now, is doing excellent work.
Is he open to be taking on any more people? Does he have like a website?
I think so.
Does he have a website? Yeah.
I think the website's under construction, but I can forward you his information.
Okay, cool. Great. I'd appreciate it, because I think that's a missing piece a lot of times, is that we focus so much on the muscle cell, and it's like the muscle cell is only possible because of all these other cells, organs, and systems. I mean, you mentioned gut. I mean, that's a big one.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, the cell and the health is not. It's hard to put one in front of the other because the movement helps so much with the health of things, but if what they're eating and their lifestyle is so piss poor, they can move perfectly, but it won't really matter.
Right. I mean, if people, whether it's general health, fitness, or at a very high level, if they're really serious about optimization, that's going to involve a multi-prong approach. It's not going to be just one key and keyhole and that's it.
Yeah.
That's the reality. So.
The one last thing that I'll say about chronic pain people that I've observed is some people just don't want to get out of pain, to be honest. I think that they might say the words, but they don't truly feel it, or they're not ready to let go of their pain.
The
biggest problem for anybody is the one who doesn't want to let go of their own problem.
No, what I'm hearing, how I'm hearing what you're saying right there, it's like they have a certain story that they've written, or maybe they've been handed, someone handed it to them, and they don't want to write another story, a different story.
No, exactly. Yeah. I worked with one girl who's not an athlete, just somebody who had chronic back pain, and I think it was from kind of like a paralyzing anxiety. And I didn't get to know her well enough to just say it bluntly to her. Mm-hmm. And so I'm not really comfortable with being that blunt with somebody that I don't know if I don't have that rapport. So I hinted at it every now and then, but ultimately, the relationship didn't work out. No matter what I did, her pain didn't go away, and she didn't want to really look at her relationship to things and herself. That was creating so much anxiety. To me, so much of her surroundings, the other people and things that are around her are all screaming anxiety. Like, she's surrounded herself with things that reflect her own behavior. And she finds like an identity with that, like, and a comfort with that, and rationalizes her way to keep that until the cows come home. And so the younger me would have kept on pushing to try to help her. Now, like, I understand now that some people just don't want to be helped. They want to fake or to try, but they really don't want to get any better.
This is great. I don't know if you're familiar with this one saying. It's supposedly from the psychologist Jerry Wesh. He says something along the lines of this, that unless you have a big enough dream, you don't need a crisis.
Even if you don't need a crisis to have a big dream, unless you believe you need a crisis to have a big dream.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that Ted had taught me, is the syntax of these phrases and stuff that we say. Like, the same sentence could be said for the early bird gets the worm. That goes through society without being really heard, but no, the early bird doesn't get the worm. The early bird gets the early worm. The late bird gets the late worm. The bird gets the worm whenever he wants to get a worm. And so, if you believe you need crisis to fuel a big dream, you're going to materialize a crisis for yourself, so that you can have a big dream.
Are you familiar with Simon Sinek?
Yeah.
And so his big thing, start with why. So sometimes I'll ask people, like, why does this interest you? Why you choose to be here, especially upon their initial. What's their why? Do you have anything like that conversation-wise upon first meeting with someone?
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes they think they know why they're there and they don't. They say, and this is more an intuitive read on them. They might say one thing, but they demonstrate something else.
Okay.
Or the emotion doesn't come out in their voice.
Okay. Is that helpful when you have these conversations, and then you can really see who's really, in it to win it, for instance, and those maybe who are less so?
These interviews before I see any clients, and I don't. Sometimes I have like a list of questions that I want to go over, but more it's just I want to get a feel for who they are, a read, and
I remember
I've done enough of them now where I have a pretty good idea if the relationship's going to work out within 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I remember seeing something on your website, and I don't know if you have it still, but you basically had a map of the hero's quest as far as like the application process. Do you still have that? And then I imagine maybe that's part of the, the initial conversation, and yeah, what are you seeing as far as what are the essential mental, emotional ingredients to people's success when you have your first meeting conversation with them, and then what are the ones that you see that are lacking, and then I guess they self-select out.
There's a flatness, is what I can say.
Did you say
flatness where they're not excited about anything, especially with some of the kids that I get sent?
Uh-huh.
They don't want to see me. They give two shits about what I have to do or say. They're on the phone with me because their parents told them to, and their parents say, you need to see this person.
Yeah.
Now, my deep empathy for kids is I'm much more likely to take them on anyways and give them a chance and say, you know what? I don't want to be the guy that just starts turning away kids. I'll turn away an adult if it's not going to work out, but I'm going to give kids a chance.
Yeah.
But there's been several times where I'm like, here's my phone number. If you want to come back, you call me. Your parents don't need to schedule anything. If you want to come back, you come back. If you don't, it's fine with me. And usually when I have that conversation, I never see them again. Because it's very evident, like, they don't want to do the work. They don't ask questions. When I ask them what they want to do, they're silent. The simple question of, what do you want to do? Is a really easy way to see, like, any sort of motive. Because that answer can be anything. I want to jump higher. I want to do this exact lift. I want to talk to you about diet. Like, the ones who care have an answer for that question. The ones who don't are like, whatever.
Wow.
What do you have planned for me today? With a few exceptions, that's generally the rule.
Okay. How long are your sessions generally, and then how often do you see them regularly as well? Whether it's X amount of sessions per week or a couple times per month, and then what's the duration as far as relationship training wise? I mean, months, years.
Very open-ended. The longer I spend with athletes, the more I become friends with them. Like I think I told you I had dinner with Lauren and her husband the other day. It's kind of indefinite, as long as the sessions are earlier, I went by the hour. Now I schedule a max 2-hour block with windows in between, and I go by feel with some of the people, because if you strip it all back and look at what we're trying to get some sort of physical and mental adaptation, and we can very easily and very quickly get into too deep of water. And so what I removed is the time limit, because I'd say, I think you're done. I think we've done enough. We've pushed the needle forward. And then people are like, but we still have 7.5 minutes, or we still have 30 minutes left. I'm like, you're welcome. We got it faster than time allotted. That it's funny is like in almost all other businesses, that's a premium. Like, look, I could do this faster than the next guy, so therefore it's worth more money. But in the service industry, it's like I pay for my hour. I want my full hour. Which makes sense if it's like a massage, I guess. Like, I want more time being rubbed because it feels good. So it's fairly open-ended with a lot of them. 2 hours max, because it's just I need some sort of container on the day and session. So then as I get to know them, then it's like, I think they really only need a 90-minute block. And so we'll do 90 minutes, and maybe we'll go do 95, 90, 100 minutes, or we do 75. And then that's it. Some people who have been with me since the very beginning, I just kept them on the same rate and same plan as like a loyalty. I've treated it like a stock investment into me. If they're going to continue seeing me for as long as they are, I'm not going to increase my rates on them. They get the same rate that they started with. If they leave for an extended period of time and come back, well, you got to buy the stock at the current price. So those people are still on an hourly format. Was that all your time questions that you had? Did I answer those?
How many days a week, and then do you see them for? Well, I guess you did say some people have been seeing you since the beginnings. That goes back years. Yeah. So how many times a week on average, and then do you have an ideal? Let's just say maybe, and I don't know if you do, but maybe you have some basic curriculum that you'd like people to experience, and undergo with you. And so if that's the case, do you see that there's a minimum amount of time exposure, and if so, what is that amount of time? Is like a season, 3 months, 6 months, or I'll just stop right there.
That one depends on the person.
Okay.
The pro athletes tend to make a lot of progress a lot faster. The younger athletes, they just don't have as much experience moving today, unfortunately. Like, they're spending too much fucking time in school, so it takes more time. With local kids, I'd like to see more frequency and shorter duration, just like smaller doses more frequently. The bigger athletes can handle bigger load. They can also handle more sessions. So sometimes when they're visiting from out of town, we'll do 5 days a week, 4 days a week. Wes, for instance, his first trip out here, we scheduled 4 days in the week. By the third day, he was conked out. Like, it was just so mentally and physically demanding on him because it's so new. He could barely last the fourth day. He showed up just as like a badge of honor, but we didn't do very much.
How long were those sessions? How long was that sounds like a week long or 4 day week intensive for Wes. How many hours were those sessions for those 4 days?
2 hours.
Yeah.
Likely 2 hours. Now he's gonna come back out. We'll do 5 days a week. Wednesday will be a low intensity day, low volume day, and we'll probably be able to get a gym session and a field session each day. His capacity has gone through the roof. So each session will probably be an hour and a half to 2 hours. One in the gym, again one on the field, and so the term that I have for it in my head is kind of like boutique boot camp.
Yeah. So he's doing two. He's doing 2 a days with you now. Then I guess that come this schedule this next
season. Yeah, I mean that's what he's going to be doing in season or in preseason, anyways. So I want him to be experiencing that poison with me before he does it with the team.
Right. Right.
Lauren, I see twice a week for 2 hours. That's been our schedule for a long time. Sometimes we've done 3 days a week. The amount of time and how often we see them is largely dependent on our schedule. In season with the young kids, I try to see them at least once a week to just make sure they're not driving into a guardrail and about to go off a cliff, movement wise. And off season with the kids, we'll all go 4 days a week, probably. And extend the sessions to hour and a half, 2 hours, so that we can make some big gains, movement gains, strength gains, power output gains, things that you can get in a gym. And I'll ask that maybe they play their sport once in a while, but they do something else active in their free time.
Okay, so like 2 to 4 from the sounds of it, and maybe hour and a half, 2 hours a session on average. And then do you go ahead.
And then with some of the girls who just need a little bit more TLC, the younger girls, like there are many times where, again, just observing them as people, not just movers. Yeah. I've crumpled up my plan and thrown it out the window and be like, okay, so what are we going to talk about today? And we start having a discussion about stress management, about emotions, about whatever, things that are maybe indirect to movement, but will have a cascade effect for helping things, and with those who I have a rapport, I will push buttons. So with some of the girls, that some of the kids that just don't stand up for themselves, I will engineer scenarios where they have to stand up to me and they got to push back against me. One instance was like the comical, can I go to the bathroom or can I get some water? And I'm like, yeah, of course. Like, you don't need to ask me.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you being an athlete, and if you look back, like your childhood, I mean, this is what I experienced, and I don't know if they still do it. I wouldn't be surprised, because some cultures are just kind of slow to change. But I remember in wrestling, that was basically a thing that they would, when you're in wrestling practice, you had to ask permission. Maybe you had to do X amount of push-ups before you were allowed to go to the bathroom, for instance.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So one instance, I then did the opposite. Like, I just kind of messed with her a little bit. I was like, no, you can't get water. You can get water. You can do whatever you want. You can't get your water. And I just went back and forth and kind of confused her. Unfortunately, she started crying, and I stopped. But she learned to stand up for herself. Like, she's slowly standing up against her coaches who would yell at her or just be demeaning because they're an asshole.
Is this high school level?
What's that?
High school level?
Yeah.
Some of the coaches, and then some of the the sports that play on the weekends, some of the coaches are volunteers. I mean, they're not so much, school staff, but it's just like they're missing a big piece. They're looking at
They're missing the whole fucking piece.
Yeah, I mean, they're missing
the whole pie.
They're just looking more at the athlete and the sport and less at the person. And really, at that level, it's more about citizenship and less about the sport, I'd say.
Yeah.
So, and
someone else was talking about. I was listening to somebody talk about the changes of education that might happen after COVID, and college was the topic. And he was actually a little worried. Like, yeah, you can still get the education through digital means, but you go to college for the education that happens outside of the classroom. Like, that's the education. And it's a nice, very expensive, but middle ground to, like, start leaving the nest,
Yeah, absolutely. Making your way in the world.
Yeah.
Well, great stuff. I think we covered quite a bit, and more,
Yeah.
and more, and more. Do you have anything you want to wrap up with? Anything particular?
I don't think so. With Roland, just tell him that I sent you, and
Okay.
yeah, you guys will have a chat.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, because I do have some people who I feel that it's much more than just the muscles and bones and movement. There's a lot more under the hood that's going on, or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, thanks again as always.
Next week, let's go over that last question with the wrist and foot pain.
Okay, great. And then, do you still have my list of my wandering thoughts that I sent you the week prior to this?
Yes.
Okay, so those are just some other things, but
okay.
I mean, come the
We
time.
can use that as a menu to refer back to.
Yeah, come the time.
Cool.
So, awesome. Enjoy the rest of your day and stay cool.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you. How are you? How are you doing?
How are you?
Good. I just finished the session.
Finish what?
I just finished the session with a client
Oh, nice.
on Zoom.
Yeah, I've got another one later.
So how do you do your training sessions normally? Do you do your training sessions via the Google Hangout or via the Zoom?
I do it through FaceTime actually, because I don't need to share my screen. I don't need to send any links really. So FaceTime works, and the kids like FaceTime's so easy for them too.
Okay, and then when you go so why do you go Google Hangout at times then? Any particular reason?
If I'm going to go over an hour, and then I just haven't paid for a Zoom account because I don't really need to pay for. I don't use it enough to warrant signing up.
Gotcha. So FaceTime has a limit? Do you know?
No. FaceTime has no time limit.
You just feel it's a better platform, Google Hangout, for more than an hour.
Well, for you, if I want to share my screen, I can't do anything with FaceTime.
Ah, okay. Okay. I get it now. I was just curious. Thank you.
What's that?
Thank you. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I thought today, or I'd show you what I'm currently doing or working on with Wes, or a little bit of my evaluation process with a more experienced athlete. Let me just pull up the video and the stills.
Thanks for sending those videos, by the way.
Sorry, say that again?
Thanks for sending those videos, by the way.
Oh, yeah, of course. Okay. So, Wes and I do sessions differently. This is kind of just how things have been flowing with him, is that he and I just communicate through text message, and he'll send me a video to review, I review it, I send back notes. He's extremely independent at this point and able to do a lot based on just a few cues. So this has been a really efficient process for us. So in this lizard crawl, notice notice how when he pushes off his left leg, his pelvis just turns naturally. Whereas on his right leg, he comes up. His hips have to raise to clear space and go forward. So that asymmetry is very interesting to me. Because he has some right leg issues, I would think that my decision tree then says this would be the position to work through. And so what I would tell him is first to become aware of that hips, this raise happening here. And then I would just ask that he eliminate it. That can he progress forward without needing to have that raise? Does that make sense?
Right. And so this is what I'm seeing here. It looks like he's getting some cupping. Is that correct?
Yeah, him or his wife is doing it. I think he just likes it. I don't really care. If he likes it, then he can go for it.
Yeah, so he stays much lower right there.
Yeah, he just goes straight into the rotation.
Right.
Instead of needing to come up as high. The other interesting detail is that if you follow my mouse cursor, can you see that?
Yes, sir.
His spine S's and bends really nicely and segmentally.
Mm-hmm.
It flows like a nice river on the left side. When he's on the left arm, on this right side,
yep,
it S's really nicely, but then it's very straight here.
Mm-hmm.
So what I told him to do is then go back to this position, but work on wrapping this upper thoracic portion and neck around this stable shoulder. So he's just not getting that same position. His elbow and his spine and his forearm are a very different position compared to his ribs. Or here, he's much more horizontally abducted abducted. And he doesn't get that same adduction and extension.
So are we seeing maybe his right upper quarter as well as his right lower quarter are a bit off compared to...
Yeah.
Okay. This is a great movement. I'm seeing a lot of T-spine, a lot of shoulder, scapular stability, trunk stability, as well as hip mobility. I mean, this is kind of like a big bang movement.
Yeah, this one's been surprisingly a favorite of mine through quarantine. One of my key principles that I really want to see in this movement, creates it almost unconsciously, is that he never adducts or pinches his shoulder blades here. They stay extremely wide throughout, which is really what we should see in this position. And this is every dog drinking water from a bowl or resting on the ground. Their shoulder blades will rotate forward and stay very wide rather than coming towards the spine. And so most people will move at their shoulder blade instead of extending their shoulder. This movement, it's really hard to do it powerfully and keep your shoulder blade narrow.
What's the name for this movement, if you have one?
We just call it lizard crawl.
Lizard crawl. Where did you borrow this from? Where did you borrow this from?
I stole it from Ido Portal. I watched one video of him doing it and then mimicked it myself. I mean, I basically went through the same process that I have my athletes go through. I watched the video. I mastered the video until then I could start teaching it. And so I haven't had any instruction on it. It's just learning through observation.
In some ways, there's an element, I mean, the way I see it, there's a one arm push up element to this as well. So
Yes,
I mean, there's
he's adding that element this time. You can exaggerate it or not. Like sometimes he stays lower to the ground, but today or on this day, he was having this vertical oscillation that you're seeing.
Do you have people go just forwards or backwards sometimes with this too?
Oh, definitely backwards. And how I have a lot of people start is actually just, if they have hardwood, is sliding on the floor. And they just pull themselves with their arms and push with their legs. And then they'll reverse it. They'll slide themselves backwards, pushing themselves backwards on hardwood. And then I slowly progress people towards really the challenge is a big step. That makes it really hard. So I have people just weight shift on and off with a very small step.
So you're having them weight shift forward and back, kind of like in place, like crawling in place?
Like this.
Right, okay. Now, I mean, geez, my clients, mostly senior women, none of them can do a full body, knees off the ground push-up. So how might you have them do a version of this?
So I just take away levers, shorten levers. So go to the knees and elbows.
Oh, so that's almost like an army crawl then.
Yeah, I mean it comes through many names. Army crawl, DNS calls it 3-month prone. Yeah, I mean it's just some form of crawling. And then if that's too hard, then I'd almost treat them like a paraplegic and have them crawl or drag their legs on the ground. So they would army crawl, but then slide one leg up, and then switch arms and slide the other leg up. So their lower half is on the ground, but they are propped up on their elbows.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. I like that version that I see you and Wes do, and I guess you probably have most of your people doing this one.
Most of my what?
You're probably having most of your people do this, I imagine, because it's pretty rich from what I see.
Right now, everybody's doing it because it's a surprisingly difficult move. So it allows for a lot of muscle mass and stress just to be maintained. Mm-hmm. You know, Wes is, I think, heavier and less body fat now from doing all these quarantine odd movements. And he hasn't lifted heavy. Like he hasn't gone to a gym with weights in 3 months.
Yeah. So how much heavier did he say, and how much leaner?
5 pounds. 5 pounds.
And then is he leaner as far as his body fat percentage? Does he know?
Yeah, I mean he's since we started working together, his transformation has been phenomenal. He's gained muscle, dropped fat. He's gotten immensely faster. He had two herniated discs or bulge discs. Those went away. What else? I'm failing to remember all the things. It's just been a very fun process. I wish, like I could design, the perfect athlete client of mine. It'd be pretty close to him. Not necessarily the sport, but the attitude that he brings towards movement.
So what I'm hearing is that perhaps the secret to his success is his passion for the process.
Yeah, I mean, his transformation of the last 6 months is like he realizes he's a mover and he just really enjoys moving. And then he occasionally plays football. That's his priorities. And that's also how his skill has advanced. This has been a belief of mine for a while, and I tested it with him is if the body is moving exactly as it should and with minimal obstacles, does that make skill easier? And for him, it has. He says that he doesn't need to go try to play football. He just goes and plays, and his body just does what it needs to do to accomplish the task. So to improve his skill, he just enhances the quality of his movement.
His general, the aboriginal movements of his body.
It's like, it's as if he was an amazing driver, but he didn't have a car that could go around the track very fast. Didn't change. I mean, we've worked a lot on his driving skills, but he's also just built his own better car. And so then now the skills are more integrated with the vehicle. The driving skills are more integrated and easily attainable.
No, I like what you're saying, because I've always felt that I still feel that sports specialization, sports specific, is really putting the cart in front of the horse.
It is and it isn't, because like some of the research on injury prevention shows that like you need to train specifically for your sport and the ACWR stuff. And so if you go too far away from the specialist mindset, that could also put you at risk. So that's why I like my poison and antidote model is you're going to drink some poison, but you need to so that you get immune to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's also take some antidotes for any unwanted side effects.
So what are the things? So you're providing him antidotes. What are some of the things that are a little bit more specific to the sport? And then you said the poison when it comes to Wes, for instance.
So 1 year he played only right guard, which means that a majority of the time he's pushing backwards and left. So that would be a poison. So what the antidote I concocted for him was then a pretty simple opposing movement to go forward and left. So his left and right leg would be stable on a stance, and then he'd always go this way. His right leg always coming back. So that's abduction and external rotation of the left hip. That's part of the poison. So what we did is then I made him step upwards and forward, so he gets extension, adduction, and internal rotation of that left hip. So it's the very opposite of the primary thing that's poisonous to his movement.
Okay.
Some other specifics is or specializations would be bench press. Like, he needs to hit people really hard, and it's very similar to a pressing movement. While the power, I would say, should come more from a spine, like a punch from a martial artist. There's still some benefits of him benching 400 pounds, 500 pounds. At the very least, it helped him maintain some mass. If he lost weight, that would endanger his career. Me being 100 pounds less than him puts me at risk, and I feel that risk. Often getting hurt, but I still like to throw myself into the fire.
Yeah. Okay. And then, so you guys been working together for 6 months?
No. Since February 2016. I met him in Houston when he and the Falcons were at the Super Bowl. And I was there to work with one of the other Falcons that I was seeing. That was Andy.
Yeah, so you've worked with, what's his name again?
Andy?
No. Wes, sorry. I was kind of, anyhow. You've worked with him most of his professional career then, so far. Is that right?
Every year but 1 year. Yeah.
And so you're saying he's getting leaner, he's getting more muscular. Are any of his coaches, are any of his peers noticing, and are they asking questions? I mean, because sometimes if they start to see dramatic improvements, a lot of times the thinking for a lot of these people, especially in the training room, is, especially when it's off season, they're not able to monitor them as much. They're thinking that, like, what are you doing? And they're thinking PEDs. They're not thinking so much of the training process. So has he gotten anything like that, or any accolades and like question like, hey, what are you doing? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he does, and he just starts showing them and talking about it to them. But like, it's so different than everything else in the football world that people are a little shocked. Like where Wes is now, it's been a long, slow growth period of like where he trusts me, and he not only does he trust, he sees the benefit in doing things differently than most of the NFL, but then there's this line that he doesn't know exists, doesn't really try to balance, because he's not trying to maintain and help these people as clients. He goes straight from NFL player used to the cookie cutter NFL things straight to what he's doing 4 years later. And as we talked about last time, like, I'm not going to make that big of a jump. I'm going to just start slowly teasing them, bringing them that way as fast as they are ready and capable for it. The last 2 or 3 years, he's taken on the task of kind of mentoring and helping all the rookies, the rookie offensive linemen. He trains them. So people, I think, I don't think as many people in the Falcons noticed his escalation of his excellence, but the Redskins did and other people did. I think a lot of political things can really negatively affect people's perception of the NFL, especially just their contract. They can be a shit player but have a huge contract, and people will respect them more because like they're getting paid. And then people who are not getting paid or underpaid don't get respected as much. Like that's what I'm seeing kind of with Scottie Pippen in the Last Dance documentary, and he was very underpaid for most of his career, and I think that also affected how much he was respected.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, is he getting faster? I imagine they have him do 3-cone drills and 40s every once in a while, and maybe vertical jump, and kind of like a mini combine. Do you know?
I don't think he's done that, but I do have a clip of how he used to run that I will pull up. This is, it's quite hilarious. Let's see.
So how much more muscle mass would you say he has, and how much body fat percentage has he lost, would you say?
Oh, I don't know. I actually don't ask him the specifics. It's like, we're trending in the right direction. Great. Yeah. And one of the things I really like is, again, so much of this that I encourage is that his autonomy has really brought him a lot of benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. And so this last year, and personal growth, he used to not throw a football because he was embarrassed by how he would throw, because he never learned how to throw growing up. But then he's gotten so much more comfortable in himself. He would just dig around playing with the quarterback, throwing the ball, and now he throws really well. And so we're starting to talk about what he's going to do to try to master next off season, or like dip his toes in the water. This off season was breakdancing. Next year, I'm thinking he gets into discus or shot put.
Oh wow!
All right, because he's got the power and the body to throw it really far.
Yeah, he might be one of these multi-sport athletes, kind of like Bo Jackson years ago.
I mean, if he really wanted to, I think he very much could. All right, I'm trying to rotate this video.
Is this footage that you captured, or he already had and he gave to you?
What's that?
Is this video that you captured of him?
He captures video and sends it to me, and part of it is, one thing that I really encourage with him and that he's gained from this process is he reviews his own video. He watches his own video, and so he gets to learn a lot.
Is this an old video or is this recent?
This is a video. I'm trying to. I can't seem to rotate this video for whatever reason. But I'm going to put these side by side.
So I'll see the pre and post.
All right. So this was him running maybe 2 years ago, trying to accelerate and get to a good top speed. This is him trying. I mean, this is us, the messy part between my cueing and his execution. Like, just looks slow and belabored, and like he's just not going anywhere. He doesn't project. He doesn't accelerate. He's straight up and down way too early. Now you can already see he knows what he's doing now, and he's going to take off like a sprinter. Great projection angle, 45 degrees. Love the reciprocal hand motion. I love that hand position. The dorsiflexion, triple flexion. This season, he's. I'm sorry. This is him changing direction. Still good enough. We worked on him. He would push too long. His stride would get too long.
Austin.
So he really.
Austin, I'm just still seeing the end of the first video still. It's kind of frozen.
Oh, okay. Then let me change how I'm presenting.
So that first video, were you working with him at that time?
First video is what?
That first video, that was like early in you guys' work together?
Yeah, that might have been 2 years ago, I think. Let's see. I'm trying to see when that file was created. Yeah, I think that was 2 years ago.
Now, do you work with him year-round?
Yeah, pretty much.
So even during the season?
especially during the season. I mean, he basically gets in a car accident every week.
So when it's during the season, do you guys shift the emphasis a little bit more to restoration, I imagine?
The emphasis is the same. The volume and amount changes. It's just tune-ups and still improve how well he moves. And, week 5 or week 6, he might say, like, oh, this is starting to bother me and we have to play detective. Can you see this video now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So he already knows how to load and project and accelerate. And he can start changing directions and then re-accelerate. This is our big challenge here is, can he change direction and then still re-accelerate? And I call it dropping the elevator. I want his center of mass to lower back down to like that position. So can he get upright quickly and then get back down? And you see that he's trying a lot with his head.
Right.
But, I mean, this still right here is just about as picture perfect as I could ask for. So let me explain what I'm seeing here.
He looks a lot more athletic.
Oh, I mean, Jesus Christ, yeah, it's so much more athletic. It's so fast, too. I love the geometry and shapes that he's making. I like that his humerus on both sides are close to parallel. I don't expect parallel, but so many athletes never go into shoulder flexion when they run or accelerate. That elbow doesn't come forward. Typically, it's a big bicep curl. A lot of elite runners, and this might be coached technique, it's just not something I believe in because it's not seen in evolution and it doesn't make sense to me. A lot of runners will just bend their elbow and keep their elbow by their side. Like they're just going to bring their thumb, if you can imagine, trying to touch your shoulder with your thumb, keeping your elbow by your rib cage. That's a lot of people's flexion pattern of their arms. So love the hands here too, wide open fingers.
Yes, I see that.
Really big fan of that. And then this back leg, that he's getting to his toe off position when his thigh and his spine are still parallel, that he's not overreaching. What we worked on this off season is that he would keep pushing, try to keep pushing. And so he would get into like true hip extension instead of just neutral. And why that is detrimental is that it's increasing his time on the ground, so he's not going anywhere. But furthermore, it's going to slow him down because if he's pushing this leg backwards, this leg will still continue to reach forward. So it's a scissoring motion. As one end of the scissor opens, the other pushes this way, left and back. The other one will continue to open. So to optimize that position, this ground contact here, he has to let go of that back leg so that he can get it to the ground. See how that becomes clear when we just play it back and forth like this, how it's all moving in unison. It's not, this is where a lot of people, I think, get lost. You asked about mistakes often made. People don't treat the entire pattern. They treat one certain part. They're not looking at the whole body. The whole pattern here is that the arms and legs are all moving in unison. The spine is creating this counter rotation to move this whole pattern. It's not about, and this is why I can't stand like people not emphasizing the hands and the arms and really the details, because it's optimizing the entire mechanism to do the task, to run.
Are you familiar?
I think this is where I really stand out, as so many other coaches, especially running coaches, will just most sport coaches don't even care about running, which is the main form of getting around in their sport, which boggles my mind. Then track coaches oftentimes don't look at the biomechanics either, but they emphasize one leg versus another, not seeing that the legs are two branches from the same tree and that the arms are also involved. The arms have to move in unison and they have to move the way they're designed.
Right.
If your goal is to be a world champion or make millions of dollars playing in professional sports or just live a really long time, these are the hard truths that I'm unwilling to budge on.
So, can you repeat those truths again?
Which ones? Sorry, that was a rant by me.
Well, I guess what you're saying is that you want fluidity and symmetry of the limbs and good positioning of the spine. Is that fair to say as far as some of the truths?
I want all the parts of the car to be doing their job. Most people think that it's just a rear-wheel drive car and forget about the front wheels. They don't care about the suspension. They don't care about the bushings. They don't care about what fabric is on the steering wheel because they don't realize that it'll change the grip. That's, I guess, my truth.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, everything. So if we want optimal performance, we have to have everything optimal within the system of the body of the vehicle that we're looking to get performance out of.
I mean, I'd say optimal performance is only possible when you get optimal mechanics. I mean, we're not going to escape gravity, and we're not going to really change how many joints we have, or really how they're designed, their function. Their form may change, but the function does not. And so we can't. It's very foolish in my mind to try to work on optimal performance without understanding the unwavering and intangible components of the system.
Yeah. And I imagine what you just shared with me, that you do this a lot, whether it's, real time just with your eye, or maybe you go back and scroll the film. And it kind of reminded me, and you're probably familiar because I know you did some work with Altus and their ACP program, right? It reminds me of their kinogram.
Yeah, I don't make a kinogram. I love the process. It's a great structure for people who are still learning this stuff. Mm-hmm. For me, I love movies and still images, and I know which phase, like, so I don't need to take the time to do it. I find a lot of value in just going back and forth like this, endlessly, almost like repeating a word until it loses its meaning, and then you truly start to see what it is for. So
go ahead.
Just these two frames, you see how the synchronicity of all his limbs are producing locomotion, fast locomotion. So if I'm struggling to figure something out, this is like a good way I've found to remove biases and start just seeing differently, is doing this until your mind hurts, and then you might start seeing something differently. So, which happened with me here. His right elbow is going a little bit wider. It's abducting more, and it needs to adduct and extend. And this also, so now I'm seeing a clue as to why his lizard crawl is the way it is, because now I'm seeing a thematic movement that he lacks humeral adduction and extension.
So
now,
are you seeing it in that clip that you just showed me?
Yeah, right here. It's right there. This is an adduction or abduction. It's going away from his midline with his elbow.
I can't see it, Austin.
What's that?
I can't see it.
Sorry, you cut out again. I don't know why the audio is so sketchy today.
I can't see it. That's what I said.
Oh, right. I'm not presenting anymore.
But
see, I get into a trance with these things, and that's kind of the point. All right. So what you've been missing is I've been doing this endlessly.
Uh-huh.
And this motion here, I see that he's going into abduction away from his midline and
his right shoulder.
Part of his right shoulder.
Yeah.
Part of the patterns of the universal patterns of all animals, almost all animals, at least mammals, is with extension. We should see adduction and internal rotation. And so with that model, I can start seeing that
so he's got
breaking the model.
Yeah, he's got abduction and internal rotation of his right.
And it should be internal rotation and adduction.
And adduction.
And so then I'm painting a picture here. I'm building a crime scene with clues of who done it. And right now it looks like the extension, internal rotation, and adduction is the perpetrator. And so not only will I cue him in his lizard crawl to change that pattern, but I will actually prescribe a very isolated bodybuilding type of movement of keep your spine still and bring your arm into the position I'm describing. And for you and I, it'll be that adduction, internal rotation, and extension moment.
Yeah. So do you think maybe with his, so we were seeing in his crawling, the lizard crawl, that it was a right and left. No, that was a right, upper and lower quarter, quadrant issue. Do you think, looking at that frame right there, do you think maybe the lower quarter is basically being driven from the top down from his upper right quarter?
It could be. It very well could be.
Okay.
I'm not going to make that deduction until I need to. So while it's very sexy and seductive to be like, oh, somewhere else is causing this issue and stop chasing pain, and I'm all on board with that. Mm-hmm. I've also found that oftentimes the square peg just needs to get put into the square hole, and that's it. So I'm going to be efficient and just go after the most obvious thing first. And then if that experiment doesn't work, then maybe 2 weeks. Timeline. I'm almost always function over form.
You feel that most of the time, as far as what you witness and have, what your athletes are experiencing, you feel most of the time it's more of a function issue than a structural issue?
Most of the time. Long term. There are term things where, people's bones change. They move like a very slow clay, like glass. They're very actually similar to glass. They've got a breaking point. Glass is a liquid, so they've seen the really, really old windows. The bottom of the window is thicker than the top, and so it's slowly being moved. And it's very similar with bones. And so there's many times where I'm like, you know what? Right now, we're trying to go after this certain function, However, our expectations are different or a little bit slower because your formation of your bones is just not conducive to it for now. But that doesn't change anything for me. Like I got a decent varus in my shins from sports. Okay, I don't want that to get worse, so I changed my alignment and my forces to ensure that there's vertical forces being met in my shins instead of ones that are going to continue to bow them, because I know that's going to change, or that if I don't treat it frequently now, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, it's going to look like a cartoon character.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I like now, do you video some of your athletes while they're exercising and maybe just go back and review some of the footage like you were just doing just a second ago?
Yeah, I mean, I don't post. I could post way more than I do, but like this is just from this week, and like I could post everybody's in my own training, but I keep it for my own records. There's Lauren, there's me, there's my buddy, and it continues endlessly of random movement videos. Wes, Lauren, that I keep and I review. What I would do on actually long flights is then put them onto my external hard drive, so I have a majority of everyone's sessions since the beginning I've seen them, so that if I do need to go back to the drawing board or I need to see how they started, then I can. But if I'm struggling, if it's not jumping out to me immediately what to do, then I'll just scrub the video back and forth until my mind stops making meaning of things and starts seeing it as it is.
Mm-hmm. So with this, have you seen and are you currently seeing any particular themes, patterns that are a bit poisonous, let's just say?
Themes or patterns that what?
That are perhaps a bit poisonous. I mean, like we just saw by your scrubbing Wes's right upper quarter, for instance.
Yeah.
Are you having, like, in the past or presently seen like something occur time and time again with people?
Yeah, I mean that's my whole evolutionary theory is that abduction is a de-evolution. Part of the changes from reptiles to mammals is the arm going from abducted to falling by the sides, and so that's an evolutionary change.
Okay, so this is, say, less human. This is more human.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what do you think are some of the causes as to some of these things, then? Anything particular?
That's something that I would love to know the exact cause, but I'd be incorrect making some assumptions. I don't seek to find out exactly the cause. It's just that, again, I see square peg trying to go in circle hole. Let's put square peg in square hole.
Okay.
And that, as simple as it is, has worked really well for me.
So you're seeing more of this versus this as far as the upper quarter goes. Anything else with the upper quarter? And if not, how about the lower quarter?
Yeah, the upper, there's a few different things. One is pinched shoulder blades. That happens a lot.
Okay. I mean, you hear that cued quite a bit, too. I mean,
yeah, it also happens naturally.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So another these are all de-evolutionary patterns. I started the hands being sometimes the most downstream things can give the most information. So the ring finger knuckle will drop off here, so I can't do it anymore, but it will be depressed, like on your right hand.
Yeah. Yeah,
see how it's a big drop off between middle knuckle to your ring finger knuckle?
Yeah. Now, is this just the right hand only that you want to see this, or you're looking for, or does it matter?
I mean, your right hand is worse. It's both hands. It should be even. If you look at mine, it's very nice and even slope.
Yeah.
Nice geometry.
Yeah. Okay. So what causes some of that, and then what's some of your fixes?
Climbing.
Okay.
A lot of climbing. Starting to challenge the thing. So part of the reason that starts to depress is you lose lumbrical function. So being able to create a 90-degree slope at the proximal knuckle. So it's like a teeter-totter. If we want this knuckle to go up, it's because the next knuckle lacks the ability to go down. Just as if you extend your fingers, you depress the knuckles. Mm-hmm. You extend them, they go down. You flex them, and they come up.
Yeah, like you said, a teeter-totter.
Yeah, and so I will go on this will be a good example. I'll go on a sloper hold or a round hold, and I'll just hold like that. I'll look at my fingers, and I'll actually manipulate the wrist or the hand position so that this knuckle is more prominent.
Okay.
I will hold on to stuff like that, or even like this on a hang board, and I think there's beauty in the geometry that our body can make, and that it should be appreciated in a functional sense. That there's a very nice and gradual curve here that allows for a nice balanced position of the joints and bones. And for me, this is very fun. I pretend like I'm a Sherlock Holmes, being able to look at one small detail and then deduce a lot of other information. Another thing is ulnar deviation. Ulnar deviation is primarily there from aquatic days, and if people's posture and how they make a fist or how they hold things is with a lot of ulnar deviation, there's going to be some issues in the shoulder that might be an internal rotation or an anterior tilt. Not sure, but this is a sign of a de-evolutionary trait. Paired with that, oftentimes the people who lift weights is going to be the calluses. Then I start looking at the skin for details of, well, are the calluses even? Are there some on the middle finger? Or are they primarily the ring finger? And if they're primarily on the ring finger or the pinky knuckle, then we've got some issues, because they're loading the smaller bones that are hands more than the big bones. I even want a little bit of a callus here between the thumb and index finger. And the skin tells a story, Skin and wrinkles don't lie. They have history, So then it's understanding, what movements created those wrinkles? They're there. Should they be there? Or how would that wrinkle appear? Or that callus?
What are some of the antidotes to the ulnar deviation? Is it more climbing again?
Climbing would be great. You can also just do as simple as going into what the person is already doing. In my case, if they're already with their team bench pressing and doing all these other things, start making them aware that when they have a dumbbell in their hands, they might be like that, or that they're loading here. I might ask that they only hold the pull-up bar or the dumbbell with these fingers. It's really hard to go an ulnar deviation and hold onto a weight with just these fingers.
Yeah.
And on the other side, like, I will make them also do this. Can they lift the weights like this? Can they do pull-ups with just these fingers? Again, when we constrain or add difficulty to the fingers, then this ulnar deviation is too compensatory for them to be able to execute the task. Larger times they'll self-organize into a more neutral position.
Now, with this knuckle, and then with the ulnar deviation, okay, so you mentioned it radiates up into the body, the shoulder, for instance. Now, does it also feed further into the body and even the lower quarter at times? Have you seen?
Yeah, totally. So let me see if there's any other big ones that I like with the upper body. The collarbone and the neck is very informative for me. So the sternoclavicular joint, and it's called the platysma, but it's this very thin, most outer layer of the neck that goes over the collarbone. And so if the collarbone protrudes a lot and there's like this very big protrusion, then I know that the shoulder blade is in a maybe a less optimal position, or that their neck is not integrating with their shoulder well. The musculature in my neck changed immensely once I started climbing. And part of the reason we even have a neck actually is because our arms are not legs, because our arms are different. So once we had different functions for our forelimbs and our hind limbs, the neck really started to emerge. So the function of the neck is very much involved with the function of the arms. If the collarbone is depressed too much, then I know their shoulder blades either too far down or they have scoliosis and they're side bent somewhere. So then I need to explore. The SC joint, sternoclavicular joint, it should be fluid with the manubrium instead of it poking out. If this joint is poking out, then again we're losing a contact point, a point of force transmission from the hands to the spine. And also, like a teeter-totter, if this end is up, it's because the AC joint is too far back. So just by looking at the SC joint, I can infer that the scapula is too pinched backwards towards their spine.
So basically, you want the clavicle a bit more flush to the body.
Absolutely. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, because you do see it protrude sometimes. So what do you see with the platysma sometimes?
It's hypertrophy. It's not hypertrophy. It's atrophy.
Oh, so would you see like a cavern then between their neck?
Yeah, a bigger cavity here. A bigger cavity where that... let's see, I can't see myself. Let me model this.
Okay.
It would look more like that.
It would look more like that.
This cavity would extend down to this part of the neck.
So is that because they're just, I guess their neck isn't, I guess, integrated with their body and shoulder as much? Or what do you think?
Likely, or, I mean, it could be as simple as what I'm doing right now, which is a protraction elevation of the shoulder blade. And so then they need to learn how to, or develop the strength to let this sit like a shirt sits on a coat hanger, that it rests on the rib cage at this 15-degree angle.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned, I'm pretty sure you said something like you've noticed your own neck with the climbing that you've done. So what is it that you've noticed within your neck? So, I mean, I remind a lot of people, because I think a lot of people overlook it, that, yeah, our neck's part of our trunk, part of the core, right? It's basically everything from head to our pelvis. So what have you noticed with your neck?
It got thicker, and that platysma filled out over my collarbones. My collarbones used to protrude a lot more. And when I'm really challenged on a hold, to recruit more power in a lot of different positions I find myself in, my head will come into this position, this capital extension, chin down position. My deep neck flexor is working to help stabilize my spine. The exceptions are, if my face is plastered against the wall as I'm like trying to reach for something, and then there's that exception, or if I absolutely need to reach for something.
Okay, yeah. So these are some big rocks, big clues that you look for when it comes to their upper quarter, their hands, wrists, neck, and their
neck as well, and where their elbows are positioned. I like looking at the shape of their neck. I believe in a beautiful and flowing shape and geometry of things. Like, that is a very nice hand position. Can I grip and hold myself up in this very sequential hand position? I'm very fascinated with the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio, and our hands and our bodies are no exception to that. So these are more of my out there beliefs. But I find that when I look from that perspective, it tends to balance out a lot of things. And so this is something that I'm working on developing more of, is how does the golden ratio affect movement? People have studied it based on architecture and photos and very static things, but what about dynamic movement? And so, this is a Fibonacci triangle spiral, and that's probably the outer tail of it as well. We see an equal bend at each joint.
So what principle? What's the name of this principle again?
Well, I haven't called it anything yet. It's just I'm learning how the Fibonacci sequence, or the golden ratio, is related to movement. How does it affect movement? I've had a few very exciting findings so far that I'm waiting to reveal.
Okay, great. Anything else with the upper quarter, or what do you have for the lower quarter, if that's it for the upper quarter?
It's similar to what we talked about on one of the first sessions. The wrist needs to extend just as much as the ankle needs to dorsiflex. In a lot of people, it'll start to fuse as they start extending mostly through their fingers instead. And that's the same way it happens in a dog or an elephant. So that de-evolution. I'm not a big fan of hyperextension of the elbow. That's more of an aquatic pattern. Sure, somebody's form might allow for hyperextension, but I kind of just don't buy that. It's like, well, maybe their form does that because their childhood was so lazy that they could start hyperextending their elbow or their knee. You don't see hyperextension anywhere in nature. You see more bends. You see subtle bends. You see suspension. The only time you see like locked out extension of a joint is in a whale's fin.
Well, when I see it, what comes to my mind, the people, they appear to me to be, they don't have so much mass, musculature, structure to them. They're relying more on their bones and their connective tissues.
Exactly, which are not really designed to take that much load all the time.
No, so that's like, I guess they're substituting support the support from their musculature with their bony structures instead. So it's like a default. What are some of the antidotes to the extension and the fused wrist? And I imagine maybe just get stronger when it comes to the elbow, to where you don't have to rely on the joints. You're relying more on your soft tissues.
A lot more quadrupedal activities loaded too, because oftentimes people will, if it's easy enough, they will just weight bear through their fingers. So it needs to.
No, I remember that girl that you showed me, that picture of maybe the first week, how she kind of did that. Yeah. Wow.
So make it hard enough, they're going to select a flat palm. So with some load, or at least with enough volume. So the other day I have another athlete who does that, and so I prescribed such profuse amounts of quadrupedal activities that he was like shaking out his wrist, like, God, my wrist. And I'm just like, yes, I'm trying to change all the connective tissue, and it's stubborn to change. There's so much shit in here that it's designed to be stiff, but stiff at this end range and that end range, and supporting grips and other things. So it's been one of the more stubborn changes I've tried to work with.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot easier when people are consciously choosing a flat palm over fingers.
Yeah.
So for the legs, again, if we look at the feet first and then go upstream, we can make a similar analogy. I still want to see that arch from pinky toe to big toe. They should have that transverse anterior arch. And some exciting research just got published recently that arch, while it goes mainly unnoticed by most people, is responsible for up to 40% of our foot stability.
The transverse arch?
Yeah, and if you look at it again from a geometrical sense, and I like that you know who Buckminster Fuller is, he has a shape called the spherical triangle, and that's really what our foot is. It's a spherical triangle. The shape, to describe it to you, is imagine if I put a pizza slice on top of a globe.
Okay.
That's our foot.
The globe.
No, the pizza slice. The pizza slice resting on the globe.
Oh, so the globe's the arch.
Yeah, well, the globe is showing the arch. The arch happens from the heel to the front and from pinky toe to big toe. So the crust is this transverse anterior arch.
Okay. So you said 40% of the stability is from the transverse arch.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I don't know about you, but I see a lot of people's feet, and I'd say the majority are messed up. What's that?
Almost everybody's.
So what are you feeling that's probably just due to footwear and non-diverse surfaces?
Yeah, a lot of it's that, and not enough movement.
Okay. So what do you try to have people do to help with that then?
Let's see. I'm trying to be dexterous with my feet. So for myself, I actually try to I entertain, like, what if I lost my hands? And so how would I use my feet to get around or do stuff? So I have these yoga toes that I really like, and these are like the extra large ones that really widen out the toes. I prescribe those for the beginning athletes who might not be committed to a foot practice. Then I will work to individually separate all the toes and be able to control them just like that with my hand.
Okay.
I should be able to plantar flex and dorsiflex the foot without the extensor digitorum, without needing to go into toe extension to dorsiflex. So my hand, I can bend my wrist without going into excessive finger extension. So same thing with the foot. That would be one thing. If they have a hammer toe or if they've lost that transverse arch, then I will also prescribe like a lumbrical activity, and just they have some local strength deficits they need to improve it.
So like a short foot drill, you mean? Like a short?
Not a short foot.
Like I guess.
No, I've seen the short foot fuck up some people's feet. They like try to make the arch way too stiff, and it's not. It's a spring. It needs some elasticity, and people like just I have to have this forced short arch, and it needs to give. It needs to move. So the longitudinal arch, the main arch, I think a lot of times it's hard to prescribe just foot exercises for that because that has to do with the foot, the knee, and the hip so much. But the transverse arch, you can do a lot of work just improving with the toes. So while they're deadlifting or squatting, I'll ask for their feet, their toes to just relax into the ground instead of claw and hammer toe into the ground. I will also ask for them to be able to make this Fibonacci type spiral with their feet, so be able to fully saturate the curl. Like this. So we see a very nice bend from here to here to there. It's getting the appropriate amount of bend at each joint.
Yeah, I like that. Fibonacci, you said.
What's that?
Fibonacci, you said? That's the guy's name?
Fibonacci. So Fibonacci sequence is, almost like a sacred series of numbers. But the pattern shows up in itself all over nature.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of Leonardo da Vinci, too.
Yeah, he was working on the same principles.
Yeah.
So that's some of the foot stuff. Deep squat, and hold deep squat, and they need to be able to have that anterior tibialis balance them. That dorsiflexion there is essential. It needs to be there. Some of the things that I see issues with is, like I said, hammer toe and excessive protrusion of the extensor digitorum seen through the skin. Hyperextension of the knee or lack of plantar flexion. Those are some of the big ones. Let's see.
You know, have you ever come across people who, when they're not fully loaded, let's just say when I'm doing this right here, they have the angles bilaterally, but when you do left-right comparison, but they can't do it like this, they wind up doing that instead. Do you ever come across that? And what are some of your,
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
I just tell them to stay down there. Sometimes I don't care. Like, just stay down there. Or try to get your heel down, whatever, shift side to side. Just, it'll change over time if they stay down there long enough.
Because I see the range, like I demonstrated to you, when it's unilateral. I see the range when they're doing quadruped rocking, but then they can't do it bilateral and just do a primitive squat, for instance. And so I scratch my head a lot of times. But you're thinking it's just a matter of time. You're thinking it's just a matter of time in most cases?
Yeah. And sometimes I'll have them grab something in front of them to balance, but I want them to pulse with it. Oscillate, they grab it, they fall back. They grab it, they fall back. So that the shin and dorsiflexing musculature is the main thing that needs to work to to earn the dorsiflexion and balance them. I mean, sometimes they don't get it yet because they're not ready. They need to have the strength to own the new range of motion.
Okay. So they have the range, they just don't have the strength and coordination.
Maybe. I mean, forcing range before or without strength or stability, I think, is something that is often tried but can be dangerous. So, I follow evolution's rules is that we gain range of motion through movement, and if we don't get it in the time we want it, then sometimes our expectations are what needs changing, and that the body is doing the perfect thing it should. If we see slow progress over time, I'm fine with that. But demanding, or expecting that the ankle changes range of motion in a week or 2 weeks, I think is very dangerous.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's a process. Yeah, I'll have people work on that. So you just have them basically go as low as they can, whether their heels are up or not, and just have them play around.
Yeah, and you can be in the position that you're in too, and start putting your body weight into your knee, pushing it forward. Your heel can lift the ground, but then you're creating a fulcrum to really start creating more dorsiflexion.
So you have them like basically heel raise from here?
Their heel can raise, yeah.
Okay. Now I've noticed this a few times, and I've been meaning to ask you, and so I remember I'm noticing that you have a number of clips to where you're having people stay in this squat position, and then you'll have them. Or you'll have people do basically a carry, a farmer's walk of sorts, but keep it low as if the ceiling's low.
Yeah, that's one of the quarantine challenges is movements that I've liked. I sent it to you in the video, and I really like the demand of having to stabilize that one leg in a good position, and having the freedom to balance and bring the leg out to the side and back. It's a novel stimulus that I've been liking, and at durations of a minute, 2 minutes, I found to be a nice stimulus for a lot of these athletes.
And then what I'm seeing with I think she's a volleyball player. I think she got a scholarship. I know she's been pushing cars, and she kind of competes with Lauren. I forget her name, but you know how I'm talking about. Now, I remember you had her do some farmer's walk in her hallway, and you had her just stay in a low position. I imagine you're also helping to really support the athletic position, the ready position that people have to maintain for a period of time as well.
The squat walk for me, for her, a lot of times is because she locks her knee out and lacks dorsiflexion. So I'm asking her to have a slow roll from heel to toe without falling into plantar flexion, like a limp wrist, so that the muscles strained are the ones that have to keep her ankle bent as she rolls forward. Most people, as they roll forward, will put their heel on the ground. Then they just plantar flex with no movement of the body. And what I want, if you follow me here, if this is my knee up top, this is my shin and my foot, I want them to hit the ground and move the lower half or the lower part of the leg in unison instead of heel hitting, knee staying still, and foot hitting the ground.
So, if I'm hearing you correctly, basically you want to maintain tight angles. So it almost looks like a Z in a way.
Yep.
I imagine you're also helping with that dorsiflexion, which also is going to feed up the chain into the knee and the hip.
Yeah, and the spine, for sure. And I will voice a concern for rhythm, that I want their entire body moving in unison at pace, instead of step, footfall, then the rest of the body. It should be step, roll, and step, roll, and step, roll.
Yeah. And now I'm picturing that this could be really helpful with someone's primitive squat that I was asking about, as far as helping to develop that. And so it's like we're working on the primitive squat through this, I think you said squat walk. And so essentially we're driving it from the top down.
Yeah, top down, and from a muscular sense, some of the more fatigued ones are going bottom up.
Yeah. That strategy totally makes sense. Awesome. And then you're getting a lot of time under tension too. So you're loading the lower quarter without external load, or doesn't have to require much really.
Yeah.
Because you have a lot of time.
I've got a session at 4:30.
Okay.
So, is there anything else?
No, this is great. I think we hit a lot of good stuff. You kind of, the way I see it, you shared with me a map of sorts, and things that your eyes just really pick up on, and you're like you said, Sherlock Holmes, and you're gathering evidence and clues, and yeah, it's good stuff.
Thank you. I'm glad you see it that way.
So, thank you very much.
Cool. I'll be in touch. Great questions as usual. Great session.
Have a good one. Take care.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Sure. Sounds good. So far, how does it sound?
Great.
Okay. Good. I've been on Zoom, a number of times this week, and I was experiencing, for whatever reason, it was kicking me out. And I have the subscription, so I don't know what's going on with these audio, video online things. I think we froze.
Yeah.
Shit.
I got you.
Okay.
Your audio is still cutting in and out though.
Yeah. I'm doing this via my iPad. I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
Is perhaps the microphone muffled, like if it's resting on something?
It's just kind of propped up against the corner.
Yeah. That shouldn't really affect it. Okay, we'll just go as is, and if I need you to repeat something, then we do that. Okay. So I've got a bunch of different videos and media stuff to go over, show you again, similar of how I see movement, if you'd like to start with that.
Yeah, that sounds, so I'll just say, thinking about last week, you kind of gave a little bit of a snapshot as far as what you're looking for. And I imagine it's not just the initial, it's probably ongoing as well, but from the shoulders on down to the feet, right?
Yeah, it's pretty constant.
Even the hands. And so I was just wondering if you've ever come across anyone with chronic wrist pain, and then is there anything in particular that you're looking for when it comes to the hips and spine stability?
Yeah. Let's start with your hand question. So, chronic pain or issues, my other hand, the dome-like shape of the metacarpal comes up to a sharper mountaintop instead of being a very broad hill. And so what that does is then if there's a bigger hill here, it's really hard for the medicals to then glide and be and slide this direction with the radius and ulna. And so then also from this perspective, you could see that there might be more of like a taco type shape folding here instead of, again, a broad valley or an open plain if we think of that topography. Oftentimes their thumb stays very adducted, which again kind of reinforces this evolutionary theory of mine of that this opposable thumb is extremely good. One of the more recent one of the more recent muscles that evolved in evolution is extensor hallucis and brevis and longus. So, pollicis for the thumb. The muscles that help widen our thumb and radially deviate our wrist are much more recent in their invention. Are dependent upon healthy environments, and so they're one of the first ones to go. The muscles that will throw us into ulnar deviation are extremely archaic. They're back from the fishes. So when I see a chronic wrist issue, typically the fingers have started to go over to the right or to the ulnar side. The wrist started to go that way, and as well as the thumb. The thumb has started to come over to be underneath, almost like how it is in a dog or even an elephant, where this thumb is kind of high up and almost useless, vestigial trait. So then the action steps is, the hard part is that there's so much connective tissue here. I've found that you've really had to attack it with lots of repetition of crawling. Hanging has helped a lot as well, and being able to grip wide implements in a variety of different positions and be able to pull and push with that radial deviation that I can't emphasize enough. But then if we look at some of the physics in the hand, if we want this to be different, then we have to consider these knuckles as well. And almost always when that hill is a bit too big here, the ring finger knuckle has started to depress. And so we need to restore some strength to the lumbricals, as well as some of the curvature of these knuckles, so that there is a nice doming here. And what this does is it provides the palm with the necessary stability so that it can get the mobility here. So there's oftentimes a switch where we're not getting the motion we want here, then it's lost somewhere else, or it's lost stability somewhere else, or it's traded mobility for mobility, where we're getting mobility in the palm where it should be stability.
You want to have less of a taco here?
Yeah, a more open taco.
Okay.
Yeah. The more it folds, the harder it will be for the wrist to extend and those bones to glide upon one another.
Do you do so? It sounds like, I guess, you do a lot of varied grip and holding and hanging, crawling. Do you do anything tissue work wise?
Not anymore. I don't do any. I haven't done any tissue work in a year or maybe 2 years.
So
I just wasn't seeing as good enough as results, and I also wanted to commit to this evolutionary theory that it could do everything that I would dream of, and so I've removed manual therapy modalities from my toolbox for now.
So even when it comes to trying to, change the topography here, you're just going to change it via activities, tasks.
Yeah, well, the muscles are the muscles are the sculptors, and so for me, I want the muscles to sculpt the bones how they need to be sculpted, more than force them there.
Does your do you still have your one friend? I think his name's Aaron, that PT.
Yeah.
Does he still kind of work alongside you at times? Is his approach similar in this regard when it comes to his PT practice? It's more, I guess, behavior based rather than manual therapy based.
Yeah, it's all movement based. Whether it's passive or active is up to him and the patient.
Okay.
But it's all movement based. I haven't seen him do any manual work on anybody in all the time that I've known him.
Yeah, So
I can give you a good example.
Okay.
I need him to work on this again, but you can't see it, but my right foot, you can't see the detail that I'm going to explain. My right foot is about a centimeter shorter than my left foot.
Okay.
The arch is actually a lot higher than the left, and that has created different mechanics than in my ankle. Consider if the arch got too big in our knuckles of our hand, then the wrist might actually be limited in some of its mobility. If this bend, this taco got too big. So this happened because as a right-handed volleyball player, my right foot is on the ground about 60% of the time more than my left foot. It takes a brunt of the load before I jump for the attack. In the lovely adaptive fashion that biology does, my arch, my spring in my foot adapted for a higher load. So it got great in volleyball time. Now that I'm not playing volleyball anymore, I actually need that arch to be more compliant because I'm not chronically putting, 10 to 15 times my body weight into one leg 100 times, 200 times into practice. So I bring this up with Aaron, and he's like, let me try something. I got something. And one of his modalities is called Feldenkrais, who I'm sure you've heard of, and the Anat-Banyal method. And one of Feldenkrais's piece de resistance was something called the artificial floor, where I'm supine and completely relaxed, and he gave my foot a fake floor with a board, and he, as gently as possible, would start bending my ankle more, and would let go, and he would also give me, trace my metatarsals and give my brain that awareness, that sensation. And within about 30 to 45 minutes of him just pushing on my foot like this with a piece of wood, my arch softened and opened up, and my foot was the same size as my left for the first time in probably a decade. And it had actually stayed that way until just recently, and I just noticed that I need to resume some of that work.
So your right foot got smaller?
It got shorter. So because the arch, if you can imagine, if the arch gets bigger, then the length of the foot gets shorter.
Right. And so he's basically evening the arches by stimulating it, just, I guess, lightly. Is that right?
Lightly is an overstatement. It was a tickle, a delicate touch, but just the way he's able to do it and where he's going to, he's not. This is the complete opposite of what normal culture and normal modalities teach us, like forcing and stretching. Similar to, you might even think the FRC method is one that might be similar, who would say, let's contract the tibialis anterior until the cows come home to make more dorsiflexion, perhaps. awareness, just from a beginner's perspective on that. And what he did is his perceptual ability through his hands is remarkable, unparalleled. He would push until he felt resistance from my calf and my soleus, or my foot, and he would let go. And then he would push a little bit further, and then when he felt resistance, he would let go. And this is, I mean, like, just the lightest of touches. And what this does in the brain is actually quite fascinating. And since meeting Aaron, the way I think about touch, how I touch other people, is massively different. Most people take it for granted, and from his perspective, it's almost like an abusive touch to the nervous system, especially when you're asking them to increase awareness. So what happens in the brain when you touch lightly is that they become more aware of the area on them. They become more aware of maybe that part of their palm. When you push really hard, they become really aware of your touch. So you're not increasing their awareness of their movement or their body. You're increasing their awareness of you touching them, which is rarely useful when we're trying to change movement or really increase awareness of movement. And so some of the attention literature would also agree with this, is that people initially thought that if we need to pay attention to something, the example being a conversation in a crowded and loud room, previous literature would have said our brain would make the attentional searchlight on our conversation brighter to tune out everything else. What it actually does is it dims the lights on everything else. So what we've done to make this conversation brighter is kind of dimming the stimuli. Does that make sense? You follow me?
The outside stimuli.
All stimuli. Yeah, I mean, there are times when Aaron's having a certain session with people, or like an athlete flying in, and I'll turn off the music. I will, if I'm not with a client, or if I am. But oftentimes I will, if I can, reduce all other stimuli. So the attentional searchlight likes to scan and look at other things, similar to Sauron's eye in Lord of the Rings. And so what I want to do is not give it anything to look at. And so it can only tune in on the body or nothingness.
No, I like, I mean, for me, this it resonates, because I've always felt that, like, if we're, addressing this sensory motor organism, is that we want to have, it reminds me of computer science. I don't know if you've ever heard the term GIGO. It stands for garbage in, garbage out. And so I want the best and the cleanest information going into the system, rather than just a bunch of noise. And so, like, where I train, I don't have any music going on. I mean, the typical, like, gym music, group fitness workout, I mean, it's very stimulating, and perhaps I feel it's overly and sympathetic. And so if I have anything playing in the background, it's usually just nature sounds or nothing.
Yeah. I've played with different soundtracks. With one of my I have one kid who's very musically gifted, and he, if he's not paying attention for whatever reason, because he's, an adolescent boy, he's often listening to the music. So I've remembered or saved certain songs that go to a certain beat that I want him to oscillate his movement to, or I will ask him to move the weight with the beat. And so, of course, we're going to get the massive amount of volume here, but it's something that gets him very focused and tuned in, and it's also very fun. That's something that I've really liked as well, is incorporating more of a matching of a rhythm to movement.
Is there any?
And what I'll add as like a footnote there, what's beautiful about that is this is brought up to me because talking about noise. So the stronger the stimulus, the more noise. The stronger we try to flex the muscle, the more noise in the signal, typically. But when we lower intensity and have that graceful touch, noise starts to decrease and we start getting a very clean signal. The only other thing where noise decreases, sometimes disappears, is when the movement happens to a rhythm. So that's how, I mean, these musicians can keep the metronome type beat just by their own skill and intuition and be almost flawless, because the brain within a rhythm can find the wave and reduce the noise and start moving almost perfectly. The movement quality isn't perfect, but the timing is.
Is there a particular genre that you'd listen to when it comes to finding a good tempo for a good rhythm?
He really likes electronic music, so we play all sorts of different kind of electronic music. There's one song that I've found to be a great pace to run to for myself at like a 7 or 8 minute pace, nothing blistering. Everlong by the Foo Fighters. The drumming beat it matches perfectly with the cycle of one leg, so it'd be right leg, right leg, right leg. It would be my emphasis to land whenever the bass drum hits or something.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Very nice.
But I mean, there's a sweet spot. I'm sure if I could do some research into the beats per minute, there's too fast and then there's too slow.
I heard something as far as running, to be within your fascial system, to really take advantage of the spring-like properties of fascia, that it's 175 to 185 steps per minute.
That sounds about right. However, the claim that they're making is that the beat alone would allow you to take more advantage of your fascial system, when I would say position is much more indicative of any sort of vertical stiffness within the leg.
Well, yeah, I guess if you don't have the position, you're probably not going to have the tensegrity.
Exactly.
And so, yeah. Unless
you are spent years accumulating the skill of a different position.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But that's at a high interest rate, and that could result in an injury later on.
Yeah. Thanks for highlighting the wrist once again. But
let me get one more tool that I found to be very useful. Before I forget. Right here. Okay, so randomly, and I look at shapes of certain things and products. Occasionally, I will use a nicotine lozenge as a brain booster for focus and whatnot.
What?
Occasionally, I will use nicotine lozenges to help with focus when I want to focus more, because it's easy for me to be distracted. And this is something that's up and coming, isn't actually that detrimental to you. We have nicotine receptors. The damaging thing is typically the tobacco and combining it with cigarettes or the chew type stuff. But the nicotine, like Nicorette lozenges, I've found to be very useful, especially just at a very small dose.
Now, you'll just use this yourself? You won't have your athletes use this so much? This is just more for yourself, is that correct?
Yeah, this is just for me, the lozenge. But the container has related to the hands. So that's what I'm explaining. This is a Nicorette lozenge container.
Okay.
But if you look at the arch of this, it almost fits perfectly of what I would want to see with the knuckles of the hand. So what I've done, I jammed rearranged my metacarpals a few times, climbing or doing dense stuff, adventurous things, where I will then put the container under my knuckles, and then I will crawl back and forth, emphasizing this, the bend in the wrist here. And this then is a support in the exact same shape that I want.
Where do you have it on your palm?
Here, and it descends down that way a little bit, where it's higher here and lower on this side.
Are you putting it basically right underneath your knuckles then?
Yeah, right there.
Okay, I see.
And the first time I did this, I was just dicking around. Something popped, and then I felt immediate relief, and my wrist started bending and feeling immediately better. And so then I would just crawl and crawl and crawl until it went away. And I found this to be a very useful tool and similar concept for just restoring this anterior arch. Same thing with the foot. When the flexors start to get really aggressive, it's just so hard to maintain this arch that the lumbricals can do. So this is an active way to help form and force that position in a quadruped style movement.
If I don't have, I guess that's a Nicorette gum container, is that right?
The lozenges, yeah.
Lozenges. Besides that particular, I don't know, shape, something, or what else might I be able to use?
I've used pebbles, like small rocks and pebbles. Because, this is something that I just have and will use when I need it with somebody. But sometimes I'm not with them. I needed to give somebody this little container during quarantine. Couldn't. Had them just go get some rocks out of their yard and told them kind of the shape we were looking for. It worked well enough. I love how serendipitous this shape fit for the hand.
Yeah, because it's creating that dome.
Yeah.
So what is it, like an inch in the heights, maybe?
It's probably 2 inches if this is to scale.
Okay.
It's about 2 inches high. Probably about 2 inches high, an inch wide. The arc, maybe an inch and a half at the top and an inch at the bottom.
Okay, so it's going to create an inch high dome then.
Yeah, well, it's going to create a dome. See how the dome, slants off towards the pinky side?
Right.
Here. I actually kind of like that. I know that the dome, the hand, when it's neutral, is a similar arcing point.
I might get some Nicorette lozenges now.
Yeah.
So this'll.
Crazy.
So you're creating the mobility here to help
stability,
or the stability.
Helping them with stability.
Yeah, stability here to help with the mobility of the wrist.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I like it. It's good stuff.
You'll be able to find probably a pebble or a rock eventually that'll fit. This one just felt perfect, honestly like a glove for my hand.
Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Was it the low tech, high touch, as they say?
Yeah, exactly.
So I also was wondering about the hips and the trunk, if you have anything, especially when you kind of do your scan of people. And then I know you had some things in mind already as well.
Yes, I've got something here that's related.
Do you ever encounter people who cramp constantly too?
Not often, but
I just had a person prior to our appointment, and every time.
Where are they cramping?
Lower body.
mean, my first thing with cramps is something's being overused. That's almost always the case. It's a mix of that plus probably some mineral imbalance. Load them up with magnesium. Have them start. I mean, when I can easily cramp if I don't have enough magnesium in my system, and I know that's something that is increasingly important to supplement as people age. So after, I had a 4-hour walk the other day and 2 installments of 2 hours each. And I started cramping in my calves towards the end because I was going at a pretty fast clip. Just took some magnesium or the magnesium noon tablets, the fizzy water supplement things. Mm-hmm. They went away immediately.
This happens with, all my clients are either 70, they're 70 on up, and 9 times out of 10, it happens when they're in the hook line position, and I'm just having them do some, I don't know, like windshield wiper movements. But I'm thinking it's probably, like you said, it's just more of a mineral imbalance, and, they're the older population.
Yes, I mean, it's a mineral imbalance, but I've never cramped in my bicep. I've never cramped in my pec. I've cramped in things that tend to get overused in a lot of people. I've cramped in my calves. I've cramped in my rectus abdominis. I've cramped in my quads, but my tricep has never cramped. Yeah. My serratus anterior has never cramped. So I think it's yes, there's a mineral imbalance. It's also a sign of some sort of muscular imbalance as well. Yeah. I'm just trying to. I just encounter it all the time. I'm just trying to think of how I might be able to, offset it a bit with these people. Sherrington's law might be useful. Contracting the antagonist.
Okay. Yeah.
I've done certain workouts where I'm trying to attack some left rotation in my body, since I've still rotated right from so much volleyball, and I've attacked it so ferociously that then my upper left abdominal will start cramping. And typically then when I do some antagonist work, it goes away. And not only does it go away, it prevents it from coming back.
So you're attacking your left rotation so much that your left oblique was starting to cramp?
My upper left six-pack muscle.
Uh-huh. And so you were just then switching it to rotation right?
No, it was extension and rotation left. So extension as the antagonist to the rectus abdominis.
Oh, rather than flexion, extension. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you're kind of like, you're lengthening that abdominal sheath. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
So maybe a pre-flight checklist before takeoff in certain positions where it's like, okay, we know that this person might cramp here. Let's prevent that with some other stuff beforehand.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll give that a shot.
All right. So here's Lauren. I started back up at the gym secretly ahead of schedule because I wanted to.
Are you wearing a mask? Are you wearing a mask too, or she just?
Yeah, I'm wearing a mask. Here's what I've been doing. I have all the windows open. I have an industrial fan circulating the air. I'm wearing a mask. I'm not touching her. I'm staying away. I don't help set up any equipment. I don't touch anything she touches at all. We wipe everything down after the fact. And I and I steam mop the mats.
How long have you guys been training on site now?
What's that?
How long have you guys been back training on site?
This is just her second session. Just this last week did I start seeing people.
She likes being back.
Few days actually.
She like being back.
I do. Yeah, I really do. All right, so we're trying to also work some left rotation with her trunk as well, and you can see that it's challenging her because she's not really doing it. She's going a lot of arm extension, and
Side
she's
bending.
actually getting this rotation at her knee, if you can see. She's trying to rotate left at her knee, and her right knee is actually been bugging her. So this is kind of the law of conservation. She's getting left rotation. It's just not here. It's happening at her knee.
Yeah, it looks like she's side bending from her rib cage a little bit to the left, maybe.
Yeah, she's a little side bent, which I'm okay with. Good on the left side, and then when she everts her foot, and I tell her about it.
Oh, that right foot right there.
What's that?
Her right foot, that right there. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, the eversion was an accident, but that's also something we've been working on actively. Is everting that right foot? That's part of this pattern for her. So for her to get left rotation at her rib cage, she likely needs this hip to stabilize her a lot more than it currently is.
Her right hip, that is?
Yes.
Yeah. So is this the squat walk with left rotation? Is that what you
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And part of the reason why I prescribed it that day is what she was describing to me seemed like a lack of an eccentric contraction ability during volleyball activities. So what I asked her to do is that I want her to have the same exact pace throughout the whole movement, that from heel to toe is the same pace as her coming forward over her ankle. What people most commonly do right there. See how fast she brings her foot down? So she lacks this eccentric, or heel rocker, it's what it's called. She lacks this heel rocker. See how it just fell there?
Yeah.
That's what I want her to control. Instead of like she's slamming on the gas pedal of her car.
And then her pelvis shifts a lot more to the right when she's stepping with the right rather than compared to the left right here.
Yeah. As you can see look how well she controlled this left heel rocker. That's excellent. I love that. That's a great eccentric and isometric mixture of contraction throughout her leg.
Yeah.
After that, I actually made something up on the fly outside of our plan. Let me send it to the computer. So based on what I was seeing in the squat walk, I kind of reverse engineered what I thought was needed to overload to create some adaptation. And what that was this.
Is this the same session?
Same session. This is actually immediately after I saw her shifting to the right. So I'm asking her to put most of her weight on this right leg, and I want it to be the anchor point to pull her into extension and left rotation. And so this leg should just be a kickstand with barely any weight.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And the band is pulling horizontally and down, not forward or backwards. And that she's supposed to keep this knee as a firm pillar or an axis for hip to rotate around. It should stay in place. And what we should see, if she's really maxing out all available range of motion, is about that, where she's almost having her sternum pointing perpendicular from where her foot is.
Yeah.
I think I asked her to crank on her neck a little bit more too, to crank it left, because her head doesn't like to do that as much.
Yeah. I think I've seen you do something like this, but having someone's knee in contact with the ball and you had them move their body around the one leg that was touching the ball.
Yeah, I have. You're correct. That would be like the beginner mode. She is doing an excellent job at controlling her knee, so we don't do that. She knows how to do it. It's more about what I haven't done before, I don't think, is I want to create this overload here so that she has to really contract the posterior oblique sling.
Yeah.
From
left shoulder, right hip.
Left shoulder to right hip, but also the eversion aspects of the ankle.
Yeah, the ankle looks to be in a pretty good position.
Yeah, she loves to drop. She loves to invert or supinate.
Yeah.
Her heel here. She loves to let the knee come in, as we saw during the squat walk. And so for me, I've told her, like, these are our antidotes for volleyball. Our expectations aren't really to reverse them right now, because volleyball is going to continue. It's like we take one step forward with this, she goes and plays, she takes one step backwards. What we want to prevent is that it's only one step backwards. It's one step forward, one step backwards, instead of one step forward, two steps backwards. So that's the idea with the antidote here.
Is she playing her season already?
There's no tournament scheduled yet. She's just prancing around in the sand trying to get reps, but like she can't compete yet. She can't play.
Have they talked about this year at all? Do they know?
A little bit here and there. They've thought we were both aiming for June for tournaments, and don't think it's going to happen. Don't know if it's going to be July. She's actually leaving town to go spend some time with her mom next week, so she's taking a little vacation. She's still going to be training, just not with me. All right, I've got some interesting stuff with Wes if you'd like to see.
Yeah.
All right, let me see if I can get the raw videos better than mine.
Would you say that Lauren and Wes are currently, say, your kind of very avid students, let's just say?
My average students?
No, avid.
Oh yeah, they're the best students that I got. I mean, and different in their own right. So This is one of the things that I try to respect and offer is Lauren's a much more structured person than Wes. So our sessions are much more structured. She tends to do really well with that, where there's less of a freestyle element. I tell her in advance of I ask her, what do you want to do? We have a dialogue. But I say, this is going to be our first circuit of things, and this is why we are doing these things. And this is going to be our second. So it's how I plan for hers very differently. With Wes, throughout this process of Corona, it's been really off the cuff, where he just explores. He sends me a video. I send back notes. He sends back some other random thing that he tried. I send back notes. And it's been really him driving his own ship, and me just playing, occasional guide.
So they're both taking really big ownership in the process.
Totally, just different styles, which I respect, and my personal belief is that I don't want to it's the Bruce Lee adage of Jus Kendo. I have no style. My style is their style.
Yeah, exactly.
Although I do much more prefer the flowy, off-the-cuff stuff. Structure has been a skill for me to learn. God, there's so many videos with Wes.
Yeah, Bruce was having no way is way and no limitation as limitation.
Yeah. I think we're almost there.
Are you just reviewing the tapes that you have of people during the workouts?
What I saved was actually, so I will take a video on my phone of me reviewing and commenting the video on the computer, similar how I comment on the video to you. So I then can show him and scrub the video back and forth exactly what I'm talking about, or point with my finger or the cursor. So I have that video saved on hand because that's all I would need, but I want to show you a cleaner image. So I'm looking for the raw because it'll just be a little bit better. I'm almost there, I think. Yeah. All right. Okay. So this was one of his own creations that he then sent to me, where he was exploring supination. So if we're here, he's just exploring supination throughout this quadrupedal movement. And initially, I'm like, wow, that's awesome. Looks great. Love the supination. But then I know that he's got issues with his right elbow and shoulder. And so what I then see. All right.
Is there a way you can zoom in on it a little bit? I can't quite see because of the shadows and on black mat of his.
I can send you the raw video.
Okay.
Let me see if this is enough.
So is he basically rotating his radius on top of his ulna? Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah. Can you see that?
I can see that. So
just the palm opening.
Yeah, is he doing this for any particular reason? Does he have a history that he's just trying to help himself with?
So let me stop sharing for a second. So it's very interesting how people will replace certain movements. For him, he replaced pronation and supination with a lot of thumb movement. So he would try to pronate. He would lead with his thumb, and he would have his thumb reach the end line, but his wrist would not, his forearm would not fully pronate.
Interesting.
The same thing with the supination is he would force so much with the thumb, but not actually move the vehicle. And so once I took away his favorite marionette or steering wheel of how to get supination and pronation, he started actually moving his radius and ulna. So this is one of his explorations, in that he typically lacks full supination of the right side with a relaxed hand. He typically want to crank it with it, really forced in the hand, instead of putting all the motion locally in the forearm and getting that 180 degrees.
Was he having elbow pain then, I imagine?
He has had elbow pain, I think on the left side. But then he separated his right shoulder last year. It's hard to me to keep track of the history. I focus much more on the present movement signature. I look back at history if I need to.
So he's trying to restore some of the spiral action.
Yes, I mean, I'm a big fan of spiral movements, but not like Nowdy. I mean, like this. So I hope you can see it, or at least you can follow my words.
Yeah.
So he's getting very good, and isolated, clean supination here on the left side. On the right side, for him to get the rest of this supination, notice how he moves his whole body. He's moving his whole body to get that supination here.
Right.
You see that?
I
He's
do.
pushing off his left hand.
Yeah, it's like he's having to put more of his weight into it to make it happen.
He's got to really lean into it versus the left side.
Yeah, it's just occurring.
It just turns. Secondly, now look at his neck position. It's in line with his spine.
Yeah.
It's straight. Maybe he's got a little bit of rotation. If we go to the right side, he's now side bending his head to the left.
Yep.
Why is he going into left cervical flexion? I don't see any need for it unless it's related to his wrist, his shoulder. And so then we start exploring more neck and wrist connected movements and opportunities, and him exploring more neck things.
Mm-hmm.
But you see that, right?
Oh yeah. Is that side have more problems that you know if you know already?
Yeah, the right side, the right forearm wrist has had a bigger history of issues.
Yeah, the other week when we were watching him run sprint, I think we mentioned the right upper and lower quarters as well.
Correct. Yeah, that extension and internal rotation.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what's next. Here's the last. Here's something else that I have. So with Lauren,
how's the sound so far?
It's better. It still cuts out here and there, but it's better.
Okay. You got wireless headphones? Is that you got?
No, these are corded. I don't want the Bluetooth. If I don't need it, I don't mind having a cord. All right. So I haven't been able to see her in person for so long, so I haven't been able to see as many of the details that I'd like to see. So let me take this video away so it's not distracting. All right. So this is the beginning of our session. I just ask her to hang on the bar, and I inspect and see what I see. The thing that jumps out the most is the humeral depression dent on the right side versus the left side.
Yeah.
I just want something more equal. I see that her scapula is much further abducted. There's a lot. Every volleyball player tends to have a lot more range with their scapula here. So one thing that I've done during quarantine is take this time to challenge some of my own beliefs about the shoulder, specifically pinching them together. Is it really as evil as DNS? The people at DNS made me believe. And so what we did, I'll explain after, but we did some overhead. She was hanging on a bar and she pinched her shoulder blades together and brought them down. So she adducted them and brought them inferiorly. And what we got afterwards was a much different shoulder position, but much more equal. This is an active position here.
Okay.
But at least this isn't relaxed. But I do like how much more even we are getting those dents.
Yes.
We can see that she's still not. Let me draw.
I mean, it does look more symmetrical, this one, than the other one.
Yes, this is active, and I think I have one after the fact.
Her neck's a little bit to the right, but maybe she's just looking that way for whatever reason.
No, her neck tends to go that way.
Okay.
just as a volleyball player. Mine does too. Her shoulder blade on the right side is still just a little bit wider than her left and not downwardly rotating enough. But I was really happy with this.
Mm-hmm. So you like this snapshot? You like this snapshot better than the first snapshot you showed me?
I'm just showing the symmetry.
Okay.
I think I pulled up the wrong image, but this is what we did after the fact. She was actually much more symmetrical in a passive point of view.
Uh-huh. Oh, well, that looks different.
Yeah, very, very asymmetrical. And she has a stool to help her because this is quite hard for her.
Oh, so she's using her tippy toes to assist?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
And I think I asked her to get her shoulder blades as far back as possible, unweighted, and then sink into it and try to hold it. And we see that as she lowers, how hard of a time she has with that right side staying low. Her ability to scapularly depress is really challenging. You see,
yeah, she's trying. She's trying.
Her deltoid and her rotator cuff. See how her humerus gets so yanked up.
Yes. Does she have a history with that side?
No, thankfully, no. She's got no shoulder issues, but that's kind of the point of my philosophy is, just they could be better. Well, I would say good. They are good, but could be better. We haven't been able to hit training as hard as I think I would have liked because she's still, recovering from pregnancy.
Did she have a natural birth, not a C-section?
Yeah, natural birth, but it was very long and stressful, and so and we're let's play it safe rather than sorry type of attitude.
Is this her first child?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it takes quite a bit out of you.
And then with her knee, it's just that gets a lot of our attention.
Her right knee, that is?
This is the movement that I wanted her to eventually get to, that I am demonstrating, and I've stolen this from Ito as through quarantine, I've dove into his, toolbox a bit because it's doable for a lot of people with minimal equipment. But I really liked this movement, these scapular circles.
Yeah.
It required a ton of awareness from me. It improved my pull-up. It improved some of my posture. You can see how my head likes to go to the right as well.
Yeah. I don't know if it's the angle or the lighting, but it almost looks like your right shoulder has a little bit more shadowing.
The dent?
Yeah, the crease over the joint.
Yeah, it totally does. It's just from a decade of volleyball, you can see the same pattern that Lauren has, how much wider my shoulder blade is able to get. The denting is a lot bigger on that side.
Because you guys are both righties.
What's that?
Because you guys are both righties?
Yeah.
Now, I notice how you grab the bar. You grab it with your thumbs and she doesn't. I mean, do you have a preference for her? Or what's that?
I like thumbs over or under.
Okay.
I prefer this. It opens up the hand. I don't make a big deal out of it, though.
Okay.
I will if I'm having them go upside down when on the bar. And then I will, if I'm having them go upside down on the bar, then I want their thumb on the other side so that they can get like a pincher grip or grab front and back of the bar that can really control direction. I don't trust an over thumb grip as much as I trust an under thumb grip.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Let's see. All right, let me show you some hand stuff within the still here.
So these are basically, I mean, what you just showed me, especially yourself and Lauren, is we're looking at the skill of hanging, and we're looking at symmetry.
Yeah, exactly. These are just things to do on the bar.
And
so we can see a very different angle here. This is just a screenshot, but a very different angle and rotation of the humerus and elbow here. You look at my crease here versus here. I'm more internally rotated. I'm more externally rotated here. Makes sense. Look at my knuckles here. You can see a lot more of my pinky and ring finger.
Yeah.
I need to get more purchase with those digits, where I've got a much better grip on this side. Again, makes sense, right hand dominance. But this is just going to fuel some of my information. While right now, like some things with my right arm are immensely better, and some things with my left are a lot better. My right is a lot stronger, and I think a lot of that has to do with not only its dominance, but its positional ability is better. Where this side is maybe a more appropriate scapular position sometimes, and humeral depression. I don't quite get all the treats that this right side has.
You know this. I think this is a great snapshot example of how the hand, the wrist can metastasize into the rest of the body.
Totally. I mean, you see from this angle here, just at this angle, I'm gonna put a lot more force, a different force on the hand and the wrist than here.
Yeah.
I've got a much more, I think, a little bit more vertical forearm here, where this is a bit more diagonal.
Yep. And so it's interesting. It's like, you know, we look at things bilateral, unilateral, and I think a lot of times the assumption is that we're going to be symmetrical, but in this case, it's clear that no, that's, even though you're bilateral, doesn't mean that it's going to be a symmetrical bilateral.
Correct. And you know, my search for symmetry, the quest for symmetry, is similar to the quest for perfection. Like, that's the end goal. I don't know if we'll ever get there. You know, that's where our compass is headed, and that allows for an endless path, an endless possibility. And along the way, I think we can get really close. And I think we can do a whole lot of good. But I don't know if it's truly attainable.
Are you familiar
What's that?
Are you familiar with PRI?
Yeah.
So
I actually just used one of their exercises the other week.
Nice. Are you like the breathing one, like it's 90-90 supine?
Something like that, with just trying to get some left rotation for a girl with squeezing a ball, exhales, reaching.
Oh, right. So I remember the founder, I forget his name, he said something along the lines that, like, I think you said it just right now, is that it's not so much that we're going to have this perfect symmetry. Rather than that being the goal is really trying to minimize the symmetry that we already have.
Yeah.
So, I guess, and yeah, we're trying to minimize it, and we're trying not to have it increase any further.
Agreed.
So,
the thing that I will add is that if asymmetry is the poison, I actually wanted to train the poison in certain ways to make us tolerant to it. And I think I've talked to some people in a different world, muscle systems, strategic muscle systems, and it's a completely different thought process. But what I gave birth to is that the asymmetries aren't the end of the world, and they're going to happen. But the body needs to be able to tolerate forces through those positions. Meaning, in this poisonous asymmetrical position, if I did like a manual muscle test on any part, they shouldn't fail. They should be rigid, that they can accommodate forces in all these asymmetrical positions. So it's not only the quest for symmetry, it's that we are able to train and even to tolerate the asymmetries. And it doesn't take a whole lot to be able to tolerate them. We don't need to do any sort of hypertrophy kind of thing. It's like 1 or 2 sets, really, of 12 to 20 reps or long isometrics where we can potentiate the whole body in these funky positions.
Mm-hmm.
So with Lauren, the position, she's in danger is this really, or that she is poisonous for her, is this really abducted, scapularly elevated, and maybe even internally rotated shoulder position. So I will just put resistance at the end of her forearm in a variety of different positions and have her shoulder blade be abducted. I will turn her rib cage all sorts of different ways. Her only task is that she needs to be able to push back all the time. If there's a position where she meets resistance and fails in any direction, but the bones are in that position, then that's where we stay. That's where we train. I find that injuries arise when these asymmetries become intolerant to the forces. To me, that explains why some people move like shit, yet never get hurt. They're still tolerant to those forces in asymmetrical ways. However, that's on a muscular level. On a skeletal level, when they're putting those forces into their bones asymmetrically and not as they were designed, that's a large interest rate on their movement bank account. It's going to add up. And that's how I think you end up with the 70-year-old with the varus in their leg, or that ends up needing a knee replacement. Like, that didn't just show up one day. That's been happening chronically for years and years and years because people didn't start changing the interest rate. So that's where I get a stickler for these recurring patterns, and why I want symmetry to be such an aware thing is what I don't make voiced as much as possible is that when I'm working with 17-year-old, I want them to be able to move as well as they do now when they're 70, which means installing good movement banking principles now.
Yeah. I feel a lot of coaches aren't as they don't have this long view. I mean, you hear a lot of you hear a lot of athletes, you hear a lot of older people who still talk about their knee that they injured in high school, and they're well into their middle ages. And I think because coaches break people. Some coaches break people.
Now that gyms are reopening, but throughout quarantine, most people's exercises became running and walking. And I see, infinitely more detail than the normal person. And I see someone walking or running, and like one knee is just like a fish out of water. And that doesn't just happen normally. Like, some injury likely happened that either was ignored and not addressed, or not recovered properly. That the normal therapy modalities just don't do enough. And 40 years pass, and their knee is bending at like 30 degrees the wrong direction. And I'm just like, this is so easily preventable. Like, it's just easy to be prevented 30 years ago.
No, I agree. It's just, I mean, this probably speaks to you. And, you have those two, Lauren and Wes, who really take, like ownership. I feel the people I've encountered and people, because I work with a physical therapist. I mean, we're under the same roof, and it seems to me that a lot of people don't take nearly as much responsibility, and that they would rather have someone fix them rather than really addressing behavior, motor behavior, for instance.
That's also the lie, is they assume that once they need to be fixed, that they can be fixed. Usually by the time someone who's middle-aged or later is walking into a therapy office, it's not a fixing strategy that people are coming up with. It's a moderation strategy. It's like, well, how do we get you getting by?
Yeah. No, it's
a really saddening thing for me.
No, it is, and sometimes I don't know, maybe my standards are a little different than a lot of people's. It's kind of frustrating because I have some of these ideas as far as antidotes and solutions, and people will say, hey, tell me what to do and what can I do, and I'll give them some recommendations. I'll answer them, but then they won't do it, and I'm like, okay. So yeah, I'm preaching the choir here.
I mean, the thing that has helped my mind come to peace with that is some people's problem is that they don't want to get rid of their problem.
Yeah.
And so I no longer think that everybody wants to get better. They might come to me for a different reason. They want to just show their parents effort that they tried, or show their spouse. They're not seeing me to actually achieve their goals. I'm a bit actor in their movie, and pretty soon I figure that out and might ask them to leave, or might ask them to reconsider their priorities, and do they really want to come back here?
Yeah, that's
because I don't like repeating myself, and nor do I like seeing people that don't want to get better.
Well, I mean, I just had a conversation with a client just prior to our schedule here, and I think I said something along the lines that says, ultimately, it's best that you care more than I do.
Yeah.
Because if I care more than you do, then that's that's really not ideal.
Yeah. I say the same thing usually in the first appointment, just worded a little differently. Is if I get this sensation, I tell them in some way or another, like, I should not care more about your training than you do. Because I can't help but commit when my mind starts seeing a new athlete, or I'm working with a current athlete. My mind ends up getting pulled to focus a lot on them, and I let it because it enhances my craft. But I don't want to offer them that nicety of my behavior if they're not deserving of it.
Yeah, it's like you're a guide. I mean, they're the ones who are basically making their way through the forest and the quest of the Holy Grail. None of us can do that for them.
Right. We can help them occasionally, but all right. So have I shown you my paperwork?
No, you haven't.
So I put some expectations, somewhat subliminally, somewhat not, already into the document.
So kind of getting after behavior, then.
Yeah,
from the sounds of it.
Give them some like. One of my clients was like, "This is the best intake paperwork that I've ever had," and that's kind of my goal, is to break the trend and have a higher standard with what does it mean to start with me, to start with the Piros. So I have a cover page.
This isn't on your is this on your website, or is this just something that you emailed?
This is not on my website. This is something I emailed directly once I'm starting with somebody.
Okay.
my maxims. So human first, athlete second. This is exactly what we're talking about. This one here.
Now, do you kind of hint at this a little bit through that one blog? I think you mentioned, the hero's journey, hero's quest in a way on the site, or at least you did it.
I don't remember. I was a different person and different writer then, so I honestly am not sure. I probably did, though. I can email you this paperwork.
Yeah, that'd be great. Now, I don't know if you've ever gotten this. I do. I mean, I'm not going into the maxims like you are. I'm just going into basically health history, and sometimes people will say it's too long, too much. So, do you get anything like that when it comes to these? That I guess you're wanting people to get clear on the culture that they're stepping into.
Yeah, but I try to look at it also with the blurred eyes and see that there's somewhat of a balance of words and white space. This page is a little wordy, but I think it's really simple, and I'm okay with it on this page. I like this page a lot more. That there's a lot less. It invites the reader to read as a point of caring feedback for you. You do tend to, I think, put a lot on the page, and it can be overwhelming to a reader, or especially somebody new.
What feedback response, if any, do you get from? I guess this is like, some first early steps that people, they get exposed to a different culture.
I've actually only gotten verbal feedback maybe a handful of times. Normally people just hand it over and are like, all right, let's get started.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the rest is just like kind of standard stuff. But I do like having a personal note about the financial investment. And then the rest is, nothing special.
No, I really emphasize the investment aspect with people, because I feel that sometimes people kind of bargain shop when it comes to their body, but they won't blink an eye when it comes to remodeling their bathroom or something. And I'm like, well, what's your first and foremost house and residence and vehicle? Your first and foremost. It's like this. So anyhow, I'm preaching the choir once again.
Mm-hmm.
But
this paperwork has also been a long work in progress. Where this is its sixth iteration, changing many times over the years.
I imagine you're just trying to make it more clear and simple.
Yeah, but also evolve with me, because who I am now, what Apiros means to me now, is very different. When I started, I had no idea what I was doing. It was just like, hey, this is a business thing for me to keep seeing clients, whatever. And then initially it was just like the "Don't Sue Me" page, and it's grown from there.
How old is Apiros now?
I think 4, but I really don't know. I don't remember. I think 4 as of this year.
I think it's older, because I think you were around before I started out myself.
I was around, but I don't think Apiros was around. I was with Precision.
Oh, okay.
Precision Sports Performance was the entity that I was working under.
Okay. So this is your first time, I guess, being the sole person? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You like it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had no idea what I was getting into, but it's well worth it, and I enjoy it. And yeah, I enjoy it a lot more. The tax breaks are great. The responsibilities are sometimes taxing, but I get to see and create I get to control what it is that I'm giving my money back to, where the other business I had so little say, and like, well, you're taking this percentage of my money to go into the business, and I treated that as like, well, that's like me investing into a stock, but you don't give me there's no shareholders meeting where I get to vote on what happens with the company or not. You just take my money. I don't agree with that. And personal philosophy for me as Apeiros grows is, I don't really ever want employees. I want coworkers, and they should be able to set their own rates and schedules. And I don't want to tell them what to do. I'd like them for them to help pay for the rent and utilities and stuff. But I also don't, morally, I don't. Just because they're working for Apeiros and that means something, I don't know if I feel right in taking a cut because of that.
No, I hear you.
And like, it's just, okay, I'm making money because what? They're doing the work. They're scheduled. They're doing everything. So I don't know. We'll see if that changes in the future when it does grow more.
No, I mean, for me, it comes down to freedom.
Yeah.
And in creation and collaboration. I mean, right now I'm just a one-person operation, but yeah, it very, very likened with what you just shared with me.
Mm-hmm.
So good stuff. Anything for the hips or the trunk? Anything in particular?
What questions do you have?
Well, I remember, you're kind of given the scan, let's just say, from the top down. Looking at the hands, the feet. You were looking at the upper quarter, the shoulder in particular. But do you look for, or you have people do anything particular when it comes to spinal stability and mobility of their hips and the pelvis? Was it the lumbo-pelvic hip complex?
Yeah.
If there's anything.
Okay. So to connect a node, the same way I look at the hand, I look at the feet. They're very analogous to one another, but did not evolve the same way. They just are extremely analogous in function and design. Yeah, they're very, very analogous. So that same anterior arch, where the digits point, how the ankle or the palm, how the arches affect the ankle, and how the palm affects the wrist. Very similar.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And the term spinal stability is something I've actually been wrestling with lately. And when I've been talking with a friend of mine who is this muscle systems specialist, who is so far different than what you and I probably ever experienced, that it really stopped me in my tracks at first. I was quite resistant because it was so different, but it makes a shit ton of sense after I spent a year learning some of it from him. And so what I typically thought of as spinal stability came from a joint by joint approach previously and we mentioned it earlier, like mobility, stability. And while we do see those relationships from time to time, I don't know if it's as true throughout the whole. I don't know if it's always true. I think it can be true in certain contexts, but like, what does spinal stability mean? To me, the spine is supposed to move. It's anytime we have lots of different bones and joints, it's because there's movement that's supposed to be there. So how can we have stability of a lumbar spine when there's 5 joints in there that are designed to move? And you could argue move a lot. You get a lot more lumbar spine motion than we do thoracic motion. So the stability aspect is the stability to move, that we can get equal and sequential movement throughout the whole spine. Last week I showed you that Wes was not getting sequential movement when he was needed to side bend right during that lizard crawl. So while that is like, that's spinal stability, that's excess spinal stability. He's getting stability when he should be getting movement. So the times when the spine moves versus doesn't move, I think, is very much context dependent. For instance, when the legs need a stable anchor, like in running or in walking or jumping, then the lumbar spine will probably be more fused and still than the thoracic spine, where we want to see the thoracic spine relax and mobilize when we walk. And so in those patterns, a joint by joint approach, I think, works.
Are you having people do any particular positions and patterns looking for, let's just say, the management of their spine?
Lizard crawl lately is what I've been doing. A lot of walking, seeing how much motion they get at their shoulders versus their arms. Running. I have not yet found like a one-time evaluation thing to see, to assess their spinal mobility or spinal stability. It's much more of a mosaic approach that I get to see after I've seen them move a lot, because it is so context dependent. This is why my evaluation is so short, because I don't trust that, like, me giving, it tells me such a small picture. Like, there's certain movements that I think are some big rocks that I really like, but otherwise this is the beginning of a relationship. Like, in this field, we have this expectation of, we come for the first time, we get the assessment, like we're taking our car to the mechanic, and then the assessment is done, and then we tell them the report of findings, and this is what we think it's going to take, and then this is the cost. And I'm like, you fucking kidding me? You want me to tell you exactly what you need for the next 6 months based on a 1 hour of evaluation? I'm good, but I'm not that good. And anybody that I think sells that, I think needs to take a really good check, because I've never found that to be so true.
What would you go ahead, Austin.
I found that the evaluation gives us a starting step, a starting point. And after that, and after we start building a relationship with one another, that's when we really start doing exciting things. Like, I want to get to the point where I see Wes roll to one side and roll to another side, and I can immediately start picking out, I know he's got right shoulder issues, and he's doing this when he tries to supinate his right wrist. And I can get a much better and more detailed movement reply to that.
Is there any common themes that you're, like, reoccurring themes that you're seeing with the spine, like errors, patterns, anything particular?
It's either too much flexion, too much extension, no rotation. Yeah, I mean, mainly it's too much flexion or too much extension, in the wrong, or those in the wrong places. And an inability to rotate
in their T-spine,
and then a stiffer pitch. Not only in their T-spine, but mainly in their T-spine, but also in their lumbar spine from time to time.
What would your ideal amount of time with a person be if you have one? I mean, indefinite. I mean, yeah. Well, let's just say if you have, I don't know, early elementary school. Let's just say, for conversation's sake, let's just title it, early elementary school curriculum, or preschool curriculum, 101 curriculum. How long would that be, and what would it consist of? Let's just say. I mean, I guess we could call it the fundamentals.
It depends on how. I would be more accurate in answering that question if I knew what kind of people were coming in and what their goals were.
If this is say general population.
I think I could do a whole lot with 2 months, twice a week for 2 months.
Okay. And I imagine you would go over the 3 and the 9, and I remember you mentioning in the earlier session of ours the 8 skills of movement. I don't think we went into the 8 skills of movement though as of yet, but I imagine it's at least a 9. I think you call it the 9 normal movements and the 3 essentials within those 2 months, the 2 months time.
Yeah, 2 months time. The why we haven't gone into the 8, which is the 8 skills of sports, is because that has to do with more the skill development side of things, which we just haven't talked about.
Gotcha. And anything in particular when it comes to the lumbo-pelvic hip complex?
And deep squats can do a wonder for the spine. I'm really liking lizard crawls for the spine. All sorts of crawling and rolling varieties for the spine. I've really liked. You've seen me do like the wiggles across the floor. I found to be great.
What was that?
The wiggles across the floor.
Wiggles across the floor.
Somebody is lying on their back, and their arms are and their legs are in the air, and they have to like crawl their way around without using their arms or legs.
Supine?
Supine? Yeah. Mainly, supine, they have to be able to go forward, backwards, side to side, whatever.
Do you have a clip of this? Because I'm not recalling this.
Not on hand. It's from too long ago. But if you just lie on the ground and you try to get purely horizontal or north, like east, west, north, south, without letting your elbows or knees or feet or hands touch the ground, you'll produce some pretty interesting movements.
So you'd have to basically just move your spine, your pelvis, and your upper quarter in order to look them up.
If you don't have any limbs, then the things to produce force become your hips and your shoulder blades. And to do that, then you have to start moving in all the places that the spine can move.
Yeah, I would like to do that. I think that's a good one.
You should try it. It's pretty simple. Just try it after the call. You'll get it.
Okay. Well, good times. Anything else?
I think that's a good place. My alarm is reminding me that I do have another appointment later.
You got one here soon. Okay, yeah. I thank you. Well, did you try to run my card the other week, or?
I did.
Yeah, what happened?
Pretty sure I did. Didn't it go through? Sent you a receipt. I think I did it on Saturday.
I'll look at my email. I don't remember, but okay. I'll look at my email.
Okay. I can send another receipt if you need one.
Okay. We might have to change. How are you flexible as far as schedule wise for next week?
Yeah. Let's see. Actually, I need to anyways because I have a new appointment next Wednesday. What day would work best for you?
Okay, so your Wednesday's kind of tight, you're saying?
At our normal 3:00, yeah.
What other times do you have on Wednesday?
I could do 11:30.
Let me think real quick. Can I say yes?
Yeah, and I'll put you in tentatively.
But yeah, like if something comes up, I'll let you know, and then I'm gonna make a note of that too. 11:30.
Okay.
So
great.
Yeah, appreciate it. And then you said you'd send some of the stuff that you had for Wes that you were showing me, as well as those docs.
Yeah, I sent you the document over. I emailed it as I was
going,
and I can send you the raw videos of Wes that were relevant.
Okay. Well, thanks again, and awesome as always. And,
yeah, this is a great call. I enjoy it. Thanks very much.
Hey, did you happen to see anything from
Yeah. Mellow day.
Nice. How do you get your clients mostly?
Word of mouth.
Okay. Is this like a pro athlete, collegiate, or general population?
This is a friend's husband, actually, who's had several shoulder surgeries and still has a lot of shoulder issues. And it sounds like this ends up being how people come to me a lot of times. Is I've tried everything and nothing's working.
Yeah. No, I just. How old is this person? Do you know?
Early 30s, I would guess, around my age.
And they've already had shoulder surgeries?
3 shoulder surgeries, I think.
Wow. Did they experience these injuries due to sports or just life or working out?
I'll find out later today. I didn't ask. I've been liking not asking too many questions about their body before I see them. I'd like to have that kind of happen on the day. Just how I've decided to have the workflow.
So if these people are coming to you, like in this case, for instance, due to, I don't know, let's just say having some underwhelming outcomes, what would you say, if you do have any idea, where are the bottlenecks as far as, training and rehab in general?
From bottlenecks from what to what?
Well, I mean, what's if they haven't been successful, what would be the linchpin to those shortcomings? Would you say?
I would say my theories are a bit more advanced, and it's like I'm driving a newer car and everybody else is still driving a 1970s station wagon with wood paneling and FM AM radio only, and I think that's the only way they can get around. A lot of people, I mean, it's a blessing and a curse for me, is a lot of people have no idea what it is that I do or can do. They don't know it's an option to move well, and then as a result, pain free. But I don't say I'm removing pain or fixing injuries. It's a lot of it's just a lack of knowledge. A lot of people have just come to accept, like, you get born, you get hurt, and then you just live with pain. And it's so common that I don't think there's very many people who, there's not a lot of environments that produce the thought, yes, I should be able to live pain-free. It's like, oh, yeah, back pain. And then conversations like, oh, I know, me too. Instead of like, oh, go see this guy because he removed my back pain.
I mean, not to go on a off topic, but maybe in some ways it's related. Are you familiar with the one farmer? I think he's out of Virginia. He's really big into permaculture. His name's Joel Salatin.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess he's talking about some, let's just say, more effective ways of farming through permaculture. And one of his books is titled "This Ain't Normal, Folks."
This ain't normal?
This ain't normal, folks.
Yeah.
Because,
it is. It is normal. It just doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say injuries and back pain are normal. Disease is normal for the environments that we've created for ourselves. There's nothing, when there's a 5-year-old who's obese, there's nothing wrong with his biology. It's actually working perfectly fine and normal. Obesity is an adaptation. Cancer is an adaptation. It's just an adaptation of environment. So I'd say it's actually very normal. Mm-hmm. It's super normal. It's just it's the normal reaction, cause and effect kind of thing. It's just not a normal health when we look at a 100,000-year view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you experience this? I feel that I do. Like, sharing some of these views and these, let's just say, they're not so typical movements, but perhaps they are really, when it comes down to the history of the body. I get a lot of kind of head tilting and head scratching from physical therapists, even when it comes to some of these other ways of moving about the body, and that kind of boggles me.
What's that?
That boggles me. I'm surprised often.
I'm not anymore. It makes perfect sense. I've also stopped trying to convince them of anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to argue my way anymore, or convince anybody of anything. I'm going to do what I want to do, and those who want to learn from me can learn from me. I'm happy to share, but again, it's perfectly normal and in their view rational that they think it's weird. They've got a lot of things working to keep them believing what they do works. It's their sense of security that they can provide a roof over their head, and it would be somewhat traumatic for a lot of people who were faced with the uselessness of their profession, because then they might have some sort of existential crisis, which long-term could be good, but short-term very painful. They paid a ton of money to get their graduate degree and a doctorate of physical therapy and learn a bunch of very rote ways to think that they heal the body, but they also, the clientele that most therapists typically see, they're inactive to begin with, and that's how they get hurt. And so you throw anything at them and they're likely going to get better. Like when I was in an aide in physical therapy, a lot of people that came in were just sedentary. So you get them doing anything and moving at all, and they're likely going to feel better. It's not that hard, I think, to make normal people feel better. That's kind of why I prefer athletes.
How long were you an aide?
I stayed on. I was like full time almost for a year and a half, and then I slowly cut down my hours to only a handful a week just to help train other people, and I became fairly integral part of the team until it was like, I'm wasting my time being an aide, getting paid much less than I am training athletes. I can't do this anymore. I'm going to do this.
Right. And the way the system is currently set up, like insurance doesn't recognize this as something that they would want to cover.
Yeah, they don't, unfortunately, but that's okay. Like, I don't want to do paperwork, and also the way insurance works is that there may be instances where for the therapist who is intelligent, he or she might have to consider insurance fraud in order to truly help somebody. So for instance, I'm working on some knee discomfort right now, which can be a topic for discussion today if you'd like. And I needed a fresh perspective, so I asked Aaron, a colleague in my facility, and he's working on my foot. They're telling me to work on my foot and my ankle. So a lot of insurances might not accept that coding. They'd say, well, the knee is what hurts. That's what you need a code to work on. So we don't accept your ankle therapy. You need to do work on the knee. And so some therapists would be at risk of insurance fraud or malpractice by helping them in a different way than they think is needed. Another instance, people could, there's one volleyball girl that I worked with 7 years ago whose neck pain was coming from stiff ankles, and we improved her dorsiflexion and her neck got better, and
like insurance isn't going to accept that. And so, Aaron, the therapist I work with, he also will tell a lot of people, like, it's probably better that you see me for cash than insurance because of these reasons, because I can treat whatever I think I need to treat. I'm not limited by certain times. I don't have to do extra paperwork. It's going to be a much more effective and maybe more efficient or short-term timeline than if you were seeing me under insurance methods.
Yeah. I get that. So I had some questions I sent you the other day, and you answered some of them. So what protocol, what test are you using to measure the RSI?
I made one.
Oh.
Sorry, I forgot that it doesn't come with one that's standard.
So is this within the was it OptoGate system?
Mm-hmm. And I do a 10 jump test. That's a standard, researched thing where it's you jump 10 times as high as you can, as quick as you can.
Okay.
And one of the standard units they give is RSI, which is Reactive Strength Index. It's a nice number for athletic ability correlation. And then I've also done a 3 jump test, starting from the ground and also from a box. But it's been some time since I've done it, so I don't remember what I wrote down as my protocol. And then I was doing the drift protocol for a while, but I just don't really like it anymore because it's a test that you get better at the test just by doing the test, and it's so 5 jumps really isn't a big sample size. And I disagree with them thinking that it's enough to make good deductions or inductive reasoning about their movement. Especially if you start telling the athlete what is really useful. If you start preaching to them that the surface area needed, or power density is one of the units, how much area do they need to jump straight up and down, is really important. They're going to, and even if it's subconscious, they're going to start changing how they move to please the test result. That they're going to start jumping lower and controlling it more. And so it's then, and this is, the challenges in this testing has arisen as I've learned about skill acquisition a bit more and how people think about tasks or task execution. So I've since taken a break from that. And then also, I'm just not sure what all that data does for me anymore.
Okay. So I imagine that you kind of prefer the 10 jump over the 3 jump because it's more of a data.
Not necessarily, because I'm looking for 2 different things. One is in the 3 jump, it's just kind of an elasticity, pure absolute elasticity. The 10 jump is more of a fatigue resistance. That I'll look at the graph of their RSI and can they stay pretty even throughout, or do they start tanking? The research, I think, still said you take the 10 jumps and you average the highest 3, and that's a good RSI. But I like it for a fatigue measure because it's a very short test. So you